to overstate the extent of the German success. The Soviet Union's tank park at the start of the war numbered an incredible 23,767 tanks. But this reflected Soviet tank production since the 1920s, and therefore included many that were obsolete on the modern battlefield. Some 15,000 tanks were of the older T-26 and BT series, and estimates suggest that the great majority of these were in need of some form of repair. Added to this, the untrained crews, the severe lack of ammunition, fuel and spare parts, as well as the absence of supporting arms, such as air cover, make it small wonder that Soviet tanks littered the battlefields, if they even made it that far. Accordingly, the apparently astounding German successes, often suggested by the sheer numbers of Soviet tanks destroyed, are better understood as a Soviet disaster waiting to happen. Put simply, inept Soviet planning and direction played a major role in handing the Germans their first major victory, with the vast quantities of old and outdated equipment inflating the notion of an exceptional triumph. In reality, even in the absence of certain Soviet blunders, not much could probably have been expected from the great bulk of the Soviet mechanized arm. What was, however, of fundamental importance to the future of the war was the production of new tanks, and in this regard, the Soviet leadership acted with astute resolve. In the face of the unrelenting German advance, the enormous evacuation of Soviet industry to the east in 1941 was indispensable in ensuring the economic durability of the Soviet Union. Accomplished with extraordinary speed and under the most adverse circumstances, which included aerial attacks from the Luftwaffe, hundreds of factories were simply uprooted, transported into the interior, and rapidly reassembled. The scale and complexity of such an undertaking is difficult to imagine, especially in the light of the national crisis overtaking the country. Yet here, post-war Soviet literature's propensity for grandiose superlatives such as heroic and historic seem justified. Between July and November, 1,523 industrial enterprises were moved to the Volga region, Siberia or Central Asia, amounting in total to some 1.5 million railway wagon loads. Even more remarkable, the production of vital war materials actually increased in the second half of 1941, with official production quotes in some cases, such as tanks, being exceeded. Indeed, the Soviet Union produced more tanks in 1941 than Germany, and 66% of these were of the newer T-34 and KV-1 variety. Soviet industry also turned out more aircraft, and a great many more artillery pieces than Germany, helping to meet the most immediate needs of the army. In assessing the outcome of Germany's first great battle of encirclement on the Eastern Front, it is plainly apparent that the German military leadership overestimated the effect their victory would have on the Soviet Union's capacity to maintain a coherent front. Conversely, the Germans failed to recognize and adequately reconcile the opposing demands of ensuring a tight perimeter around the eastern edge of the pocket, with the need to exploit their success through a rapid continuation of the advance. The root cause of the problem, evident even in the earliest stage of the war, concerned the lack of sufficient mobile forces to accomplish the tasks at hand. Consequently, when losses began to mount and the campaign proceeded towards new and more ambitious objectives over great distances, the spectre of overextension loomed large. The Russian is a colossus, and strong. Adolf Hitler. In the early days of July, while the army command was concerned with the day-to-day issues of the campaign, Hitler was looking further ahead. His lack of enthusiasm for a continuation of the operation beyond the great rivers towards Moscow was well known to Halder and Brauchitsch, but the continued success of the campaign seemed to them the best guarantee of ensuring a continued forward advance on all fronts. Yet as early as July 3rd and 4th, Hitler had expressed an interest in halting Kluge's panzer groups and using them to support the advance on the flanks. On July 5th, Jodl telephoned Brauchitsch to request that the army commander-in-chief meet with Hitler to offer his opinion on the northern and southern alternatives. Jodl also posed a number of questions relating first to the necessity and second to the feasibility of each operation. Perhaps sensing difficulties between the OKW and OKH over the issue, Jodl stressed to Brauchitsch the urgency of the Army's involvement in the matter. The document in the OKW War Diary concluded, "Given that the Führer's thoughts, and those of others, are heading towards an early turning of the panzer groups towards the northeast or south, General Jodl considers it necessary that the Commander-in-Chief of the Army promptly meets with the Führer for a discussion." The meeting took place at Hitler's headquarters on July the 8th, with Halder accompanying Brauchitsch, and both men making presentations before Hitler and his staff. Brauchitsch first summarised the latest tactical reports, and then Halder outlined the Army's assessment of the enemy situation and the progress of operations in the three Army groups. The tone of Halder's presentation was typically upbeat, designed to instill confidence in the Army's running of the war and ensure its continued hegemony in the field of strategic direction. Yet Halder also firmly believed that the German armies were now in an unassailable position to win the war. In evidence of this, Halder gave details of Kinzel's latest intelligence report, which noted that of the 164 identified Soviet rifle divisions, 89 had been totally or largely eliminated. From the remaining 75 divisions, 46 were still opposing the German front, 18 were tied down on other fronts, 14 in Finland and 4 in the Caucasus, and the last 11 divisions were probably still in the interior in reserve. Other elements of Kinzel's report noted, "The enemy is no longer able to organise a continuous front, not even behind strong terrain features. Army Group Centre, which was stronger from the beginning, now has a crushing superiority and can maintain it, even if the enemy, as is expected, should bring up new units to that front." In addition to encouraging an atmosphere of great confidence in the progress of the war, the buoyant optimism of Halder's report dismissed the urgency of making a definitive operational decision concerning Bock's panzer groups. The jubilant mood also seems to have inspired in Hitler and Halder a brief measure of conciliation, allowing a glimmer of compromise previously inconceivable on the question of Moscow. Hitler spoke of his ideal solution to the continuation of the campaign, in which Army Group North was to accomplish with its own forces the tasks already assigned to it in the Baltic states and Leningrad. Army Group Centre was charged with finishing off the last of the organised resistance along the overextended Soviet front north of the Pripyat marshes. This, Hitler stated, would thereby open the road to Moscow. Upon reaching their assigned positions east of Smolensk, Hoth could halt and then either render assistance to Lieb, if necessary, or continue eastwards with a view to investing Moscow. Guderian could be used to strike in a southern or southeastern direction in cooperation with Army Group South. With the war proceeding so well, Halder too was suddenly much less concerned about Hitler's desire to turn Guderian's forces south. On the one hand, Halder was aware of Bock's increasingly exposed southern flank, but more importantly, he was sufficiently confident about the campaign's success that he foresaw no means by which the Red Army could obstruct his march on Moscow, even without Guderian's forces. Indeed, Halder was already setting his sights well beyond the Soviet capital, writing in his diary that after the Battle of Smolensk, "We shall block the railways across the Volga, occupy the country as far as that river, and then, by means of armoured expeditions and aerial operations, destroy the remaining Russian industrial centres." Obviously, the misguided confidence evinced in the planning stages of the campaign continued unabated, despite the dangerous warning signs plainly emerging as the reality of the campaign unfolded. The degree of Halder's self-deception was evident, even as he spoke of the great triumph in the East. In the course of his meeting with Hitler, Halder emphasized the urgency of tank replacements for the Eastern Front, to which Hitler made clear his desire to retain all new production in Germany for future missions, that will again extend over thousands of kilometres. The result, Hitler stated, was that the tank losses suffered so far in the East would necessitate an amalgamation of the panzer divisions, with the surplus personnel being returned to Germany to outfit the new tanks. It was only at the end of the meeting, when Halder pleaded the urgent requirements of the front, that Hitler conceded to the release of 70 Mark IIIs, 15 Mark IVs and the Czech tanks for use on the Eastern Front. Halder's selective reading of the military situation in the East did not prevent others from drawing far more accurate conclusions about the progress of the war. The Italian Foreign Minister, Galeazzo Ciano, noted in his diary on July 9th, "The German advance in Russia proceeds at a somewhat slower pace. Resistance is serious. I saw a set of documents sent by Goebbels in which this is clearly evident." On the following day, he continued, "From the Russian front, news is quite serious. The Russians are fighting well, and, for the first time in the course of the war, the Germans admit withdrawing at 2 points." Although the Italians tended to look at Germany's successes with a degree of resentful spite, Ciano's remarks were not merely the result of Italian scorn or pessimism. The Japanese naval attaché in Rome, Captain Mitsunobu Toyo, expressed deep skepticism about the prospects for German military operations in the East, comparing it with Japan's mired war in China. Even if Moscow and the whole western industrial area of the Soviet Union could be conquered, Toyo argued that this would not deliver the fatal blow. The Soviets, he said, had developed the area beyond the Urals, meaning the Germans would face, in the vast and barely accessible hinterland, an enemy which will resort to the means of guerrilla warfare, which tie down vast numbers of one's own troops, without being able to bring about a decisive military victory. German diplomatic circles were also monitoring the situation in the East with growing unease. On July the 11th, Ciano recorded, "A meeting with Domberg. He is calm, but not joyful. Losses in Russia are heavy, and the war may bring us big surprises. His wife is more sprightly than he, and she does not conceal her judgment of the situation. She said, 'This is a war that we cannot get away with.'" In his first diary entry since the outbreak of war, former diplomat Ulrich von Hassel wrote on July 13th that in spite of the suddenness of the German attack, the struggle is much harder than had been expected, and had resulted in heavy losses among German officers. Hassel also perceptively alluded to the dangers of Hitler's occupation policies, placing the Soviet Union under Nazi Gauleiters and rejecting the cooperation of anti-Stalinist Russians. The result, he foresaw, Stalin may yet succeed in forming a patriotic Russian front against the German enemy. Having penetrated Timoshenko's defences along the Dvina and Dnieper, Guderian and Hoth pressed the attack forward across the breadth of their front, causing Bock to worry that the army group was not achieving a decisive concentration. The Field Marshal, therefore, directed an inquiry to 4th Panzer Army, stating that the front was 250 kilometres wide, and asking if it was possible to align their forces to give them greater strength and focus. The answer came back that this was impossible, on account of road conditions, meaning that the Panzer Corps would have to remain dispersed and essentially isolated from one another by the sheer size of the operational theatre. The menacing difficulty of conducting deep operations into the immensity of the Soviet Union, a country which encompassed a staggering 22.4 million square kilometres, was one of the most striking oversights of the operational planning for a war in the East. To a large extent, Bock's success hinged on eliminating major Soviet resistance west of the Great Rivers, and the prospect of lunging further into the country, while still facing a formidable foe, entailed grave consequences. For good reason, Goebbels commented at the start of the war, "I am refraining from publishing big maps of Russia. The huge areas involved can only frighten our people." Yet the sheer size of the Soviet Union could not help but impact on the soldiers, who, according to one, entered into a realm of eternal horizons, where the land is like the sea. Such sentiments pervade the personal accounts of the soldiers, reflecting a sense of isolation, detachment, helplessness, melancholy, and even despair. Liddell Hart cited the remarks of an unnamed German general. "The spaces seemed endless, the horizons nebulous. We were depressed by the monotony of the landscape and the immensity of the stretches of forest, marsh and plain. Good roads were so few and bad tracks so numerous, while rain quickly turned the sand or loam into a morass. On July the 8th, Harry Mielet lamented the endless space in which we feel after all eerily insecure. Another soldier, Bernhard Ritter, wrote of the internal conflict this caused. We must protect ourselves against it, must overcome it, to reach our goal, which this country with all its features attempts to prevent. It is the embodiment of the without a goal, the infinite, the never to be able to achieve one's objective. In this country, I am always in a conflict between the necessity of overcoming it and feeling its essence. Willie Peter Rees wrote of the boundless, the ungraspable, the overwhelming quality of this soil, which, he concluded, we eyed doubtfully and were afraid of, and could not bear, as if the daemon and the spirit of Russia preserved the land from such unsolicited, unqualified visitors. Perhaps the most vivid observation was offered by Siegfried Knapp, who alluded to the despair of endless distances and the implications for waging a war in such a country. Everything seemed to blur into uniform grey, because of the vastness and sameness of everything. We traversed treeless plateaus that extended as far as the eye could see. Just one vast open field, overgrown with tall grass. We encountered grain fields of unimaginable vastness that sometimes concealed Russian infantry. Fields of sunflowers stretched for kilometre after weary kilometre. In other places, we encountered immense forests that were like jungles in the density of their tangled underbrush. We struggled through marshes in Belorussia that were as large as 2 German provinces. Nothing could have prepared us for the mental depression brought on by this realization of the utter physical vastness of Russia. Tiny little doubts began to creep into our minds. Was it even possible that such vast emptiness could be conquered by foot soldiers? Beyond the draining psychological ramifications of fighting on into the vast Soviet hinterland, the difficulties of the infantry in having to maneuver on foot greatly reduced their flexibility in dealing with Soviet counterattacks, as well as their ability to provide timely assistance at trouble spots. This placed all the more importance on the motorized and panzer divisions maintaining their mobility, but, in Hoth's estimation, this was already coming to an end. Assessing the situation on July the 11th, Hoth foresaw hard fighting over the coming days, including counterattacks from Soviet panzer divisions, to which he rendered the judgment, "Hereby, the mobility of our motorized divisions will succumb." In Hoth's opinion, the only chance of maintaining his panzer group's offensive was to finally break through Soviet defences. The extent of the problem was just as pressing in Panzer Group 2. Guderian recalled that there were the dense clouds of dust put up by our advancing columns that had endured now for weeks on end and was equally hard on men, weapons and engines. In particular, the cylinders of the tanks became so clogged that their efficiency was considerably affected. In these conditions, fuel consumption dramatically increased, with supplies usually sufficient for 100 kilometres only reaching 70 kilometres on Soviet roads. The need for extra fuel further burdened the increasingly overstretched supply system, with the daily requirement rising from an original estimate of 9,000 tonnes to 12,000 tonnes by only July the 11th. Not only were the roads ruining the engines, but the long distances and heavy loads were taking their toll on the tyres of the trucks, which were unable to withstand the abrasion of the sandy tracks. For a long time, rubber had been in seriously short supply, and there were few replacement tyres to be found. But as of July the 10th, the OKH informed the armies that no more tyres were to be supplied. If the harsh Soviet terrain had exacted a severe toll on the German motorized and panzer divisions in their advance to the great rivers, Blumentritt later recalled that even worse was to come as they continued further east. Referring to the drive beyond the Dnieper and Dvina, Blumentritt told Liddell Hart after the war, "It was appallingly difficult country for tank movement. Great virgin forests, widespread swamps, terrible roads, and bridges not strong enough to bear the weight of tanks. The resistance also became stiffer, and the Russians began to cover their front with minefields. It was easier for them to block the way because there were so few roads." If the hinterland of the Soviet Union was troublesome for the tracked vehicles, the wheeled transport, according to Blumentritt, had an even harder time. Unlike the panzers, the heavily laden supply columns possessed no overland capabilities and were therefore bound to the abysmal road network, irrespective of sand, dust, or mud. As Wilhelm Prüller noted in his diary on July the 11th, "When I see even at this time of the year how our vehicles, after it's rained a little, can barely make the grade, I just can't imagine how it will be in autumn, when the rainy period really sets in. We're fighting in a solid mass of dirt." Blumentritt also alluded to the problem of summer downpours and the effect these had on the pace of the advance. An hour or two of rain reduced the panzer forces to stagnation. It was an extraordinary sight, with groups of them strung out over a 100-mile stretch, all stuck, until the sun came out and the ground dried. The size and strength of bridges was another critical weakness of Soviet infrastructure, which had a detrimental effect on the swift movement of box panzers. According to one post-war study written by German officers, the Eastern Theatre was marked by an almost complete absence of solidly constructed bridges. The simple wooden bridges that did exist, often no more than fords across small streams or brooks, often needed reinforcing by engineers before the tanks could cross, and in many cases these simple constructions were destroyed by fire during the Soviet retreat. Complications also arose from the poor quality of German maps, which were on a scale of 1 to 100,000, and were described by one former officer as too old and almost of no use. Another officer told of brown printed maps dating as far back as 1870, with just the Smolensk-Moscow highway highlighted in violet ink. Not surprisingly, units collided on roads, became lost and missed their objectives by large distances, leading to much unnecessary fuel consumption, lost time and wear and tear on the vehicles. Captured Soviet maps could not immediately be issued to the subordinate units, because few could read the Russian Cyrillic alphabet, and so these had to be overprinted with German names that did not always help readability. A further complication arose from the fact that, within a very small area, there could be 3 villages all bearing the same or a similar name. Alexander Stahlberg, an officer in the 12th Panzer Division, described the Soviet maps they were issued with as fit only for use as lavatory paper. He thought it irresponsible to issue such maps to a panzer division, and noted that the roads were sloppily penned and not at all accurately plotted. Beyond problems of accuracy, William Lubeck added that there were too few to go around. Even general staff officers like Blumentritt complained that the maps he dealt with in no way corresponded to reality. On these maps, the main roads were marked in red and appeared to be numerous, encouraging a deceptive confidence in what was to come. The reality, however, was often nothing more than sandy tracks, for which Blumentritt criticised the intelligence service for being badly at fault. For all of Halder's optimism in assessing Army Group Centre's prospects for success, the fact remained that Timoshenko was still managing to coordinate a ramshackle front opposing Bock's advance, as well as mustering new forces for renewed counter-offensives. Nevertheless, Halder placed little worth in the continuing Soviet opposition, which he portrayed as broken divisions being fed by totally disorganized masses of men without officers or NCOs. Under these conditions, Halder concluded, it is clear that the front, which also has no reserves left, cannot hold out much longer. Curiously, in contrast to the Red Army's infantry divisions, Halder saw the Soviet motorized units as a far more enduring problem, owing to their ability, as he saw it, to almost always escape encirclement. He even envisaged the possibility that the Soviets might carry on the war with 2 or 3 large armoured groups, assisted by smaller subsidiary groups. On the same day, July the 11th, Colonel Oshna reported back to Halder after a visit to Hoth and Guderian's panzer groups, and stated that the panzer troops had suffered heavy losses in men and material, and that all the men were tired. Oshna also commented that the Red Army was well led and fought fanatically and determinedly. The relative harmony between Hitler and the OKH expressed in their meeting of July 8th was already becoming strained by July 12th. Now that the great rivers had been crossed, Hitler was becoming impatient for the triumph over the Red Army which he had been led to believe was soon at hand. Yet it was not only the motorised forces of Army Group Centre that were suffering from the arduous effects of campaigning in the east. By July 12th, Lieb's smaller Army Group North was also feeling the paralysing effects of distance, dispersal and substantial losses. After a visit to Huppner's 4th Panzer Group, Lieb wrote in his diary of heavy losses, and concluded, "If further attacks are to be conducted at this pace, we will soon reach a state of exhaustion." The slowing pace of operations in Army Group North was leading Hitler to renew his advocacy for a northward turn by elements of Hoth's Panzer Group, namely the 19th Panzer Division. Halder was reluctant to make any such diversion of forces, although his intelligence confirmed the increasing strength of Soviet forces on Bock's northern and southern flank. Thus, while in his response to Hitler he conceded that operations might well have to be conducted to the north and south of Army Group Centre, he stressed that the prerequisite for either move is that Hoth and Guderian break through towards the east and thereby achieve operational freedom. Clearly, Halder favoured securing his road to Moscow before diverting his strength to the flanks, and Huizinga was already working on a compromise plan aimed at seizing Veliki Luki, which Halder hoped would cut off Soviet forces in front of Lieb's right flank, while still allowing for the intended drive on Smolensk. A similar solution was adopted to clear Guderian's southern flank, with joint operations envisaged towards Yelnya in the north and Roslavla in the south. Although Halder's new plan was calculated to alleviate Hitler's concerns and deal with the threat to the army group's flanks, the great distances involved and the dispersed objectives proved the plan was unmistakably a product of Halder's misplaced confidence in the demise of the Red Army. From Veliki Luki in the north to Roslavla in the south, the army group would be stretching its front to some 300 kilometres in width, while simultaneously supporting a major offensive in the middle of its front at Smolensk. The dilemma for the German command was, from this point on, to become an increasingly acute one, although Halder's die-hard faith in the success of the campaign prevented a timely realisation of the army's dire predicament. As Army Group Centre's advance to the east continued ahead of its 2 neighbouring army groups, its flanks became dangerously extended. Even if Strauss's and Weich's infantry had been far enough forward, their respective 9th and 2nd armies did not possess sufficient strength to cover the long flanks, as well as support the panzer groups in the vanguard. Thus, Halder sought an offensive solution to clear the flanks and align the front, but in doing so, he demonstrated his serious overestimation of German offensive strength, and a corresponding underestimation of Soviet opposition. The result would push the motorised and panzer divisions beyond their offensive capacity, costing valuable strength and irreplaceable time. By July 13th, the problem on the flanks was becoming precarious. The continued progress at the centre of the front, where Hoth's and Guderian's forces were strongest, could not be matched by Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps, 19th Panzer Division, in the north, which was too weak to make any headway. In the south, the problem was even more pronounced. The Pripyat marshes formed a substantial natural barrier, with Army Group South and, facing stiff resistance, Rundstedt's forces had no chance of keeping pace with Bock's advance, and thereby covering his flank. Accordingly, it was here, on July 13th, that Timoshenko's offensive for the first time gained a worthy measure of success against the dispersed and weakened German forces. The Soviet 21st Army proved the most successful, assaulting across the Dnieper River in the south and forcing the Germans out of Rogachev and Zlobin. At the same time, another corps of 21st Army thrust deep into the German rear towards Bobruisk, with the 232nd Rifle Division advancing 80 kilometres and seizing bridges across the Beresina and Petich rivers. The drive was soon checked by Weich's Second Army, which was forced to commit its reserves to help restore the situation. Rogachev and Zlobin were also retaken within a week, but the collective effort stalled Weich's progress east and ultimately delayed his relief of Guderian's panzer forces. Timoshenko's offensive was also causing trouble further north, where Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps was attempting to expand its bridgehead south of Mogilev. Of Schweppenberg's 2 panzer divisions, the 3rd Panzer Division was so exhausted, according to its Chief of Staff, that he requested support from the Corps Reserve. This left the 4th Panzer Division to bear the brunt of attempts by the Soviet 13th and 4th Armies to lift the German siege at Mogilev. The result was much confused fighting, with field units often unsure who was encircling whom. The Soviets also fought with a profound show of strength in artillery and anti-tank guns, exacting a great toll on the 4th Panzer Division's Panzer Regiment. According to the divisional war diary, already on July 13th, the regiment had only about 24 vehicles available. One former officer of the 4th Panzer Division recalled after the war, "If enemy resistance up to that time had been stiff in places, but not so well organised, in the area south of Mogilev, we now had to defend against well-led counterattacks in divisional strength. Between July 10th and 14th, several times we were forced to change over to a defence, with open flanks, and in all directions. In fact, the divisions of the Soviet 13th and 4th Armies, both scarred veterans of the previous battles further west, were well below their nominal divisional strength." Guderian also assumed greater numbers after the war when he wrote of Timoshenko's offensive, and attributed no fewer than 20 divisions to the attack on his southern flank. Actually, the Soviet divisions in both armies numbered fewer than 3,000 men each, and although they did not achieve their objective of relieving Mogilev, their success is best understood by the impression they made on the Germans. It was not the numerical strength of the Soviet armies that caused the 4th Panzer Division such difficulties, but more the division's own reduced manoeuvrability over the swampy terrain. Physical fatigue, material losses, and the fact that it was operating alone over an extensive battlefield without adequate flank protection. In other words, even a Soviet offensive launched with badly depleted forces was now encountering a German enemy on a far more even playing field, where the deadly German formula of concentrated strength and firepower, together with high battlefield mobility, was much less evident. Clearly, a watershed was being reached. The character of the war was changing, and it was not just evident in 4th Panzer Division, but across the breadth of Army Group Centre, and, indeed, the whole Eastern Front. The fighting was transforming the German war machine from a fine instrument into a blunt weapon, whereby the opposing armies were increasingly locked together in confused and ever more bloody encounters. The declining German ability to dictate the terms of battle added to the fog of war prevailing on the battlefield, and, according to one account, left command and control of operations at times in turmoil. The Russians did not confine themselves to opposing the frontal advance of our panzer divisions. They further attempted to find every suitable occasion to operate against the flanks of the wedges driven in by our motorised elements, which, of necessity, had become extended and relatively weak. Situations were sometimes so confused that we, on our side, wondered if we were outflanking the enemy or whether he had outflanked us. In spite of Halder's continual optimism in the progress of the campaign, the slowing pace of the advance was becoming steadily more evident, causing Hitler to voice his concerns to his chief military adjutant, Colonel Schmundt. The Führer, Schmundt told Hoth on July 13th, is somewhat worried that the panzer groups in the current battle may expend themselves before the coming wide-ranging operations. According to Schmundt, Hitler also remarked, "The Russian is a colossus, and strong," causing the dictator to reassert his intention to turn Guderian's panzer group south into the Ukraine to seize the harvest. Hoth's panzer group would be expected to conserve its strength by awaiting the arrival of the infantry, and later continuing the drive on Moscow. As a result of Hitler's heightened fears, Halder and Brauchitsch again appeared at Hitler's headquarters on July 13th, with a summary of the campaign that once again exuded a sanguine confidence. Halder stated that the enemy front was in places thin and held by forces of questionable strength. He then reviewed the various sectors along the eastern front, expressing no hint of concern, and even concluding that the attack on Guderian's southern flank was not worthy of any significant consideration, save that Guderian must protect his own flank. Halder also matter-of-factly observed that the main offensive along the Orsha-Vitebsk axis towards Smolensk was planned as a pincer movement, but for the most part is taking place as a frontal assault. It is hard to know to what degree Halder's buoyant assessment reflected his own deluded understanding of events, and what was calculated to impress Hitler, with the goal of maintaining the dictator's trust in the strategic direction of the OKH. From discussions of the previous day, July 12th, Halder was aware of Hitler's renewed apprehension, particularly for the north. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that he now presented to Hitler Heusinger's hastily devised plan, aimed at alleviating those fears and resolving any looming threat to the flanks. In the presentation of this plan, Halder deliberately ignored the fact that the main drive would still be centered on Smolensk, and not on the flanks. In fact, Halder now gave Hitler the impression that his intention was to halt the drive on Moscow in favor of operations to the northeast and southeast of Smolensk. Although his diary entry from the previous day makes clear that these new operations were to be conducted alongside continued thrusts around Smolensk. In all likelihood, Halder's portrayal was nothing more than a ruse, telling Hitler what he wanted to hear, for in practice no new orders to this effect were forwarded to the panzer groups, and the advance, with the bulk of the two panzer groups, continued unabated towards Smolensk. In all probability, Halder did not foresee this fraudulent dishonesty as any great risk, for he doubtless also believed that the German armies were on the verge of breaking through the remaining elements of the Red Army, and thereby prompting the collapse of the Soviet front. At the conclusion of Halder's presentation, Hitler expressed his approval of these submitted plans, and then went on to reiterate the importance of crushing the remaining Soviet military strength over a further advance to the east. To this end, Hitler made special reference to elements of Hoth's armoured group assisting Lieb in the north, but the details were left to the army. This underscored Halder's perceptive understanding of Hitler's anxieties and his cunning ability to manipulate reports to appease them, while maintaining the bulk of forces at the centre of Bock's front. On the subject of Moscow, Hitler stated that the Soviet capital was to be subjected to a terror air raid, which, interestingly, he justified in part to disprove enemy propaganda which speaks of exhaustion of the German offensive capabilities. Yet, even Hitler's own characterization of the Soviet state, according to Schmundt, as a strong colossus, suggests such enemy protestations were hardly fictional works of propaganda, without any basis in fact. Certainly, Bock was more aware of the diminishing strength of his motorized forces, and when Halder's instruction reached him on July 13th, stating that operations would need to be extended towards the north and south, in addition to the ongoing eastward push at the centre of the front, Bock reacted with indignation. The Army Group Commander immediately drove to 4th Panzer Army's headquarters to discuss the matter with Kluge, and pressed his view that if the armoured groups now fly apart to the south, east and north, it means forgoing the exploitation of our success. Bock was quickly becoming aware that as the drain on the army group's motorised forces grew, the orders of the higher command demonstrated little corresponding awareness of this fact. Consequently, overly ambitious orders were being issued without the sober remedial of sound judgment. In Bock's discussion with Kluge, the two field marshals were in complete agreement, and so the Army Group Commander instructed his Chief of Staff, Major General Hans von Griffenberg, to relay his dissatisfaction to Halder and press the need for a concentrated thrust eastwards with all the remaining resources under his command. Leaving nothing to chance, Bock also followed this up with a similarly worded telegram to the OKH. That evening, Bock elaborated in his diary on the problem. I consider diverting elements of Panzer Group Hoth to the north while elements continue to march east to be futile. Because of the tremendous wear and tear on their equipment, the Panzer Groups are only still an effective striking force if employed in unison. I consider employing individual Panzer Corps to operate alone pointless. Their fighting strength has become too low. Halder's reply exemplified his desire to placate Bock's concerns, while maintaining his insistence on turning elements of Hoth's Panzer Group north to aid Lieb. The swing north was described as taking place in the course of its forward movement, which, as Bock complained, was so loosely worded as to allow one to interpret it as he might wish. Yet it was not as though Halder was ignorant of the declining state of the panzer forces. In addition to the concerns expressed by Bock, on July 13th, Halder received a briefing from General Walter Buller in which he was told that the panzer divisions were on average down to 50% strength, and the personnel losses had now exhausted the field replacement battalions. With the next stage of the German offensive becoming an increasingly open question, the field commanders too began debating the competing options, which, as Blumentritt stated, resulted in sharp exchanges of opinion. Bock did not mince words about the importance of an unhindered drive on Moscow with all the strength that could be mustered. Kluge, on the other hand, in spite of having agreed with Bock's views on July 13th, was already advocating a new position by the following morning. According to the 3rd Panzer Group's war diary, when Kluge appeared on the morning of July 14th, he declared that, of the three options at hand, southern, eastern and northeastern, the southern would be the best, as there one could capture the strongest enemy forces, whereas Moscow would be a more political objective. Kluge's chief of staff confirmed after the war that in the dispute, Kluge was inclined to prefer Hitler's strategic concept. Blumentritt also noted Kluge's keen interest in Napoleon's campaign of 1812, reading General Armand de Caulaincourt's account with the greatest attention. This may have cautioned him, in the same fatalistic way it did Hitler, about treading the same path towards Moscow. Kluge's propensity for vacillation and at times agreeable subservience, especially in the presence of higher authority, soon earned him the nickname Clever Hans, Der Kluge Hans, and was to become decidedly more evident in later campaigns and the plot to assassinate Hitler. Weichs, likewise, advocated the drive south, and maintained this position even after the war, when the generals found it convenient to blame the loss of the war on Hitler's diversion from Moscow. Guderian has been said to have unreservedly favoured the push towards Moscow, but there is evidence for some doubt. During a visit to Panzer Group II by Bock and Kesselring on July 14th, Guderian was away at the front, and his place was taken by his chief of staff, who, in the course of discussions, stated, "The commander of the Panzer Group, Guderian, believes that the turn to the south and the link-up with Panzer Group Kleist should not be started after reaching the area around Smolensk. Rather, it should be carried out later from the Oka sector." Guderian later expressed a more emphatic commitment towards the seizure of Moscow, but his degree of devotion remains unknown, especially given his sudden about-face before Hitler in late August. Hoth, like Bock, was fixated by Moscow, and saw little merit in rival alternatives for his Panzer Group. On July 13th, while acknowledging the difficulties of the campaign, he nevertheless advised that the last vehicle be set in the direction of Moscow. By the middle of July 1941, Hitler's desire to rule the great expanses of the East finally seemed within his grasp. Certainly, Halder's military briefings had done nothing to dissuade Hitler from this viewpoint. Quite the contrary, in fact. Halder's buoyant reporting on the military situation, with its brazen tone of optimism, upheld the most fanciful pillars of Hitler's Weltanschauung. At every stage, the triumph of German arms was lauded over that of the inferior Soviet armies, providing a strident confirmation of Hitler's perverted racial conceptions and fueling his unbridled thirst for conquest in an ever-widening departure from reality. At the same time, veiled qualms, voiced from various quarters, were either left unattended or dismissively rejected. It was in this atmosphere of unmitigated delusion that Hitler's revised War Directive 32A was issued on July 14, 1941, calling for a future reduction in the size of the army, with resources being redirected towards the Air Force. Although retaining the ambitious tank-building program, the directive nevertheless stated, "The extension of arms and equipment and the production of new weapons, munitions and equipment will be related, with immediate effect, to the smaller forces which are contemplated for the future." As an instructive indication of the recurring importance of economic factors in Hitler's strategic deliberations, the directive specifically pointed out, "It is particularly important to ensure supplies of raw materials and mineral oil." Conspicuously for the intensifying strategic debate, it was only in the south of the Soviet Union, namely the mineral-rich Donets Basin in the eastern Ukraine and the oil-producing Caucasus, that Hitler could secure such commodities. Caught in the hinterlands. As the swift advance east began to falter, observations made by Hoth on July 13th in his Panzer Group's war diary make clear the intractable predicament undercutting the German army's apparent success. Assessing the advance to distant objectives, Hoth bluntly observed, "The expenditure of strength is greater than the success." Yet, with Soviet armies reeling in barely restrained chaos, there could be no question of a respite, and so the motorized forces pressed on, mindful of their own dwindling strength but unable to do anything about it. In substance, the Germans were damned if they stopped, and damned if they did not, although Hoth was not yet drawing such an arrantly bleak conclusion. Instead, the Panzer General acknowledged the heavy losses of the campaign, but added that these were not in excess of those experienced in the previous Western campaign. On the other hand, the physical strains, he stated, are very much greater, and he highlighted the oppressive conditions created by the heat and dust. For the first time, Hoth also called into question the morale of his men, citing a multitude of factors beginning with the barren expanses of the land and the doggedness of the enemy. Furthermore, Hoth remarked on the state of the roads and bridges, as well as the fact that throughout the enormous operational area, everywhere the enemy is taking up arms. In conclusion, the Panzer General summed up the emerging frustration of his men, among whom there was constantly the feeling, should the motorized troops have to do everything alone? Certainly, Hoth illustrated a perceptive understanding of the burdens of his men, for which he was commonly known among them by the affectionate nickname Daddy Hoth, Papa Hoth. Yet Hoth's commentary on the motivation of enemy soldiers was equally enlightening, and, if accurate, constituted a decidedly adverse development for the Germans. The Russian soldier, Hoth judged, fights not out of fear, rather idea. He does not want to return to the Tsarist time. Given the ruthlessly despotic rule the Germans were bringing to the east, and their genocidal practices, the worst fears of the Soviet people were soon confirmed, which greatly helped solidify their support for Stalin's cause. In the occupied territories, suddenly freed from Stalin's own brand of repressive rule, active opposition to the Germans was not always an immediate instinct. The extraordinarily brutal German occupation, however, which included the pitiless exploitation of the population, often begun by the first waves of German troops, the murderous practices of the SS Einsatzgruppen, action groups, the army's own criminal orders, and the harsh rule of the rear area security divisions soon banished any hopes of a better life under German rule. As a result, the great majority of the occupied Soviet Union, outside of the Baltic states and parts of the Ukraine, were either ambivalent to the German cause or actively hostile to it. There was no attempt by the Germans to win over the people, because in a short, decisive war, their participation would not be necessary. What was needed could simply be taken, and thereafter the population would be reduced to servitude. On July 14th, Halder took heart from Guderian's surprising progress, and Hoth's very good forward movement. Yet, as in the initial operations, the advance continued at the expense of bypassing formidable Soviet formations, which were again to plague the rear area of the panzer groups. While this had caused its share of problems during the formation of the Belostok-Minsk pocket, the much greater distances and increased vehicle losses made the newly developing encirclement, centered on Smolensk, an immensely more difficult undertaking. Operating in the vast depths of the Soviet Union, the neglect of logistical considerations was rapidly presenting the army with a new set of serious complications. As Clausewitz warned, from his intimate knowledge of Napoleon's disastrous campaign in 1812, the importance of maintaining supply lines was fundamental to an attacking army. These arteries, as Clausewitz termed supply lines, then must not be permanently cut, nor must they be too long or difficult to use. A long road always means a certain waste of strength, which tends to cripple the condition of the army. In the initial stage of the advance, the panzer groups were principally dependent on the truck-based Großtransportraum, bringing supplies to the front from border depots. As the front advanced and the distances grew, only a corresponding advancement of the railways could maintain an adequate forward flow of provisions capable of meeting the needs of the army. Yet this depended on a number of factors, not least of which was security in the rear areas. Expecting a short and conclusive end to the border battles, General Wagner, the Army Quartermaster General, told Halder on July the 1st of his serious worry for the pacification of the rear areas. The particularities of our military approach, Wagner told Halder, have resulted in an extensive insecurity in the rear area by insurgent enemy elements. The security divisions alone are not enough for the great spaces. We must also employ several divisions from the front-line troops. By July 7th, 9th Army was complaining it was receiving only 1/3 of its allotted daily entitlement in rail supply, and the following day even this meagre allocation was cut off in favour of giving maximum support to Panzer Group 3. This now meant that 9th Army had to supply itself using its largely horse-drawn Großtransportraum over terrible roads to a distance of 400 kilometres. Not surprisingly, Bock remarked to Halder a few days later about the overexerted state of the army group's horses. Even with the concentrated effort of directing the railroads to supply the motorized divisions, the fact remained that demand still greatly outstripped what the feeble rail network could supply. The assumption had been made during Barbarossa's planning stage that large quantities of Soviet rolling stock and locomotives would be captured in the initial phase of the campaign, providing support for the drive into the Soviet Union, while the railroad troops, Eisenbahntruppe, extended the German gauge. Yet once the initial shock and confusion of the invasion had passed, the Soviets were quick to institute an extensive evacuation of their trains, with the subsequent demolition of those remaining behind. This was so effective that by the end of August 1941, the Germans had captured only around 1,000 Soviet locomotives, of which just half were still operational. This critical setback had two major repercussions for the German campaign. First, the army became almost immediately reliant on extending the narrow-gauge lines as quickly as possible in order to assume the enormous burden of sustaining operations to the east. Planning for this conversion did not anticipate the effects the Soviet scorched earth policy would have on the railroads and installations, nor the extent of destruction caused by the Luftwaffe and front-line units in earlier combat operations. The conversion was therefore slower than expected, and achieved only by the most rudimentary standards of quality control. The second complication of the German failure to capture large numbers of Soviet trains was that the deficit had to be made up by the already overextended Reichsbahn, German railways. By the autumn of 1941, some 2,500 German locomotives and 200,000 railcars had to be employed in the east, creating additional stresses for the German economy. Given the inadequate quantity of captured Soviet equipment and the difficulties of conversion, it was hardly surprising that by July 10th, Wagner was expressing his concern at the limited railroad capacity towards Minsk, to which Halder added the note, "In the last few days, very poor capacity." Wagner added that the average losses in the Großtransportraum, which were running at 25%, were compounding the problem. With the depth of operations from the supply depots constantly increasing, and the overstretched Gross-Transportraum simultaneously contracting, it was no surprise that units throughout Army Group Centre were rapidly outrunning their supply apparatus. It was therefore something of an understatement when Halder described the logistics of the Army Group on July the 11th as merely strained, especially since he expressed his belief that the strain would be overcome in 2 days. Characteristically, the Chief of the General Staff gave no impression that he grasped the true gravity of the crisis, or the dire implications this held for his incessantly optimistic conception of the campaign. Halder, it seems, was largely basing his opinion on the highly subjective information provided to him by Wagner, but the scale of disparity between reality and delusion was far too great to exonerate Halder, and indeed a large part of the General Staff, of a significant degree of blame. Among the litany of oversights and falsehoods that underscored the German conception of Operation Barbarossa, the OKH's fixation with Moscow is perhaps most conspicuous for the fact that it was simply an unattainable goal within the prevailing time frame. The paramount importance of logistics rendered the various strategic arguments advanced by the generals, however favourable they might have been, entirely superfluous. Equally so, the questionable preoccupation of some historians with hypothetical what-if scenarios likewise tends to ignore or understate logistical considerations, which alone made the seizure of Moscow, within the confines of the operational timetable, a preordained impossibility. Like so much of the stubborn confidence pervading the German High Command, however, negative conclusions were rapidly supplanted by adherence to Hitler's maxim, "To the German soldier, nothing is impossible." Thus, in spite of all the encroaching difficulties, Wagner nevertheless assured Halder on July 12th that the panzer groups could reach Moscow, although he left open the question of whether the infantry armies could reach even as far as Smolensk. 2 days later, on July 14th, as the motorized forces were again striking out to the east, Wagner's assessment underwent an abrupt change, which reflected for the first time the cold reality of the German predicament. The Quartermaster General conceded to Halder, "The situation is still difficult. The railway capacity is not yet sufficient. PZGR, 2nd and 3rd of Kluger's 4th Army, will reach to the east of Smolensk. The 2nd Army, given its provisioning, will not get far beyond the Dnieper with the mass of its troops. The 9th Army not far beyond the area of Vitebsk on the Dvina." As the newly appointed commander of the 17th Panzer Division, General of Panzer Troops Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma stated after the war, "In modern warfare, the tactics are not the main thing. The decisive factor is the organization of one's resources to maintain the momentum." Wagner's sudden acknowledgement of Army Group Centre's logistical limitations did not mean that solutions were any easier to come by, as all available resources were already being utilized to sustain the fragile supply system. Nor did it mean that there was any perceptible change in the practices of the OKH. They were simply responding to the steadily rising cries for help from the field units. In essence, one might say they only became aware of how deep the hole was when they fell to the bottom of it. Guderian's Panzer Group II, for example, complained on July 15th that the supply situation was becoming more and more difficult as a result of the distances, bad roads, and insecure rear areas. Such factors, the Panzer Group's war diary concluded, are what make an Eastern campaign such a special case. All considerations and tactical actions are dependent to a great degree on this. Operations that do not take this into account are condemned to failure. On the following day, July 16th, the Panzer Group's Quartermaster General was more specific in his criticism. Fuel is especially lacking. The supplies arrive only sparsely. Above all, the railway situation is by no means enough. Combined with the abysmal planning for the provisioning of the army, the poor road conditions exacerbated the problem by instituting more demands on the supply services, while at the same time weakening their ability to carry out such requests. An entry from the war diary of the 3rd Panzer Division's Quartermaster General made clear that stocks of tyres, on which the truck-based supply system depended, were extremely limited, and in fact consisted of only 1/6 of the total requirement. In Hoth's Panzer Group 3, the same difficulties were also hampering its ability to sustain operations further east. On July 15th, the 20th Panzer Division was at the forefront of the German charge into the Soviet Union, but its war diary talked of the greatest worry being the consumption of fuel, which had drastically surged. Part of the problem for Hoth was that the terrain north of Vitebsk was less favourable to mechanised warfare, with the landscape dominated by swamps, lakes and woods, and punctuated by rolling hills which extended down to Smolensk. On July the 14th, General Schmidt, even after having travelled along countless Soviet roads, described 20th Panzer Division's route as simply unbelievable. Further north, the 19th Panzer Division, after having been restricted to the Disna bridgehead from July the 4th to July the 12th, was at last making headway on the Army Group's northern flank. Yet Bock's concern that his forces had become too weak to attempt such a far-reaching operation was soon confirmed by the nearly impassable terrain, to say nothing of enemy resistance. On July 14th, the war diary of the 57th Panzer Corps recorded that the 19th Panzer Division's forward march suffered greatly throughout the day because of the indescribable road condition. In places, the vehicles must be pulled or pushed separately through the deepest sand, which results in hold-ups of hours on end. The problem was that every mile of difficult terrain for the frontline units was a further mile the seriously overextended supply columns would also have to traverse between the distant railheads and the forward depots. Added to this was the ever-threatening security situation in the expanding rear areas, which the exposed and badly armed supply columns were poorly disposed to counter. By the middle of July, the security situation in the Army Group's rear area was dire. As the large Soviet forces concentrated along the great rivers were bypassed by Bock's swift-moving motorized divisions, the Soviets found themselves cut off to the east, but in many places unchallenged, leaving them in the veritable eye of the German storm. One front had largely passed them by, but the following infantry had not yet arrived. Thus, the Panzer Group's supply columns still had to run the gauntlet of this treacherous area over terrible roads and makeshift river crossings, because the Soviets still defended the major centres where the infrastructure was at least somewhat better. Even where the Germans had forced their crossings and continued on to the east, there was scarcely any such thing as a secured area, and it was soon realised that this would not change until the mass of Soviet forces had been rooted out of their fortified riverfront positions. In the meantime, however, the flow of supplies was threatened with strangulation, and this led to some disagreement at the lower levels on the virtue of continuing the advance. The Quartermaster General's diary for the 3rd Panzer Division reported, "The supply situation does not permit a further advance to the east. The Quartermaster General's section reported this to the General, Lieutenant General Walter Model, and his staff. Nevertheless, the General ordered a further thrust eastward. The supply route of the division is extremely bad and insecure. Enemy elements in the forests on both sides of the highway." This worrisome situation was common to both panzer groups, and also troubling to Bock, who was equally mindful that the OKH and Hitler were keen to embark on new operations on the flanks, which Bock recognised was beyond his army group's strength. On July 15th, he telephoned Brauchitsch and told him, "I have the impression that there is a fundamental difference in the assessment of the situation between the Army High Command and the Army Group." He then went on to detail the strength of Soviet forces attacking his southern flank from Gomel, the presence of Soviet strongholds in his rear at Mogilev and Orsha on the Dnieper and Polotsk on the Dvina. And another group, he reported, was operating north of Gorodok. In addition, the large area in the triangle between Smolensk, Orsha, Vitebsk contained, according to Bock, between 12 and 20 enemy divisions. Thus, Bock cautioned that while the crossing of the Dnieper was a favourable development, one must be careful not to take the overall situation there too lightly, based on local impressions. A victory has not yet been won. Brauchitsch's response was one of indifference. He insisted that the planned Battle of Smolensk be brought to a conclusion, while at the same time guarding the southeast flank and conducting the northern operation to assist Leib's forces, in accordance with the directive issued by me. As if deaf to Bock's pleas for a curtailment of the operation, at the end of the meeting Brauchitsch made the astonishing observation that, by and large, the views of the Army Group and of the Army High Command coincided. Perhaps Brauchitsch thought that Bock had momentarily lost his nerve and was overstating the danger. Yet immediately after issuing his instructions, which merely restated the standing orders agreed upon by Hitler and Halder, Brauchitsch unexpectedly expressed to Bock his own grim outlook regarding further operations beyond Smolensk. With surprising frankness, Brauchitsch told Bock, "A continued drive to the east by the panzers after the capture of the area around Smolensk is out of the question. We must be clear that after taking the area around Smolensk, a continued advance by the entire body of infantry is no longer possible, for reasons of supply. We will have to make do with a sort of expeditionary corps, which, together with tanks, will have to fulfill far-reaching missions." Clearly, there was a paradox in the Army's understanding of the war. Army Group Centre was reaching the limit of its advance. Mobility within the motorised divisions was sharply declining. Panzer losses were rapidly mounting, and the Red Army, far from being beaten, was in fact fielding numerous new armies further east. The end of the Blitzkrieg was already in sight, and the so-called Expeditionary Corps were a fanciful substitute, grossly inadequate for carrying through the planned operations to distant objectives. Yet none of the military professionals, not even Bock, who seemed to possess the clearest head, could see how menacing the signs really were. Certainly none were yet talking of failing to win the war, or worse, being bogged down in a slogging positional war over the winter. Interestingly, Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, the chief of the Military Intelligence and Counterintelligence Department of the OKW, visited Bock on the evening of July 17th, for which Bock's only comment was, "He fears the worst. Sieht schwarz in schwarz." 5 days earlier, on July 12th, Weichs wrote home to his wife that the operational situation was cause for some worry, because the Russian was fighting far better than we anticipated. He then went on to express the hope that the Red Army would not escape behind Moscow, or the winter period would not be entirely simple. Further afield, the Italian dictator Mussolini was likewise airing grave reservations about the war. As Gianno recorded on July 16th, "The Duce, Mussolini, is not convinced as to the course of events in Russia. The tone of his conversation today was distinctly pessimistic, particularly as the Anglo-Russia alliance makes Stalin the head of a nationalist Russia. He is afraid that Germany is facing a task that is too much for her, and will not reach a complete solution of the whole problem before winter, which always reveals a lot of unknown factors." In attempting to compile an accurate appraisal of the war on the Eastern Front in the summer of 1941, no aspect is more elusive or shrouded in ambiguity than the war being fought behind the front by cut-off Red Army units or newly established partisan brigades. A central problem in drawing any general conclusions from this aspect of the conflict is the variety of factors which influenced the insurgents' success and varied from region to region according to population, geography, or presence of occupation forces. The clandestine nature of the fighting and presence of irregular forces also left far fewer records with which to reconstruct the events taking place. For a number of years, Western scholars have been keen to downplay the often wildly exaggerated mythology spawned by Soviet histories, which encouraged the impression of a spontaneous national revolt against the German invasion. Accordingly, Western studies have been at pains to point out the inauspicious beginnings of the partisan movement, and have emphasized their diminutive contribution in the early period of the war. It is by no means the intention of this study to seek a reinterpretation of this conclusion, but in addition to the already formidable difficulties confronting the German blitzkrieg in the east, the importance of rear area engagements in slowing or wearing down the all-important motorized and panzer divisions should not be underestimated. Most commonly, The contribution of partisan forces did not result from conventional attacks on frontline forces, but rather from attacks on the vulnerable supply columns following in the rear. The Quartermaster General for Panzer Group II reported on July 16th that the supply difficulties resulted from frequent obstruction of the roads by insurgent enemy elements. A cause for some confusion in our understanding of the early partisan movement is one of definition. Strictly speaking, it is impossible to talk of the partisan movement as a unified entity. Political objectives varied so much that, while some groups pursued nationalist aspirations against both German and Soviet regimes, others cared little for any higher authority and distinguished themselves only as opportunist gangs, striking whatever target promised the most lucrative booty. Even among those groups committed to fighting the German occupation, there were radical differences in the vigour with which this resistance was conducted, as well as inability to carry out planned actions. The better organised and more centrally controlled partisan forces, in the form we commonly understand them from 1942 to 43, hardly existed in the early months of the war. The tide of fierce resistance in the rear areas was instead largely carried out by the countless thousands of Soviet soldiers cut off behind the German advance and determined to continue resisting. Whether one chooses to acknowledge these forces as partisans or not, those that were not killed, captured or able to fight their way back to Soviet lines often formed the nucleus of partisan detachments. They played a pivotal role in striking at one of the German army's weakest links in the vacuum of security that existed behind the German motorised divisions. On July the 16th, Halden noted, "In the area passed through by Hoth and Guderian, countless battle-worthy enemy groups are forcing our motorised divisions to form fronts in all directions. Even west of the Dnieper, enemy groups are resurging." Another German officer alluded to the problem of dealing with POWs in a forward unit, and the subsequent danger this posed to the rear area. During our advance, we took a lot of prisoners. We sent them back, but had not too much control over whether they arrived at the collecting points. You could not detach a full APC, armoured personnel carrier, with 6 men to guard 3 or 4 prisoners. This certainly contributed very much to the amazingly quick establishment of the partisan units. Even as the infantry of the 9th and 2nd Armies retraced the path of the motorised divisions, there was no time to flush out the vast swamps and forests systematically, looking for rogue enemy elements that were, in any case, not yet fully recognised for the threat they posed. Yet, to the German soldiers operating in the densely wooded regions, the perils were soon well known. On June 25th, Ernst Gunther Merton wrote, "Yesterday afternoon we learned a new art of warfare. Tree sniper fire. Unfortunately, there were a few killed in the battalion. As the march continued, everyone was a little nervous." 3 days later, Dr. Hermann Turk noted in his diary, "Last night, some more of our soldiers were shot by snipers." By early July, Army Group Centre's rear area was becoming enormous, making control over the vast forests impossible. One soldier's letter, written at the beginning of July, suggested that the forests were more deadly than the battlefields. "Any snipers who fall into our hands are of course shot. Their bodies lie everywhere. Sadly, though, many of our own comrades have been lost to their dirty methods. We're losing more men to the bandits than in the fighting itself. Hardly any sleep to be had. We're all awake and alert almost every night. You have to be, in case they attack suddenly. If the sentry drops his guard just once, then it could be all over for us all. Travelling alone is out of the question." With the passing of the combat formations, Army Group Centre's vast rear area was then to be governed by a handful of poorly equipped security divisions, assisted by a collection of SS and police. What these forces lacked in manpower and mobility to control the vast area, they sought to make up for by the unrestrained spread of terror throughout the occupied territories. Mass shootings and draconian rule were the order of the day, a formula which General Lothar Rendulic bluntly illustrated with the maxim, "Success comes only through terror." On July 16th, Hitler also expressed his endorsement for such methods. "The Russians," he declared, "have now ordered partisan warfare behind our front. This also has its advantages. It gives us the opportunity to exterminate all who oppose us." Conducting his war of annihilation under the veiled cover of a military operation against insurgents, Hitler soon enlisted the support of the OKW when Keitel issued orders calling for the most ruthless measures to counter resistance in the rear areas. The directive appeared on July 23rd and stipulated that resistance should be quelled not by legal punishment of the guilty, but by striking such terror into the population that it loses all will to resist. Although the fierce resistance in the rear was initially sustained by the isolated mass of Red Army units trapped behind enemy lines, the lurid German terror sought to forestall any further popular resistance among the peasant population. For all the burgeoning problems of logistics and security in the rear areas, the Panzer and motorized divisions drove vigorously on, oblivious to the fading hope of eradicating organized Soviet resistance. On the surface, the armoured forces still seemed capable of impressive action, with deep advances by all the armoured corps in the week following the penetration of the Dwina and Dnieper rivers, resulting most notably in the 29th Motorized Division fighting its way into Smolensk on July 16th. Yet the rigours of the advance meant the two panzer groups were fast running themselves into the ground. On July 16th, Lemelson, the commander of the 47th Panzer Corps, advised higher command that the 18th Panzer Division could no longer be looked on as fully combat-ready. His report stated that after 25 days of uninterrupted heavy fighting, the division had suffered heavy losses in officers and men, as well as weapons and trucks. The heavy exhaustion of the troops, the Corps diary recorded, had at times led to a completely apathetic attitude. Also, the remaining serviceable material is so run down that further heavy fallout must be expected. Nor was the example of the 18th Panzer Division atypical. From an initial strength of 169 tanks, the 4th Panzer Division could field only 40 tanks by the evening of July 17th. Likewise, the 10th Panzer Division reported on July 16th that the fallout rate among its tanks had alarmingly increased, with just 30% of its original strength still serviceable. The 7th Panzer Division began the war with close to 300 tanks, but by July 21st, 120 of these were in repair and another 77 total losses, leaving only about one-third of its original strength available for action. Beyond motorized vehicles, the Army's other main source of transportation, the horse, was suffering too. In the sole cavalry division in the German Army, 1st Cavalry Division, a total of 2,292 horses had been lost in the period up to July 12th, with just 1,027 captured horses to offset the deficit. Although of less immediate importance to the prosecution of the war, personnel losses throughout the German army were also rising sharply, illustrating the intensity of the fighting. In just the first 3.5 weeks, from June 22nd to July 16th, German casualties had reached 102,588 men, a rate of loss sustainable given the available reserves, but only if the war remained short and hostilities were largely concluded by the end of the summer. One of the central conditions for victory in Germany's war against the Soviet Union was the necessity of retaining mobility, both to outmaneuver and defeat the large Soviet armies, and to ensure the occupation of enough industrial and economic centres to forestall continued large-scale resistance from the east. In short, the German army depended upon maintaining the swift pace of operations which typified its earlier successes. The fatal overextension of its logistical system and the exhaustion of its panzer and motorized divisions before Smolensk may appear to be an unspectacular measure of defeat by the historical comparatives of Waterloo or Tannenberg, but a fundamental and ultimately ruinous defeat it remains. Germany did not fail in Operation Barbarossa by a crushing defeat in a major battle, nor can the performance of the Red Army take the credit. They failed by losing the ability to win the war. Yet it is for this same reason that the German defeat was not a knockout blow, but rather one which doomed Germany to fighting a war far different from the one the generals had planned, and consequently were not prepared for. Caught in the vast Soviet hinterlands, the front promptly started to settle down into gritty positional warfare, more reminiscent of World War I, while the war of manoeuvre became more and more limited to specific sectors of the front. Chapter 7. The Battle of Smolensk. The End of Blitzkrieg. The declining strength of the motorized divisions was not the only factor compromising their ability to function effectively. The discordant strategic deployment of each corps, fanning out towards divergent objectives over wide areas, denied them the benefits of concentration and forced them to operate in a degree of isolation. The most far-flung and wayward operation was that of Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps, which, on Halder's orders, and against Bock's better judgment, was sent to enact a joint encirclement with Lieb's Army Group North. After a difficult drive over sunken roads, the spearhead of the corps, 19th Panzer Division, took Nevel on July the 15th. From here, the division could have swung north and encircled the Soviet 51st Rifle Corps, as intended by Halder, or south to envelop the 62nd Rifle Corps. Yet both of these options were disregarded by Hoth, who instead ordered a continued forward drive to the northeast to seize Veliki Luki. There can be no question of Veliki Luki's strategic importance, yet Bock's concern that individual panzer corps had become too weak to operate alone was especially relevant to Kunzen's corps, given that it only consisted of two divisions, 19th Panzer Division and 14th Motorized Division. With strong enemy forces on each flank from the retreating Soviet 22nd Army and the newly constituted Soviet 29th Army forming to the east of Veliki Luki, Hoth's thrusts shifted from bold forward operations to senseless folly. The war diary of the 57th Panzer Corps makes clear that just reaching its objective required the fullest commitment of all its resources, with no available reserves. And although the 19th Panzer Division captured Veliki Luki on July the 19th, the success was short-lived. Holding the rear flanks of the corridor was the hapless 14th Motorized Division, which by the afternoon of July 19th was expecting massed Soviet attacks on multiple fronts. The division's material was noted to be completely worn out and widely dispersed, meaning that a massed Russian attack can hardly be held. In the early hours of July 20th, the vigorous Soviet attack broke through the German line in multiple places, forcing an indignant Kluge to order the 19th Panzer Division back to the aid of the 14th Motorized Division. Bock, too, was unswerving in his criticism, having opposed the operation from the beginning. He now chastised Kunzen in his diary. It seems Bock was unaware that the operation was ordered by Hoth's Panzer Group 3, for acting against his wishes and unnecessarily weakening his position by striking out for Veliki Luki. Hoth's vanity drove him to defend this operation in his memoir, even to the point of suggesting that Veliki Luki could have been held. Yet Hoth's decision to attempt such an ill-fated move demonstrates how far removed even experienced field commanders were becoming from a pragmatic appraisal of what their forces could achieve. It was an archetypal example of what Clausewitz had warned against in the waning stages of an offensive. The diminishing force of the attack, Clausewitz wrote, is one of the strategist's main concerns. His awareness of it will determine the accuracy of his estimates in each case of the options open to him. Understanding the relative strength of the enemy force is equally critical to making an accurate assessment of the available options. The Germans were to discover in the second half of July that Soviet forces were nowhere near as exhausted as they had imagined. Far from shattering the Soviet front in the main operation towards Smolensk, the Soviet forces reeling under the German onslaught were now being aided by new Soviet armies moving up from the east. Hoth's debacle at Veliki Luki was only a taste of things to come, and the lesson of overextending the weakened motorized divisions was by no means yet learned. The stubborn tendency to underestimate Soviet forces persisted, despite the growing evidence, as Bock discovered in a meeting with General of Infantry Hermann Geyer, commander of the 9th Army Corps. Bock recorded in his diary, "Geyer thinks all the reports on the enemy are exaggerated and doesn't believe that there are serious enemy forces near Mogilev or in the pocket around Smolensk." In fact, Mogilev was garrisoned by a large portion of the 13th Army, commanded by the 61st Rifle Corps commander, Major General F.A. Bakunin, who was to ensure the defence of the city on all sides, mobilising workers, militia, and transforming the city into what one historian described as the Belarusian Madrid. The developing encirclement at Smolensk was much larger and included the Soviet 19th, 20th and 16th Armies. These formed a large bulge in the German front that tied down a good deal of Bock's motorised forces for the rest of the month. Dealing with the pocket would prove taxing enough, but the real danger was as yet unknown. The new Soviet reserve armies that were massing between the Soviet front and Moscow. Far from being aware of what was to come, the latest intelligence report from Kinzel reflected an incessant confidence in the progress of the war, which even Halder dubbed in parts very optimistic. Beyond Bock's immediate front were estimated to be just 8 or 9 Soviet infantry divisions and 2 or 3 panzer divisions. Accordingly, Halder's faith in the coming victory remained unshaken, and his intelligence supported the view that once the Soviet front was ruptured at Smolensk, the absence of substantive Soviet reserves would ensure ample operational freedom to accomplish the march on Moscow. While spreading forces too thinly on Army Group Centre's northern flank had resulted in Kunzen's Panzer Corps getting thrown back, the situation on the southern flank threatened far more serious consequences. The headlong drive at the centre of Bock's front was expanding his already elongated southern flank, and it was not long after forging across the Dnieper that Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps, Guderian's southernmost corps, was fully engaged in holding off Soviet attacks and keeping the army group's precarious flank intact. On July the 16th, Schweppenberg even feared that the strength of Soviet thrusts striking south from the encirclement at Mogilev and north from Novi Baikov might sever his rearward communications. Accordingly, he requested that the 12th Army Corps of Weich's following Second Army be sent immediately to his aid. While Schweppenberg did his best to hold the line against the attacking formations of Timoshenko's 21st, 13th and 4th Armies, the front was far from hermetically sealed, and gaps were constantly opening and closing. The attempts to resume the advance eastward only stretched these lines further, and therefore had to be broken off before any real progress was made. The solution sought by Weichs was to use the bulk of Second Army's strength to attack southwards, which, together with Schweppenberg's Panzer Corps, could seize the Soviet concentration point at Gommel and clear the troublesome enemy forces on the southern flank. Bock, however, was unconvinced, and remained adamant that Second Army stay on a northeasterly course towards the main objective, the pocket forming at Smolensk. Just as Bock had disputed Halder's plan for an offensive operation on the northern flank, Bock again sought to pool his resources and not be distracted by secondary operations, which pulled his forces further from the centre. In spite of Bock's clear instructions, Weichs demonstrated a willfulness befitting Guderian and sought to compromise Bock's demand. On July the 18th, Weichs informed Bock of the growing enemy strength in the south and declared that he would probably have to commit 13th Army Corps to shore up the line. Bock was very reluctant to agree and insisted that such a move was only to be considered in the most extreme emergency. Later that day, Bock discovered that Weichs was considering committing 2 Army Corps to attack in the south. He immediately telephoned Second Army and spoke with Weichs's Chief of Staff, who confirmed the report, saying, "Nothing has happened with piecemeal attacks, and the situation there can't be cleared up by fighting a defensive battle. Therefore, the Commander-in-Chief, Weichs, wants to commit 12th and 13th Corps to attack to the south." Bock was incensed. He tersely forbade the operation and restated that Weichs's primary mission was to advance to the northeast, leaving only the minimum possible forces to guard the flank. He then issued written instructions to Second Army so as to avoid any further misunderstandings. Yet the matter did not end there, and the following day, July 19th, Bock had the impression from the morning reports that Second Army was not acting as I wished. Bock therefore dispatched Griffenberg, his chief of staff, to Weix's headquarters to set things straight and assert his view. Although Bock was essentially right in seeking to concentrate his forces at the main battle and relieve the hard-pressed motorized forces in the centre of the front, his ardent disregard for Weix's concern in the south was foolhardy. Here, Bock must be faulted for slipping into the all-too-common tendency among German generals of the period, underestimating the strength of Soviet forces. On July 19th, Bock derisively referred to the enemy forces attacking in the south as scraped-together elements, and judged Weix's concerns exaggerated. Thus, while Weix might rightfully be accused of failing to grasp the bigger picture by seeking an offensive towards Gommel, Bock certainly failed to appreciate the swelling threat intensifying on his southern wing. Not even on July 20th, when heavy attacks pounded Schweppenberg's 10th Motorized Division from all sides, forcing 4th Panzer Division to race to the rescue, did Bock recognise the scale of the problem. It was only on July 21st, when the whole southern flank was threatening to buckle under the pressure, that Bock relented, admitting in his diary, "The situation facing 24th Panzer Corps on the southern wing was so threatening that I had to order the Second Army to restore it." Weix estimated this required the full commitment of 2 army corps, 13th and 4th. The setback also made an indelible impression on Bock, who remarked, "A quite remarkable success for such a badly battered opponent." Despite the importance of the action on the flanks, it was at the centre of Bock's front that the main German forces were concentrated, and where the Battle of Smolensk would have to be won. To this end, Hoth employed Schmidt's reinforced 39th Panzer Corps to advance in a long arcing manoeuvre around the main Soviet force north of Smolensk. The advance proceeded swiftly, and by July 15th, the spearheading 7th Panzer Division captured the main Moscow-Smolensk railroad and highway junction at Yartsevo. It was a potentially definitive achievement, but for the fact that the southern arc of the encirclement was missing. Guderian's panzer group was still a significant way off, a source of some irritation in Hoth's panzer group. On the evening of July 15th, the war diary noted, "Unfortunately, the link-up with Panzer Group 2 is lacking, just as at Minsk." Of Guderian's panzer group, composed of 3 panzer corps, the southernmost, Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps, was tied up, holding the southern flank. On Guderian's northern wing, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps was entirely committed to holding the southern side of the encirclement, and accordingly could spare no units to link up with Hoth east of Smolensk. This left Weitinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps, which operated in the middle of Guderian's group, and could have been used to swing northeast to seal the gap. Instead, Guderian was already thinking about the next stage of the offensive, and therefore drove this corps further east to seize the high ground at Yelnya. This fateful decision illustrated yet again the ineptitude of the German generals in grasping the dangers of overextension. Understanding this harmful and ultimately self-defeating predisposition is inconceivable without realizing the power of the superiority myth which pervaded the German army at the time. In spite of the mounting obstacles, confidence in victory was still palpable. Problems or doubts, insofar as they were acknowledged or reported, were often treated as localized occurrences or matters of short-term duration. In the end, however, bad things may have appeared. Solace was taken from the fact that things must have been much worse for the Soviets, and consequently the war would have to be over soon. On July 15th, the collapse of Timoshenko's front at Smolensk was predicted by Panzer Group 3 to be only days away. It was a confidence shared by many of the rank and file. Karl Fuchs, a tank gunner in the 7th Panzer Division, wrote home on July 15th, "We are now positioned outside the city of Smolensk and have penetrated the highly acclaimed Stalin lines. I would imagine that within 8 to 10 days this campaign will be over." Ernst Gicking, a soldier from the 52nd Infantry Division, wrote to his wife on July 14th, "If you could see the frantic advance here, you would surely be completely speechless. Something like this has never been recorded in the history of the world." The main thing is that the campaign will soon be over. Of that we are all convinced. Walter Teilman, an orphan from a German family living in the Soviet Union, noted after being adopted by a German unit early in the campaign, the word blitzkrieg did not seem to be only an empty phrase. Many believed in it and that the war would soon be won. Yet he also added, it was more hope than belief, and the dull feeling that it must not turn out differently. A general of the Waffen-SS, Max Simon, later attested to the valour of the Soviet infantry and their powers of resistance in this early phase of the war. He then cited Germany's failure to comprehend this as a key failing of their war in the East. Very soon we had to admit that we were up against a very different adversary from the one we had expected, and I believe that this underestimation was one of the reasons for the unfortunate course which the campaign in Russia took. Other events, such as the capture of Stalin's son on July 18th, he was a battery commander in the 14th Tank Division, seemed to suggest that the disintegration of the Red Army was closer than ever. Indeed, the accolades of success were already flowing. Throughout July 1941, the Knight's Cross was awarded to Lemelsen, Schweppenberg and Model, commander of the 3rd Panzer Division, while Schmidt, Hoth, Guderian and Richthofen, the commander of the 8th Air Corps, were all awarded the prodigious oak leaves to the Knight's Cross. Thus it was with a resplendent confidence that Guderian, like so many of his fellow officers, viewed the progress of the war, and, accordingly, he saw little danger in the bold move to seize Yelnya before ensuring the closure of the main pocket around Smolensk. Yet, just as in the Belostok-Minsk pocket, Soviet forces were able to escape the encirclement and rejoin Soviet lines through the open corridor to the east. On July the 17th, Panzer Group 3 observed with frustration, in the hole left by Panzer Group 2, eastwards of Smolensk, countless enemy groups are succeeding in escaping to the southeast. Not surprisingly, pressure was soon mounting on Guderian to close the pocket, but he was not prepared to do this at the expense of giving up his drive on Yelnya. On July the 18th, Bock emphasized to Kluge the importance of closing the ring near Yartsevo, and on the following day he requested that 4th Panzer Army ask Guderian whether or not he is in a position to carry out the order of 3 days ago to link up with Panzer Group 3. Bock's further questioning even implied a degree of dissatisfaction with Kluge's handling of the matter, given that he was Guderian's nominal superior, and in Bock's view should have dealt with the matter earlier. This provoked an outburst from Kluge, and resulted in a brief argument. In fact, Guderian had been attempting to close the gap by mustering forces for a drive on Dorogobush, southeast of Yartsevo. On July the 18th, he visited the stricken 18th Panzer Division and, in spite of acknowledging its wretched state, ordered it towards Dorogobush. The division had lost more than 3/4 of its initial panzer strength and almost half of its anti-tank guns. In one regiment, which had started the campaign with 2,359 men, losses by July the 19th had reached 1,000. The terrible road conditions also had a devastating effect on the division's mobility, with 1,300 trucks classed as total losses and a further 1,000 trucks in repair. Beyond the division's internal difficulties, Guderian's decision to move it from the southern flank of the Smolensk pocket before the arrival of the replacement infantry imperiled the Panzer Group's rear area. In essence, he was attempting to close one hole by opening another, but Guderian was firmly of the opinion that his panzer forces should not stand on static lines when they could be used in the attack. Consequently, just as at the Belostok-Minsk pocket, Guderian fell foul of Kluge, who immediately countermanded the order to remove the division. Such was the antipathy between the two men that Kluge didn't even bother to inform Guderian. If Guderian was aware of the strain his forces were under, his orders did not reflect it. In addition to trying to pull the 18th Panzer Division off the encirclement front, he also sought to send a part of the 10th Panzer Division, still fighting its way to Yelnya, towards Dorogobush. Yet the division was so hard-pressed in the battle for Yelnya that the divisional commander, Lieutenant General Ferdinand Schall, informed Veitinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps that only one of the two objectives could be undertaken. Veitinghoff's response denied the request to break off either attack, adding that the Panzer Corps itself was under strict orders to carry through both operations. As it quickly became clear that the 10th Panzer Division would be stretched thin even with one objective, Guderian eventually relented and, on July the 20th, named Yelnya the main objective. Dorogobush is extraneous.
After the war, Hoth looked on this decision with embittered resignation, writing in his memoir,
"To Panzer Group II, the taking of the heights at Yelnya for the later continuance of the advance eastward appeared more important than the completion of the Smolensk encirclement." Indeed, Guderian's flagrant disregard for prudence beggars belief, given that his forces were clearly exhausted, unsupported by infantry, at the end of tenuous supply lines and facing increasing Soviet resistance from the east. Kluge was so concerned that he even broached the topic of a general withdrawal of Guderian's line to the Sozh River south of Smolensk. By July 20th, Bock's patience was also at an end. "At the moment," Bock wrote in his diary, "there is only one pocket on the army group's front, and it has a hole." It was 5 days previously that Hoth's 7th Panzer Division had reached Yartsevo, and since then innumerable Soviet units had fled the German trap. Bock did not mince words in characterizing Kluge's command as useless for not having taken a stronger line with Guderian and ensuring the closure of the pocket. As a result, Bock bypassed 4th Panzer Army altogether and sent a general staff officer to Panzer Group II. But as soon as he had captured Yelnya, talk at the Panzer Group was centered on exploiting the success with further gains to the east. It was immediately made very clear that this was not what mattered, and that the sealing off of the Smolensk pocket was the Panzer Group's top priority. Griffenberg, Bock's chief of staff, also spoke with Guderian to further underline the army group's instructions. While Guderian and Kluge were procrastinating over closing the ring from the south, Hoth had been asked to do so from the north by thrusting the 7th Panzer Division further south. Although Hoth was willing, his plans were quickly overtaken by intense pressure from Soviet attacks emanating from the east, preventing any chance of resuming the southward drive. As one former commander in the 7th Panzer Division noted, "The battles at Yartsevo lasted longer than we would have liked. The blitzkrieg seemed to be over. Resistance grew stiffer and stiffer." The 7th Panzer Division's inability to break away from the front and regain freedom of movement was symptomatic of the paralysis gripping the whole of 4th Panzer Army. The enormous theatre of operations had forced a wide dispersal of Hoth and Guderian's limited resources, and the marching infantry was still too far off to relieve them. This had not been foreseen as a problem, because the panzer and motorized forces were supposed to have shattered all remaining Soviet resistance in the second phase of operations east of the Great Rivers. Yet, to the increasing dismay of the German command, there were still numerous Soviet formations holding together a ramshackle front beyond the main Soviet encirclement at Smolensk. What was worse, these forces showed themselves to be far from inert and exerted constant pressure on the German front from all directions. As Bock observed on July the 20th, repeated attacks on the elements of Panzer Group II, from the east, southeast, and south. Panzer Group III, too, has not only been attacked from inside the pocket, or from Smolensk and west, but from the east and northeast as well. Bock was finding out the hard way how utterly erroneous German intelligence reports had been, and the worst was yet to come. That Bock had an inkling of this is also reflected in his diary. The assumption that is voiced here and there, that the enemy is not acting according to a plan, does not coincide with the facts. Given the energy that he has shown in the last few days, I think it doubtful that the enemy will allow the fighting here to cease when it suits us, even following the destruction of the forces almost encircled around Smolensk. If full freedom of action is to be won, then the forces which the enemy has brought up to the army group's front in recent days must also be destroyed. Even the more perceptive Bok did not yet fully appreciate just how much fight Timoshenko's Western Front still had in it, and his stated intention to destroy this force by renewed offensive action only reflected a lack of understanding for the feeble state of his own forces. Army Group Centre's ailing condition, compounded by increasing shortages and severe overextension, was indeed serious, and as the advance reached its limit, the initiative temporarily passed to the Stavka, who were able to take advantage of the strung-out German armies to plunge them into their first military crisis of the war. While the beleaguered Soviet 20th, 19th and 16th armies fought for their lives inside the large pocket around Smolensk,
the Stavka, under Stalin's direction, decided the time had come for a major counter-offensive to relieve the nearly encircled formations and retake Smolensk. Timoshenko's command was reinforced with the entire first echelon of the new front of reserve armies, 29th, 30th, 24th and 28th armies, that had been raised throughout June and July. On July 20th, Stalin informed Timoshenko of the offensive, stating, "Until now you have counted on help in the form of 2 or 3 divisions at a time, but nothing really has come of this. Therefore it is time to give up this practice and to begin to create a fist of 7 to 8 divisions with cavalry on the flanks." With the backbone at last to deliver powerful attacks, a plan was devised by Marshal Georgy Zhukov, the chief of the General Staff, to launch simultaneous concentric blows against Army Group Centre from each of the 4 new armies. Unbeknown to the German generals, they had reached the high point of the summer blitzkrieg to the east. The rapidly expanding crisis on the Army Group's flanks and centre was debated by the generals as isolated questions of where to deploy the available forces, but this was really only a symptom of the underlying problem. At its root, Army Group Centre, like the whole Eastern Front, was already suffering from a debilitating lack of military resources, which forced the juggling of units between crisis points and gave rise to increasingly bitter disputes among commanders. There were simply not enough resources to meet the mushrooming demands of the war, and this was bringing the whole advance to a sudden and dangerous halt before the completion of the second major encirclement. With units strung out over many miles and aggressive Soviet counterattacks growing in frequency and strength, the culmination of exhaustion, resource depletion, and supply difficulties spelled the end of the German blitzkrieg. The next phase of the war was marked by an increasingly static German defence, with the pooling of resources for limited offensives. The initiative was only briefly lost, and the German advances would later continue, but ending the war according to the timetable set out in the Barbarossa plan was doomed. The question was now whether the war could be won at all. Crisis rising. The German command at war. As the armies of Army Group Centre were still tightening the noose around the Great Pocket, Hitler, at his East Prussian headquarters, was again considering the next stage of operations once the Battle of Smolensk had concluded. On July 17th, Hitler returned to his preferred option of swinging Hoth's Panzer Group north to cover Lieb's drive on Leningrad, and at the same time diverting Guderian's Panzer Group south, along with strong support from Weich's infantry, to form a new pocket with Rundstedt's Army Group South. Hitler expressed no interest in attacking Moscow, and, perhaps sensing that this might result in a dispute with the OKH, without bothering to consult them, he quickly proceeded to enshrine his strategic vision in a new war directive. However, it is perhaps more likely that Hitler was completely unaware of Halder's careful scheming, and simply expected the OKH to support his new directive. Dated July 19th, War Directive 33 formalised the divergent north and south thrusts by Bok's panzer forces, with the drive on Moscow relegated to the remaining infantry on Bok's front, perhaps a frail concession to the OKH. To Hitler's mind, the conclusion of the battle at Smolensk would see the road to the east torn open, leaving little opposition in front of Army Group Centre, and allowing the use of its armour to roll up the flanks of the Soviet armies still resisting in the north and south. Essentially,
The tone of the directive pointed to a war already won on the Central Front. The second series of battles in the East has ended, it proclaimed, with mopping up operations in Army Group Centre required to eliminate the remaining resistance. Thereafter, the next phase of the campaign would have to prevent any further sizable enemy forces from withdrawing into the depths of Russia, and to wipe them out. Even for a man so prone to delusional fantasies of aggrandizement, presenting the Eastern Front's military situation in such terms betrayed a remarkable departure from reality, reflecting both Hitler's exorbitant self-assurance and the excessive bias in information flowing through the High Command. Timoshenko's Western Front was still far from beaten, and the Soviet High Command was certainly not considering a headlong retreat eastwards. An example from the Italian diplomatic community plainly reveals just how differently the war's development was being viewed in circles uncorrupted by the German superiority myth. On July the 18th, Ciano wrote in his diary, "Hitler went to war believing that the struggle against Bolshevism might lead the Anglo-Saxon countries to end the conflict. Von Ribbentrop did not agree. In fact, he was convinced that Churchill is ready to make an alliance, even with the devil himself, if he can only destroy Nazism. And this time, he was right. Now the struggle is hard and bloody, and the German people, who are tired, wonder why." Frau Molière used harsh terms. She said Hitler is a blockhead. In fact, the war is harder than the Germans had foreseen. The advance continues, but it is slow, and harassed by the very vigorous Soviet counterattacks. Colonel Ame and General Squero, who made a report on the military situation today, believe that the Russians will succeed in maintaining a front, even during the winter. If this is true, Germany has started a hemorrhage that will have incalculable consequences. Just as Hitler was unswervingly fixated by victory, Halder, too, remained defiantly optimistic in spite of a notable downturn in the confident mood at OKH. On July 20th, Halder noted in his diary, "The grueling battles involving some groups of our motorized forces, in which the infantry arriving from the west can only slowly become involved, together with the time taken on bad roads which restrict movement and the exhaustion of the troops, who have been marching and fighting without rest, have dampened the spirits at High Command. Nowhere is this better seen than in the thorough despair into which Brauchitsch had been plunged. However, there is really no call for this." While Halder appeared unperturbed by the military situation, the revelations contained within Hitler's new war directive were certainly of much greater concern to him. It is unclear exactly what Halder did in response to War Directive 33, as there is no mention of it in his diary on the date it was issued, July 19th. Some form of discussion with Hitler, however, is not beyond the realm of possibility, given that only 2 days later, on July 21st, during Hitler's visit to Lieb's Army Group North, the issue of Hoth's panzers striking north was suddenly far less certain. As Lieb wrote in his diary, the Führer spoke of the possibility that Panzer Group 3 would turn to the north. Furthermore, the OKW War Diary for the same day, July 21st, presented the northern operations as something to be decided upon at the latest in 5 days, and then concluded, "In this regard, it could then happen that Panzer Group 2 turns to the south, so that for the thrust on Moscow, only infantry armies of Army Group Centre remain. This eventuality does not worry the Führer, because Moscow is for him only a geographical term." Clearly, something had taken place to weaken Hitler's recent commitment to Directive 33, and this may well have prompted his decision to visit Army Group North and gain a first-hand account of its progress. With perhaps a similar motive, Halder had flown to Army Group South the day before, July 20th, to see what could be done to improve the slow progress being made and conceivably work on deflecting Hitler from diverting Guderian south. In any case, Halder's diary for July 21st talked of continuing the advance on Moscow with just Hoth's panzer group, a circumstance he was probably only willing to consider because his upbeat assessment of the war deemed it sufficient for the task. Outlining the future operation to Brauchitsch and Huizinga, Halder stated that Moscow would be liquidated by a combined attack of Weichs and Strauss, with Hoth driving in the centre or on the left flank. Although Halder does not record Brauchitsch's response to this revised plan, Brauchitsch's increasingly diminished enthusiasm for the prospects of a German success probably led him to a much starker criticism of the new directive, and the implications it held for his much-hoped-for assault on Moscow. Accordingly, on the following day, Brauchitsch visited Hitler, most likely with a view to airing his grievances about the new war directive. But in the process, he was subjected to one of Hitler's ranting diatribes, proclaiming his great dissatisfaction with Lieb's command. Unexpectedly, as a result of this meeting, Hitler felt it necessary to issue a supplement to his previous war directive, entitled War Directive 33A. The supplement began with the preface, "After a report by Commander-in-Chief Army, Brauchitsch, the Führer, on 22nd of July, issued the following orders to amplify and extend Directive 33. As details of the meeting are vague, one can only suppose what exactly might have taken place to warrant this action. But given the stern tone of the supplement, which essentially only reinforced the strategic intentions outlined in Directive 33, it is reasonable to assume that Hitler was reacting somewhat angrily to complaints raised by Brauchitsch, and to what he saw as the ineptitude of Lieb. If a despondent Brauchitsch had elaborated on the difficulties of Halder's scheme to attack Moscow with only Hoth's panzer group, Hitler may well have felt a sudden sense of betrayal, for he had certainly not agreed to any such operation, and, for the first time in the unfolding dispute over Moscow, Hitler may have sensed he had been manipulated by Halder. Although only a theory, it remains a plausible explanation, together with Lieb's faltering advance, to answer the otherwise speculative question of why the OKW issued a second war directive, which only reiterated what had been previously stated and added minor details. Furthermore, it explains the renewed purpose of mind and tart disregard for his generals that Hitler now displayed in committing Hoth's panzer group to the north. As for Halder, Hitler had never shared a great fondness for the Chief of the General Staff, whom he regarded, at best, as competent in his role as a military bureaucrat, and, at worst, as an insubordinate officer and a decidedly inept strategist. Yet Hitler, who often expressed an ingrained suspicion of his generals, now became even more distrustful, relying more and more on his own judgment against the mounting chorus of objections that would arise from his military commanders. When Brauchitsch received the new directive, 33A, he was no doubt deeply disappointed. His concern over the weakness of Army Group Centre's drive on Moscow was given no further consideration, while Halder's intention to use Hoth's panzer group to attack Moscow was now specifically ruled out as the group was being reassigned to Army Group North for the investment of Leningrad, and later to be used in thrusting forward to the Volga. With Guderian's forces still being sent south, there were to be no panzers sent to Moscow, only the infantry. Yet Hitler was adamant that these were enough, and the text of the new directive was emphatic. After mopping up operations around Smolensk and on the southern flank, Army Group Centre, whose infantry formations drawn from both its armies are strong enough for the purpose, will defeat such enemy forces as remain between Smolensk and Moscow by an advance on the left flank, if possible. It will then capture Moscow. The new directive was signed by Keitel, although it reflected Hitler's reasoning, and it was therefore to Keitel that Brauchitsch directed a second appeal on July 23rd. Brauchitsch complained that, given the situation at the front, the operational intentions of the new directive, especially those for Army Group Centre, were not possible. He therefore unsuccessfully requested that Keitel postpone 33A until the current battles had produced a clearer outcome. Brauchitsch should probably have known better than to place much hope in Keitel, who was well known, and soon reviled, as Hitler's dependable mouthpiece and habitual yes-man. Brauchitsch then sought another audience with Hitler in which the commander-in-chief of the army again tried to explain the difficulties of the army. Hitler, however, refused to be drawn on such matters, and instead replied with a lecture on the advantages of smaller encirclements. Like Brauchitsch, Halder too appeared at the Wolf's Lair on July 23rd, and, for the first time, gave a presentation openly recommending Moscow as the best choice for attack. Halder reported that the infantry divisions were at only 80% of their full strength, with some having to be left behind because losses of horses were so high. In addition, the diversion of some infantry divisions to support Guderian's southern operation and the loss of Hoth's panzer group to the north rendered the remaining strength on Bock's front insufficient for an offensive towards Moscow. He then pleaded for Hoth's panzer group, stating that while it was urgently needed by Army Group Centre, the thrust north would probably find no worthwhile objective. Moscow, on the other hand, Halder endeavoured to show, was of great importance. It was now protected by the greatest concentration of Soviet forces. It possessed the best infrastructure, was a major industrial area and the centre of military power. That Halder was purposefully trying to sway Hitler by indulging his delusional fantasies of grandeur is most evident from his conclusion. Here, Halder deceptively pronounced that German troops would be at Leningrad, Moscow and the line Ural Crimea in about a month, with the Volga reached by the start of October, and Baku by the start of November. Later that day, when Hitler restated these same goals, Halder took a disdainfully cynical tone and mocked him in his diary. Apparently, he believes that the motorized units alone can make it to the Volga and into the Caucasus as we head into the wet autumn. By promising Hitler everything he could want, Halder hoped he would change his mind. But unlike the early days of the conflict, when it appeared an outright victory had been won, Hitler was no longer so easily seduced by Halder's assurances, especially when they ran contrary to his own ideas. Indeed, when Hitler spoke at the conclusion of Halder's presentation, the break with the OKH was clearer than ever. In spite of everything that Halder and Brauchitsch had to say, Hitler was resolute and remained firmly behind the position of his new war directive. Bock, Hitler made clear, would be sent to attack Moscow with just infantry divisions, while the armour was to be diverted to the flanks. Halder noted that the Soviet capital held no interest at all for Hitler, but Leningrad became the subject of a verbose monologue, which took in the mistakes made by Lieb and why Hoth must be directed north. Ultimately, Hitler declared, the objective of the operation was the elimination of the enemy, to which an affronted and sceptical Halder added, "One can only hope that he is right. As for the rest, shame about the time lost for such a presentation." On July the 23rd, the plans of Halder and Brauchitsch seemingly lay in ruin. Ideally, Hitler was to have been subtly coerced, abiding in the wisdom of his generals and trusting that each new success was proof of the OKH's war-winning strategy. Yet the evident failure to maintain a joint offensive with all three army groups forced choices about which axis of advance promised the best avenue for success. Suddenly, the direct confrontation that Halder and Brauchitsch had hoped to avoid was thrust upon them. To their minds, Hitler was foregoing the great success in the centre and pushing everything towards the flanks before Bock had been able to achieve full operational freedom. Hitler's fixation with Leningrad as a secondary target endangered the whole campaign by failing to strike the decisive blow at Moscow, where real Soviet power resided. Thus, on July 23rd, there could be no more pretense or outward posturing. To forestall Hitler's fatal step, the OKH would have to declare themselves and openly show their hand, pleading the case for a continued offensive towards Moscow, and hoping it was enough to convince Hitler. Their failure on July 23rd was not the end of the dispute, but only the opening salvo in the now openly declared conflict, which was to become a crisis of command that paralleled the rising crisis on the battlefield. As Halder wrote after the war, the OKH's open opposition to Hitler's plan was abhorred by the Führer, and the effect was explosive. As the Stavka began moving up the new reserve armies to strengthen Timoshenko's fragile front, Army Group Centre's front was in scarcely better condition. Without infantry support and at the end of long supply lines, the state of the fatigued motorized divisions became more and more desperate. In Panzer Group 2, The fact that large segments of the infantry were being diverted to the southern flank engendered very bitter resentment among the troops, who felt they were being abandoned after shouldering the heaviest fighting for 30 straight days. The mental strain on the men was not just the result of physical exhaustion. There were also the psychological effects of growing gaps in the ranks, declining tank support, and the increasing worry about shortages of munitions desperately needed to parry the relentless Soviet counterattacks. This often resulted in the drastic measure of allowing only sighted firing, which, under the harrowing onslaught of repeated enemy attacks, only frayed nerves more rapidly. Casualties in the two panzer groups were also starting to make themselves felt. After less than 1 month on the Eastern Front, Guderian's group alone had suffered 830 casualties among its officers, while Hoth's group reported 562 officers lost. The figures were so high that Halden noted how some units had already lost half of their officers. Other ranks were also heavily affected, with Guderian's group citing 15,228 men killed, wounded and missing, while Hoth's group gave the lower figure of 10,509. Operating in the depths of the Soviet hinterland, the size of the operational theatre also assumed daunting proportions which exacerbated the internal weaknesses of the combat units. Appealing for more infantry support, the war diary for Guderian's panzer group included this excerpt from its request to 4th Panzer Army on July the 22nd. The fighting of the panzer group reaches to a depth of several hundred kilometres and along an exceptional width. The security of the deep flanks, not just the outer flanks of the panzer group, but also the inner flanks of the widely dispersed and engaged panzer corps, is very difficult and absorbs much strength, which results in the loss of the spearhead. Motorized troops cannot be used for this security activity if the Panzer Corps is to be used as a powerful attacking force. For the security of the flanks, the supply routes and the airfields requires the commitment of the infantry. The consequence of the German strategic position was not just the distant horizontal dispersal of forces along the line, but also the vertical problem of keeping adequate supplies moving east to support them. This had been a considerable problem, even with the frail rail network prioritising the panzer groups and the bulk of the motorisation servicing their Gross-Transportraum. Yet every day the hundreds of thousands of men in the 9th and 2nd Armies were marching further east, straining the woeful logistical network ever more. On July 21st, the 53rd Army Corps was stuck in bloody positional warfare in front of the Dnieper at Rogatcho, and reported, "The munition consignment for the division is for a war of rapid movement. The necessary quantities for positional warfare, heavy shelling, are not available." At the forefront of the German penetration eastward, the Quartermaster General's War Diary of Guderian's Panzer Group pronounced the munitions situation on July 22nd critical, especially in Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps. 2 days later, the supply of Weitenkopf's 46th Panzer Corps was also being singled out as critical, while Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps was judged tight. What this meant to the fighting units is most apparent from Weitenkopf's arduous struggle at Yelnya. Guderian noted how ammunition for the 10th Panzer Division had to be fetched by road from supply depots a staggering 440 kilometres to the rear. The Divisional War Diary noted on July 21st that, in spite of all efforts by the Corps in the coming days, there will be no oil for the panzers. The munitions situation is also strained. In particular, artillery shells must be used sparingly. By the evening, the division reported to the Corps that the 7th Panzer Regiment, the tank arm of the division, would only be operational again when oil and a number of new motors were delivered. Until then, the report stated, "In view of the constant Russian counterattacks, a few panzers have been made provisionally operational." The fact that 1 month into Operation Barbarossa, a panzer division was struggling to make even a handful of its tanks operational, and even then with only extremely limited fuel and ammunition, says much about the state of equipment and the supply system. Nor was this the exception. On July 22nd, the 18th Panzer Division was reinforced by 30 new Panzer Mark IIIs and IVs, which still only brought the division up to 20% of its full operational strength. And, as the heavy fighting continued, by July 24th, the divisional strength had again shrunk to just 12 operational tanks. Figures are not always readily obtainable for all the panzer divisions, but from those available, the overall picture is a consistently bleak one. Among the strongest in Guderian's panzer group were the 17th and 4th panzer divisions, which on July 22nd were operating at 40 and 35% strength respectively. In Hoth's panzer group, the situation on July 21st was marginally better, but still only amounted to an average strength of around 42% for each of his 4 panzer divisions. In addition, the number of destroyed or totally lost panzers, that is, those tanks which could not be repaired and returned to active service, had risen to 27%. These figures from Panzer Group 3's War Diary and Panzer Group 2's Divisional and Corps Diaries seem to refute Halder's oft-cited figure from July 23rd, in which he reported a 50% average strength among the panzer divisions, although he himself added the note, here and there, apparently less. Lacking adequate resources, elements of the panzer groups were resorting to extraordinary measures to meet the demands of their extended fronts. On July 21st, 4th Panzer Division, having cut off 10 to 12,000 Soviet soldiers in a forest near Cherkov, took around 2,000 prisoners in the fighting, and then, lacking adequate air, artillery and panzer support, opted to allow the rest to return to Soviet lines, rather than endure what was expected to be heavy material and personnel losses in continuing to oppose their breakout. It was a reflection of the tactical choices confronting commanders all along the line, as the changing relationship between individual strength and external pressure forced pragmatic responses to engagements. No longer did the panzer divisions reign supreme on the battlefield with superior firepower and mobility. Clashes were increasingly being fought on far more equal terms, with the Red Army even able to dominate in some sectors. The inability of Army Group Centre to cut down the constant pressure from the east led to a form of strategic deadlock, with forces pinned down all along the front and incapable of supporting each other or being assembled in enough mass to close the troublesome opening in the pocket around Smolensk. As Bock observed on July 21st, pilots report that strong enemy forces are marching out of the pocket to the east. The continued presence of this hole, and the inability of the panzer groups to close it, forms the best example of the failing military solution to the developing strategic crisis engulfing Army Group Centre. Unaccustomed to setbacks on the battlefield, and seemingly incapable of seeing the many integral failings that accompanied the whole concept of Operation Barbarossa, the frustrated generals of Army Group Centre sought answers by pointing the finger at each other. Hoth clearly believed that responsibility for closing the gap lay with Guderian, and bemoaned his decision to strike instead towards Yelnya. Guderian, on the other hand, blamed Kluge for interfering in his panzer group and overriding his orders. Kluge, in turn, directed the same accusation against Bock, a charge that Bock strenuously rejected in a meeting with Brauchitsch on July 21st. Bock then responded with a personal attack on Kluge's character. I have scrupulously avoided any intermixing in Kluge's area of command, because of my awareness of his ego. I outlined in broad strokes Kluge's strange behaviour. I told Brauchitsch that it was very hard not to wound his vanity. The pettiness of such infighting must have seemed tiresome to Brauchitsch, who was worried about the overall situation, and had not come to arbitrate the personal disputes of the men he trusted to conduct the operation. Yet, being egotistical is not an uncommon trait among men who rise to command armies, with all the pitfalls this brings out when the fortunes of war sour. As the ferocity of the fighting continued with unabated violence, appeals from units within the panzer groups to be pulled out of the line for a period of rest and refitting were gaining in frequency. Panzer Group 3 noted the widespread feeling among the armoured troops that they were fighting the war almost alone, without the mass of the infantry, giving rise to the wish for a few days of quiet. Such calls were echoed in Panzer Group 2, But as Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps observed, gaining any kind of breathing space was extremely problematic, and could only be achieved when the infantry arrived in force to replace them on the front. In the meantime, despite all their deficiencies, the Panzer and motorised divisions remained bound to the front, enduring the daily grind of relentless battle and hardening the strategic stalemate gripping the whole army group. It is not surprising, therefore, that without the ability to concentrate and deal decisively with the enemy, the motorised and panzer units of Army Group Centre found themselves embroiled in an ever more costly struggle, eroding their strength in an inescapable war of attrition. On July 23rd, the major Soviet counterstrike planned by Zhukov began. But from the beginning, it was complicated by problems of poor coordination and delays in the deployment of formations. As a result, the offensive developed in a staggered fashion, and was further complicated by shortages of tanks, aircraft, and logistical support, which quickly ruled out any prospect of a Soviet-style blitzkrieg. Instead, the offensive developed as a kind of crude, blunt instrument, hammering away at the German front, gaining little ground, but inflicting fearsome casualties on both sides. Although the Soviet offensive, which ebbed and flowed until early August, did not come close to achieving its stated objective of pushing Army Group Centre back and relieving the Soviet position around Smolensk, the cumulative effect of its bludgeoning attacks on Bock's panzer groups means that the Soviet offensive cannot be depicted as a comprehensive failure. The furious close-quarters engagements and violent artillery bombardments exacted a cost, which, in the long run, proved especially detrimental to the high-quality German formations. Beyond material and personnel losses, the Soviet offensive also frustrated renewed German attempts to close the pocket around Smolensk. By July the 23rd, Bock's increasing exasperation at the inability of his two panzer groups to make any headway over such a relatively short distance was becoming more and more conspicuous. Both Hoth and Guderian were in the process of scraping together the necessary force to be used for the operation. But as Timoshenko's offensive developed, every available unit was needed to hold the line and repulse the attacks. A thrust by Hoth was the most favourable option to both Hitler and Bock, but the Panzer Group's war diary makes it clear that nothing in Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps on the northern flank of the pocket could be spared before infantry support arrived. The 7th Panzer Division, the unit best placed strategically for an attack south, was caught in intense defensive battles to the east and the west, and could not risk thinning its lines further by thrusting south. The neighbouring 12th Panzer Division was likewise extremely hard-pressed, with the divisional diary noting that there was not one man in reserve, and that as a result, we must trust in the troops. The 18th and 20th Motorised Infantry Divisions, as well as the 20th Panzer Division, were all similarly engaged, and in any case, the more distant elements lacked the necessary fuel supplies to make the journey. Attempting to close the pocket from the south, Guderian sought to make a thrust north from the Yelnya salient, using the 2nd SS Division known as Das Reich. But as Guderian discovered from a visit to the front on July 23rd, this was a hopeless venture, and would require the additional commitment of the infantry regiment Grossdeutschland. Over the following days, however, Guderian later recalled, the Russian attacks went on with undiminished violence. All attempts to advance towards Dorogobush were a complete failure. Yet this passage from Guderian's memoir only tells part of the story. Much less than thrusting forward in attack, Das Reich was under enormous pressure just holding its position and suffering debilitating losses in the process. At midday on July the 24th, the war diary of Panzer Group II described the situation as extremely tense, which then became critical by the afternoon and eventually became a retreat. As one survivor, Chaid Ruhl later recalled from the fierce battles in the northwest of the salient on July 24th, the gunners, working like fury, finally beat off the first Russian tank attacks, but these were then renewed in greater strength, and then our motorcycle battalion came under heavy pressure. We were smothered in a drum fire such as we had never before experienced. Because of the severe losses which it had sustained, the motorcycle battalion had to be taken out of the line and was replaced by an East Prussian engineer battalion. With the help of that formation, we stemmed the Russian advance, albeit only temporarily, for soon ammunition for the guns began to run out, and we were only allowed to fire against certain specified targets. The severe shortages were common to Vietinghof's entire corps, and the possibility of solving these was, for the time being, noted to be very unlikely. When the relentless Soviet pressure forced Das Reich to pull back from its positions on the left flank of Yelnya, Haidrul's account continued. The battery had been ordered to pull back from its position near Rushakova. We were not the only ones on the road. Motorcycles loaded with wounded and other comrades, either alone or in groups, were making their way out of the burning village, all of them completely exhausted, dusty and sweaty. The Russian advance had rolled over our thin infantry defensive lines, and a lot of our lads did not get out. Another veteran of Das Reich, Helmut Gunther, recalled after the first days of battle in Yelnya. Now it was clear to every one of us that this Russia would be a very hard nut to crack.
If some of us had not already lost it, then here in the Yelnya Bend we lost the fragile innocence of youth.
That night, as Hitler was engaged in his habitual pastime of delivering long-winded monologues to his inner circle, the plight of the SS division was by no means a cause for concern. On the contrary, Hitler explained, "For an elite force like our SS, it's great luck to have suffered comparatively heavy losses. In this way, it's assured of the necessary prestige to intervene, if the need be, on the home front." He also praised the German army for being technically the most perfect in the world, and added that the German soldier, in a moment of crisis, is safer and sounder than any other soldier. His glorification of the army, however, was not to be confused with his distaste for the generals, nor his growing distrust of them. I've never doubted the qualities of the German soldier, which is more than I can say for some of the chiefs of the Wehrmacht. While the battles raged around the Yelnya salient, it was not the only place in Guderian's panzer group where the situation was being described as critical. The infantry regiment, Gross Deutschland, which Guderian intended to use for offensive operations in the Yelnya salient, was desperately engaged attempting to hold its front against powerful Soviet attacks. The supporting 18th Panzer Division noted that the regiment had not the slightest reserve available, and that the situation is repeatedly extremely critical, with the enemy having already broken through the lines twice in regimental strength. The 18th Panzer Division therefore strenuously opposed the orders for the removal of part of Gross Deutschland for the offensive towards Dorgabusch. Yet this went ahead in spite of intelligence indicating additional enemy strength, including 40 to 50 tanks were moving up behind the Soviet front, and it was anticipated that it is not possible to prevent the enemy breakthrough under the current conditions. While the centre of Bock's front strained under the immense pressure, the first major elements of Strauss's 9th Army and Weich's 2nd Army were at last arriving on the western segments of the Smolensk pocket. But the desperate call to bring up more infantry was again endangering the hard-pressed southern flank. On July the 20th, Heinrici, commanding the 43rd Army Corps, wrote home of the many problems his infantry divisions faced. The Russian is very strong and fights desperately, driven by his commissars. Worst of all are the forest battles. Everywhere the Russian suddenly appears and shoots, attacking columns, single transports, dispatches, and so on. The war here is, without doubt, very bad, and to this must be added the tremendous road difficulties, the enormous spaces, the unending forests, the difficulties with the language, and so on. All past campaigns seem like child's play in comparison with the present war. Our losses are heavy. Describing the heavy fighting on the army group's southern flank, one junior doctor, Gerhard Meyer, wrote home in a letter on July 23rd. After weeks of very tiring marching, my division reached the Dnieper. At that place, the Russians, in a great counterattack, crossed the river to the west. This first encounter against the superior enemy, unable to be softened up with artillery, cost us much blood. In 4 places there was an enduring and very costly back and forth, whereby the 2- or 3-fold Russian superiority, above all in artillery, was very noticeable. The active strength of the division has sunken to less than half, with 80% of the officers lost. On July the 24th, Wykes gave Bock a very pessimistic description of the situation, in which the loss of Bobruisk was suggested as the possible outcome of moving more infantry east. Bock, however, was adamant and accepted full responsibility. By July the 26th, the 53rd Army Corps defending Bobruisk reported that the individual companies of the 255th Infantry Division had to defend an average front of 1,200 metres. In addition to the delays caused to Wykes' infantry on the southern flank, the continuing Soviet resistance at Mogilev, in spite of the gravest deprivations, was holding up a further 3 infantry divisions, plus the artillery of a 4th on the Dnieper. As Bock observed with a degree of irritation, the Russians are unbelievably stubborn. The siege continued until July 27th, when supplies of food and ammunition were finally exhausted, and the weary defenders, numbering 35,000 men, passed into captivity. Yet they had fought valiantly, making the Germans pay dearly for the capture of the city in both expenditure of strength and loss of time. Such fanaticism on the part of the Soviet soldiers prompted the first private doubts about the course the war might take. Writing to his wife, Heinrici despaired that the Soviet will to resist was unbroken, and then added, "Presently, one has the impression that even if Moscow was taken, the war would go on from the depths of this unending country." I am on the brink of despair. Franz Halder. The issuing of Directive 33A on July 23rd had already sent a shockwave through the OKH command, and as the orders were passed down to the field commands, the effect was no less dramatic. Bock, whose army group was most directly affected, was incensed, and even suggested the abolition of his command, presumably a veiled threat of resignation. In his diary for July 24th, Bock gave voice to the ire of his discontent. "I sent a report to Brauchitsch opposing the new operation, and suggested that they remove the Army Group headquarters if they stick to the announced plan of action. Perhaps they will correctly construe from this suggestion that I am piqued. That is rubbish. But if the Army Group is carved up into 3 parts, there will be no need for the headquarters." Bock's profound resentment of the new operational orders stemmed from 2 sources. On the one hand, he fundamentally disagreed with shifting the point of main concentration away from Moscow. In December 1940, during his convalescence from a serious stomach ailment, Bock read a series of articles in the Neue Zürcher Zeitung entitled "How France Lost the War." Here, he noted, "I found Maurrat's, the journalist, view of the fall of Paris especially interesting." Bock then copied into his diary the following passage from the article. "After the loss of Paris, France became a body without a head. The war was lost." Conceivably, Bock attached a similar importance to the capture of Moscow, and now saw that hope squandered. A second motivating factor for Bock was the prestige blow. He had already suffered the frustration of being switched to the secondary role in the French campaign, and now with all his panzer forces going to Lieb and Rundstedt, he was facing an even greater relegation. On July 25th, Keitel arrived at Bock's headquarters, ostensibly to discuss the hole in the Smolensk pocket. But in substance, Keitel's presentation was entirely concerned with Hitler's most recent obsession: smaller tactical encirclements. Reports that sizable Soviet forces had escaped the German pocket, with the panzer groups incapable of closing the pincers, had no doubt convinced Hitler that large-scale encirclements were invariably flawed, and should be replaced by smaller movements where the enemy could be completely eliminated. Given the increasingly limited offensive capacity of the panzer groups, such a theory had merit, but, as Bock immediately observed, it appeared inconsistent with the wider objectives of the campaign. There were still numerous Soviet armies to be destroyed, and many distant objectives to be reached, requiring, in Bock's view, broad strategic movements, which were impossible to reconcile with smaller tactical operations. Thus, in addition to Hitler altering the strategic direction of Bock's armies, the Field Marshal was now being instructed on the operational parameters for conducting new offensives. Keitel then related Hitler's concern for the southern flank of Army Group Centre, and proposed that Guderian turn south to encircle enemy forces, in individual small packages, around Gommel and Mosier. Such a suggestion was met with bewilderment on Bock's part. I told him that this conflicted with the directive given to me yesterday by the Army High Command. According to it, the forces of my right wing, together with Panzer Group Guderian, are supposed to be sent against objectives far to the southeast, while Keitel's proposal calls for these elements to be turned southwest. When news of the operation reached Guderian, he too was confounded by the apparent contradiction between his new orders and the goals of the campaign. I expected to be told to push on towards Moscow, or at least Bryansk. To my surprise, I learned that Hitler had ordered that my 2nd Panzer Group was to go for Gommel, in collaboration with 2nd Army. This meant that my Panzer Group would be swung round and would be advancing in a southwesterly direction, that is to say, towards Germany. But Hitler was anxious to encircle the 8 to 10 Russian divisions in the Gommel area. We were informed that Hitler was convinced that large-scale envelopments were not justified. The theory on which they were based was a false one put out by the General Staff Corps. All officers who took part in this conference were of the opinion that this was incorrect, that these manoeuvres on our part simply gave the Russians time to set up new formations and to use their inexhaustible manpower for the creation of fresh defensive lines in the rear area. Even more important, we were sure that this strategy would not result in the urgently necessary rapid conclusion of the campaign. Understandably, Hitler's latest ideas produced much antipathy and confusion within the army command, not least because they seemed to contradict his own broad strategic movements outlined in Directives 33 and 33A. Emerging, even at this early period of the war, was Hitler's alarming propensity for a schizophrenic military policy, which could change according to his mood, or the latest military reports to reach his headquarters. Ever more divorced from reality, Hitler sought to counter the escalating dimensions of the war through his increased personal involvement, convinced that victory should not be trusted to the imperfect judgment of his generals. Insisting upon tactical encounters, but proposing the war be won with grand strategic goals divided between Leningrad, Moscow and the Volga, was only the beginning of Hitler's chaotic foray into military affairs, further widening the gulf with the OKH. As Huizinga privately wrote on July 25th, "Ceaseless disquiet and perpetual interference from the highest position. That is totally unnecessary. Aggravation is the result." In further reaction to Hitler's interference, an OKH meeting on July 25th that brought together the chiefs of staff of the 3 army groups operating in the east was warned by Brauchitsch that it was not possible for the OKH to protect against intervention from above. Yet, in his private notes before the meeting, Halder determined that the stray shots from the stratosphere had to be met with patience, but also timely refutation. In essence, the meeting was an attempt by Halder to achieve a consensus on basic principles of strategy, and thus remove the danger that the army groups would make contrary or competing demands to Hitler. This was particularly important as Halder correctly recognized that the front is more trusted than us. By this he meant the generals at the front, as opposed to himself and the desk generals at OKH. This realization instilled in Halder the idea that some reports to Hitler should be made through courier generals from the front, a prospect which emphasized the importance of a unified pro-Moscow position. In a discussion with Brauchitsch on July 26th, it seems Halder heard for the first time of Hitler's recent scheme for smaller tactical encirclements, like the one being planned around Gommel and Mosier. Like Bock, Halder not only now feared for the strategic direction of the campaign, but also the operational method for engaging the Red Army. The inherent contradictions of Hitler's strategy were also plainly evident to him, and he complained in his diary that, "If striking at small local enemy concentrations becomes our sole objective, the campaign will resolve itself into a series of minor successes which will advance our front only slowly, by steps. Pursuing such a policy would eliminate tactical risks and enable us to close the gaps between the army groups. The result would be that we use up our strength expanding the front in width at the expense of depth, and end up in positional warfare." Halder then discussed the matter with Bock, who was vehemently opposed to sending panzers back towards Gommel from the east, and spoke of Hitler's plans sabotaging the operational conceptions of the campaign. Bock still clung to the fading hope that his entire army group would be employed for a concentrated drive east to destroy Timoshenko's remaining armies. Bock believed that securing the attack's southern flank would, for the most part, be a matter for Army Group South. From all that I heard, however, I doubt that the Supreme Command will be talked into it. Halder, on the other hand, remained defiant and went to see Hitler that evening in a meeting that he later described as long-winded, but at times erupting into heated argument. The Führer's analysis, Halder recorded, indicates a complete break with the strategy of large operational conceptions. According to Hitler, the Red Army could not be beaten with such operational maneuvers because they simply did not know when they were defeated. Soviet armies needed to be destroyed piecemeal in actions of a more tactical character. To a point, Halder was prepared to acknowledge that the large operational encirclements were less than perfect, but he could not reconcile Hitler's preference for smaller encirclements with the attainment of Barbarossa's goal to reach the Volga. "The Russians have plenty of manpower, and I don't believe that we could pursue the new policy to the point where the enemy cracks and the way is again clear for large-scale operations. In my view, these ideas mark the beginning of a decline in our previously dynamic operations, and a readiness to throw away the opportunities offered to us by the impetus of our infantry and armour." Halder's sceptical questioning of Hitler's latest contribution to the war in the East did nothing to mend the rift between the two men, and consequently Halder's attempts to re-engage Hitler on the importance of Moscow were abruptly dismissed, without Hitler offering any rationale for his position. As a result, Halder's mounting exasperation at Hitler's overbearing interference in the military campaign caused him to blame every hindrance on Hitler's baneful influence. But in truth, even without the internal troubles of the German command, Operation Barbarossa was already in serious trouble. The paralysis, caused by spreading its resources too thinly, gripped Army Group Centre, and was also being felt in the neighbouring two army groups, which led to calls for greater concentration of resources against a unified objective. During a visit by Paulus to Army Group North on July 26th, the armoured commanders of Panzer Group 4, Huppner, Manstein and Reinhardt, all agreed that the terrain between Lake Ilmen and Lake Peipus on the approach to Leningrad was in no way suited to armoured warfare. Due to this assessment and the undiminished enemy resistance, Lieb judged the further advance of Manstein's 56th Panzer Corps to be very unfavourable. By contrast, General Reinhardt's 41st Panzer Corps was better placed, but was momentarily halted with heavy losses. Confronting such difficulties, Manstein did not mince words in his report to Paulus. "I put him in the picture about the battles we had fought to date, and pointed out how run down our Panzer Corps had become in-country, which was most unsuitable for the use of armoured troops. The losses of our Corps' 3 mobile divisions already amounted to 6,000 men, and both the troops and the equipment were being subjected to excessive strain. I told Paulus that, in my opinion, the best thing to do would be to withdraw the entire Panzer Group from an area where a rapid advance was almost out of the question, and to use it against Moscow." Yet, unlike his decisive role in shaping German strategy in 1940, Manstein had no access to Hitler, and would be at the serious disadvantage of arguing against Hitler's favoured conceptions, as opposed to confirming them, as he had done the year before. If there was one man who was to prove an indispensable ally to Halder in arguing the case for Moscow, it was Jodl. Exactly how much influence he exerted is difficult to gauge, but Jodl's stance is probably as significant for the arguments he advanced as the office he represented. The well-known rivalry between the OKW and the OKH undoubtedly added weight to their common cause when, for once, they found themselves on the same side, rather than vying for Hitler's favour. The exception to this was Keitel, but as the Eastern Front was the sole theatre outside the mandate of the OKW, he possessed no direct responsibility and, accordingly, involved himself little in the dispute, except to refer the complaints of the generals back to Hitler. Keitel's own position was, predictably, never in any real doubt, given his notorious devotion to Hitler, but for that same reason his opinion was scarcely sought. In Wahlemont's account, Jodl was the key figure inside Hitler's headquarters backing the cause of the OKH, so that the opposition to Hitler was now a unified chorus of central figures in the OKW, the entire OKH, and practically all the relevant field commanders. Either in the scheduled discussions or alone with Hitler, Wahlemont claimed that Jodl found a soft spot and took the next opportunity to speak out in favour of the attack on Moscow. This took place on July 27th, when Jodl confronted Hitler with arguments centred not on the importance of capturing the Soviet capital, as Halder had emphasised, but on his conviction that it was only here that the remaining strength of the Red Army could be found and defeated. This approach wisely took up Hitler's own reasoning that the enemy had to be destroyed where it was found. Typically, Hitler countered with his now familiar arguments, emphasising the economic importance of the Ukraine and Caucasus, but Jodl's vocal intervention in the debate proved a vital ingredient. On the following day, Wahlemont wrote, probably under weight of new, unfavourable situation reports coming in from Army Groups Centre and North, he, Hitler, suddenly appeared ready to give up his large-scale operations in the south. The true extent of Jodl's role in swaying Hitler remains in question, but he certainly contributed an influential voice to the opposition against Hitler's plan. The effect on the German dictator was not always obvious from his unfailingly steely facade in the daily situation reports, and his unequivocal language with the generals, but in fact the burden of indecision about what to do next was gnawing at him. On July the 28th, during a short walk with his army adjutant, Major Gerhard Engel, and his chief military adjutant, Colonel Rudolf Schmundt, Hitler gave a rare insight into his private thoughts. According to Engel, Hitler confided that he was not sleeping at night because he was not yet clear about some things. Expanding on this further, the Führer revealed that he was torn between political and economic objectives in the Soviet Union. Political objectives necessitated the capture of Leningrad and Moscow, while economically he needed to secure his Lebensraum in the south, where honey and milk flow. The next day, July 29th, on a visit to Panzer Group 2, Schmundt too revealed to Guderian Hitler's indecisiveness over how to proceed with the war. Leningrad, Moscow and the Ukraine were the three objectives under consideration, but, according to Schmundt, no final decision had yet been reached. In his memoir, Guderian professed to have urged Moscow to Schmundt, with all the force of which I was capable. Not only was Hitler grappling with the strategic direction of the campaign, but also its projected timing. Shortly after the launch of Barbarossa, Hitler told the former German ambassador in Moscow, Friedrich Werner Graf von der Schulenburg, that he expected to be in Moscow by August 15th, and to have won the whole campaign by October the 1st. Both estimates were now clearly unattainable, and the issue of time was becoming an increasingly urgent problem in the impasse over how to win the Eastern campaign. The breaking point in Hitler's tough outward resolve to follow his own strategic vision came on July the 28th, when he abruptly announced to his staff that owing to the developing situation over the last few days, above all, the appearance of strong new enemy formations before the front and the flanks of Army Group Centre, it had become necessary to reassess the launch of large-scale operations as outlined in Directive 33A. In essence, the rapidly changing character of the war in the East, which had slowed the German blitzkrieg to a halt, had forced Hitler to waver on the feasibility of ordering further wide-ranging operations against an opponent who was clearly far from beaten. Instead, Hitler now insisted that the most urgent task of Bock's army group was to clear the southern flank around Gommel, an operation reflecting his commitment to the doctrine of smaller encirclements. While Directive 33A was no longer the guiding principle of German strategy, Hitler remained very much undecided about the new strategic direction of the campaign, and, for this reason, he probably did not wish to inform the army commanders of their potential opportunity. Thus, in spite of Brauchitsch being present for at least part of the meeting on July 28th, it seems Hitler only informed the army commander-in-chief of the urgent need to resolve the situation at Gommel on Bock's southern flank. Evidence that Brauchitsch did not yet know of Hitler's shifting deliberations on Directive 33A comes from his encounter with Halder that evening upon returning to the OKH. From Halder's diary, there is not a word of relief at the apparent modification of Directive 33A. Instead, Brauchitsch only seems to have related the substance of Hitler's order for the Gommel operation, which infuriated Halder, who wrote in disgust about the absurdity of the operations now ordered. They are leading to a dispersal of our forces which will bring the deciding operation towards Moscow to a standstill. Halder then confided in a letter to his wife his true feelings about Hitler's ruinous meddling. He is playing warlord again, and proposing such absurd ideas that he is putting in question everything our splendid operations have won so far. The Russian won't simply go away, like the French, when he has been operationally beaten. He has to be killed, one at a time, in a country that is half forest and marsh. This takes time, and his nerves, Hitler's, won't stand it. Every few days I have to go there. Hours of empty talk, with the result that there is only one man who knows how to wage wars. I am on the brink of despair, because I can predict exactly where this nonsense will end. If I didn't have my faith in God and my self-assurance, I'd be like Brauchitsch, who is at the end of his tether and hides behind his rank so as not to betray his inner helplessness. Barely 5 weeks into a war that was supposed to be the decisive blitzkrieg campaign to secure hegemony in Europe against an inferior opponent, the demands of the conflict were overwhelming the army, and the German command was expending as much energy fighting within itself as addressing the problems of the front. On July the 29th, Heisinger noted that together with Halder, he had to fight against much resistance, particularly against the ideas of the Führer. It all boded very ill for the outcome of the war, but like so many fundamental aspects of Barbarossa, the German command had to learn its lessons the hard way, often at the expense of time and strategic confusion. On the battlefield, at Army Group Centre, a different lesson was being learned, which underscored the dangers of overextension and resource depletion. Here, however, the price was paid in blood, and the loss of irreplaceable equipment. Bock himself was still grappling with the dawning realization of what it meant to wage war against the Soviet colossus, and his diary for July 26th reflects his burgeoning astonishment. It turns out that the Russians have completed a new, concentrated build-up around my projecting front. In many places they have tried to go over to the attack. Astonishing for an opponent who is so badly beaten. They must have unbelievable masses of material, for even now the field units still complain about the powerful effect of the enemy artillery. The Russians are also becoming more aggressive in the air. Bock was not overstating the matter. As many sectors of Germany's extensive eastern front were settling into the first stages of positional warfare, the Soviets revealed their preponderant advantage in artillery, with an unremitting rain of fire that was quickly to become the bane of the German infantrymen up and down the line. Making its first appearance in July 1941 was the experimental Soviet BM-13 Katyusha multiple rocket launcher, later dubbed by the German soldiers Stalin's organs. This new weapon delivered a 10-second barrage of 132mm rockets. The effect was devastating, and the weapon was soon moved into mass production. One soldier who had fought in Poland, France, and later Italy described his first experience of the Katyusha battery as the most terrible and shocking thing I have ever encountered. Observing the first usage of the new weapon at Rudnya, near Smolensk, Marshal Andrei Yeremenko recalled, "On the afternoon of July the 15th, the earth shook with the unusual explosion of jet mines. Like red-tailed comets, the mines were hurled into the air. The effect of the simultaneous explosions of dozens of these mines was terrific. The Germans fled in panic, and even our own troops, who for reasons of security had not been warned that this new weapon would be used, rushed back from the front line." Yet the real Soviet advantage lay not in specialized weaponry, but in the proportionate number of guns they could assemble and supply with ammunition. This is not to say there were not considerable imperfections in the Soviet employment and handling of artillery early in the war, but the Germans, by comparison, were frequently outgunned, and even then had great trouble bringing up sufficient stockpiles of shells. Under the conditions of static warfare now beginning along the vast Eastern Front, the preeminence of the infantryman was on the rise, no longer in just securing the territory won by the panzers, but now holding the long front together. In this role, the German infantry proved themselves well trained, but their equipment was deficient, especially in comparison to their Soviet opponents. One officer from the 4th Panzer Division remarked after the war, "The equipment, which had proved efficient in the previous campaigns, was not robust enough for battle under the conditions prevailing in Russia. Russian equipment seemed to be more robust and less sensitive. Therefore, whoever got hold of a Russian Tommy gun kept it." An Italian officer who inspected a Russian machine gun for the first time remarked, "I loved the simplicity, easy handling, and firepower of this gun." Likewise, Colonel General Ewald von Kleist, who later rose to the rank of Field Marshal and remained on the Eastern Front until March 1944, stated after the war, "The Soviet equipment was very good, even in 1941, especially the tanks. Their artillery was excellent, and also most of the infantry weapons. Their rifles were more modern than ours, and had a more rapid rate of fire." Colonel General Erhard Raus, another former German commander with extensive experience on the Eastern Front, wrote for a post-war US military study, "The best weapon of the Russian infantryman was the machine pistol. It was easily handled, equal to Russian winter conditions, and one which the Germans also regarded highly. The mortar also proved highly valuable as the ideal weapon for terrain conditions where artillery support was impossible. At the beginning of the Eastern Campaign, Russian infantry far surpassed the German in mortar equipment and its use. The same was true for the Russian anti-tank gun, which at the beginning of the campaign considerably surpassed the anti-tank gun of the German infantry divisions in efficiency, and therefore was readily put to use whenever captured." Another element of the Red Army which is incorrectly regarded as antiquated for the time is their extensive early use of horse cavalry. Fundamental to its success was the ability to maintain constant movement in difficult terrain, marshes and forest, where cover was plentiful, and the German motorized forces could not operate. These advantages allowed for surprise raids on weak German positions, or long forays into the German rear to cut supply lines and destroy vital infrastructure. Although not a replacement for mechanized operations, the cavalry was useful when employed on a limited scale against the exposed flanks of the overextended German armies. The air battle on the Eastern Front was a more one-sided affair, but not to the degree that many histories have suggested hitherto. In the opening days of Barbarossa, the Luftwaffe inflicted carnage upon the Soviet Air Force, with staggering aircraft losses reaching into the thousands. One authority put the figure at 4,614 Soviet aircraft destroyed by the end of June, 3,176 of these being eliminated on the ground, and 1,438 in the air. By comparison, German losses amounted to just 330 planes. Such figures underline a clear German superiority in the air, But for a variety of reasons, this did not translate into anything more than a very short period of air supremacy on the Eastern Front. In accordance with the precepts of a successful blitzkrieg, the Luftwaffe's first priority in the East was to win control of the immediate Soviet airspace, and then to concentrate resources on tactical support for the advancing army. Within just 2 days, the Luftwaffe had achieved total domination of the skies, and had wreaked havoc on Soviet airfields in the western districts, allowing the tactical switch towards assisting army operations. Yet there were still thousands of Soviet aircraft stationed well back from the western border districts, as well as many more in the Soviet interior. These had survived the initial devastation and could gradually be moved west to new airfields. In this brief period, the Luftwaffe's dominance over the front was absolute, but not without pointed concerns. The chief of the operations department of the Luftwaffe, Major General Hoffmann von Waldau, commented to Holder on July the 1st. The Air Force has greatly underestimated the numerical strength of the enemy. It is quite evident that the Russians initially had far more than 8,000 planes. 2 days later, Waldau wrote in his diary, "The military means of the SU, Soviet Union, are considerably stronger than studies before the start of the war indicated. The material quality is better than expected. As a result, we scored great successes with relatively low losses, but a large number of Soviet aircraft remained to be destroyed." Not only was the Soviet Air Force still far from eradicated, but the Luftwaffe was now forced to divide itself between servicing the hefty demands of the army and combating a resurgent Soviet aerial presence. As the size of the operational theatre rapidly expanded, the already limited resources of the German Air Force soon became seriously overextended. Air bases had to be relocated eastwards to new, sparsely equipped airfields, where the feeble supply situation proved as detrimental to the Luftwaffe as it was to the army. Moreover, these new airfields were particularly vulnerable to attacks by the roving enemy bands infesting the rear area. Although by no means as successful as the Luftwaffe, the Soviet Air Force also had a share of success raiding German airfields in July 1941. As one Soviet pilot recalled, approaching Bobruisk, the Sturmovix were flying very low. The leader turned and launched the attack. Missiles hit the rows of bombers and exploded. Tracer bullets shredded the wings with black crosses. Just above the ground, Sturmovix dropped their 100-kilo bombs. Junkers and Messerschmitts, ready for operational flights, blazed up. Our aircraft came in time and did not allow the enemy planes to take off. The regiment flew to attack Bobruisk airfield 3 times and caused much damage to the enemy. It destroyed and damaged dozens of bombers and Messerschmitts. German aircraft losses were starting to take a heavy toll on operations. Although light by comparison with Soviet losses, by July the 12th, a total of 550 German planes had been destroyed, with another 336 damaged, representing about 40% of all the combat-ready aircraft available on June 22nd. By contrast, the enormous Soviet losses must be seen in light of 3 important factors. First, like the pre-war Soviet tank force, the Soviet Air Force was a ramshackle collection of aircraft, with some models dating back as far as the 1920s, meaning the overwhelming majority of the large losses were long since obsolete aircraft. Up to 80% of the 15,599 pre-war Soviet aircraft fleet were old designs and could not have posed a serious threat to the modern designs of the German Luftwaffe. Second, since a sizable majority of Soviet planes were destroyed on the ground in the initial German attacks, the loss of skilled pilots was correspondingly much lower. Third, the Soviet industrial base for aircraft production significantly exceeded the output of German industry, and would continue to maintain its dominance even through the chaos and disruption of 1941. Between July and December, the Soviet Union produced some 5,173 modern fighters, easily surpassing the Luftwaffe's 1,619 fighters. One must also remember that the Luftwaffe's lower production levels had to be divided between the demands of the Eastern Front and the ongoing war against the British RAF, which was also far exceeding the Luftwaffe in fighter production. While the Luftwaffe certainly proved superior in the earliest period of Barbarossa, it was incapable of eliminating the Soviet Air Force and, by the end of July, could not even guarantee aerial superiority above the German front. On July 26th, Lieb wrote in his diary, "From day to day, the enemy air force are winning more the upper hand and increasingly interfering in the ground operations." Similarly, Kleist stated after the war, "Such air superiority as we enjoyed during the opening months was local rather than general. We owed it to the superior skill of our airmen, not to a superiority in numbers." Army Group Centre was afforded the support of the strongest of the Luftwaffe air fleets, Air Fleet 2, commanded by the redoubtable Field Marshal Albrecht Kesselring. But even Kesselring was unable to ensure comprehensive cover to guard against costly Soviet airborne attacks. The War Diary of the 14th Motorized Infantry Division complained on July 25th that while on a march it suffered from regular attacks by bombers which cost time and resulted in particular in personnel and material losses. 2 days later, on July 27th, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps reported strong enemy air superiority, many low-level strafes and bomber attacks, many casualties. In addition to the great demands being made on the Luftwaffe's dwindling resources, 3 weeks into the campaign, Hitler insisted upon terror air raids to be launched against Moscow. Extraneous to its dual tasks of suppressing Soviet air activity and providing tactical support to the army, the demands of a strategic bombing campaign were well beyond the capacity of the Luftwaffe. Kesselring spoke of a harmful dissipation, while Bock wanted the Luftwaffe concentrated, without any limitation, to smash the enemy's reserves. Yet, as Varlamont explains, the raids had nothing to do with the operational objectives of the campaign. Hitler ordered them in reprisal for Soviet raids against Bucharest and Helsinki. In the end, they proved both costly and wasteful. In the first raid, on July 22nd, almost 200 bombers flew in 4 waves towards Moscow, dropping 104 tons of high explosive and 46,000 incendiary bombs. In total, 22 planes were shot down, at a cost to the Soviets of 130 people killed and 37 buildings destroyed. Moscow was exceedingly well defended, and too far from the German airfields, meaning that bombs had to be substituted for extra fuel, with the result that the damage done could not justify aircraft losses. As Kesselring stated, "The raids on Moscow caused me great anxiety. Crews shot down had to be written off, the effectiveness of the Russian anti-aircraft guns and searchlights impressing even our airmen who had flown over England. Also, as time went on, Russian defence fighters appeared in increasing numbers." In the final analysis, Luftwaffe operations over the Eastern Front in the summer of 1941 suffered from the same debilitating deficiencies as the Army. Although the initial performance was impressive, the Luftwaffe's strength was clearly insufficient to sustain the momentum into the vast spaces of the Soviet Union. Indeed, by the end of July 1941, the Luftwaffe was reduced to a mere 1,045 serviceable aircraft across the whole Eastern Front. As losses mounted and the demands of the war sharply increased, it took very little time for the Luftwaffe to become overextended, giving the badly mauled Soviet Air Force time to revive. In practice, the Luftwaffe became a kind of flying fire brigade, rushed to trouble spots along the front or used to support the spearhead of new offensives, but an aerial superiority of the kind enjoyed in the earliest days of the conflict was never again achieved. Chapter 8. The Attrition of Army Group Centre. The Killing Fields at Yelnya. The arduous exertion of the long thrust into the Soviet Union, followed by the savage ongoing battles around Smolensk, Yelnya, and along the flanks of the Army Group, necessitated a period of rest and refitting for Guderian's and Hoth's armoured groups. On July 23rd, this was optimistically assessed to require only 10 days in order for the panzer divisions to return to about 60 to 70% of their former strength. Yet to reach this lofty goal, it was acknowledged that panzer replacements from Germany will arrive too late for the renewed offensive operations. Halder's information indicated that the goal could not be achieved by merely repairing mechanical faults and battle damage to the existing pool of tanks in the panzer divisions. It was therefore suggested that one panzer division in each panzer group, Halder's notes recommended 17th and 20th panzer divisions, be broken up and used to reinforce the other divisions. Thus, in order to avoid very quickly sinking to an unbearably small panzer strength in the armoured divisions, the rehabilitation process would have to include disbanding divisions, as well as undertaking a great many repairs to the existing quantity of tanks. Here, the time factor also constituted a serious problem, not only in carrying out the repairs, but first receiving all the required spare parts, especially tank engines, via the dismal logistical system. By July the 25th, the supply capacity of the hopelessly overstretched logistical network behind Army Group Centre was threatening some sectors of the precariously held front with collapse. Ino Krumpelt, a general staff officer who at the time was serving in an infantry division, later wrote in a study of the Barbarossa campaign that the combination of the supply situation and the defensive battles in the summer constituted, in his opinion, the culminating point of the offensive operations. Nowhere was this better seen than at Yelnya, where the 46th Panzer Corps was fighting off immense Soviet pressure with fewer and fewer resources. Most particularly, artillery shells were sorely lacking, while the Soviet guns were capable of delivering a bombardment, according to one participant, to be compared with the heaviest days of the Western Front in the First World War. In the zone of one company, 156 artillery shells landed in just 5 minutes, while the Soviet Air Force dominated the skies above. According to one account, unhindered Soviet bombers and fighters attacked the infantry the whole day. When the next Soviet assault came, it was led by Soviet T-34 tanks, which the SS Das Reich division encountered here for the first time. It was during this attack that the SS men discovered to their horror the uselessness of their 3.7 cm and 5 cm anti-tank guns. The T-34s could only be destroyed once inside the German lines, by setting them ablaze with Molotov cocktails, or, in one instance, climbing onto the tank from behind and emptying a can of petrol onto the hulk, which was then ignited. Helmut Gunther, a motorcycle dispatch rider assigned to Das Reich, noted how the Soviets displayed no shortage of ammunition and even opened fire with heavy artillery during his lone dash to deliver orders. Given that Gunther was constantly ferrying dispatches around the Yelnya Bend, he saw a great deal more of the carnage and destruction than the average soldier. Early on in the battle, he recalled, "My journey continued through Yelnya, which had changed greatly in recent days. Only ruins indicated that buildings once stood and people had lived here. I continued past the German military cemetery, where long rows of graves gave notice what the Yelnya Bend signified." Days later, Gunther brought back a dispatch from Divisional Command, which one of the officers read aloud. "All that I remember of it is that the enemy we were facing greatly outnumbered us. Several Russian divisions and mechanized regiments were listed with their unit designations. It was doubtful whether our division could long stand these debilitating enemy attacks. I saw extremely black prospects for the continued advance. It was desperate and costly fighting, but for the sake of renewing the thrust towards Moscow, the heights of Yelnya were ordered to be held at all costs." The bulging salient at Yelnya was not the only sector of Bock's front straining at the seams. To the south, on July the 25th, the 18th Panzer Division defended against heavy Soviet attacks from the direction of Roslavla, and made the worrying observation, everywhere new enemy columns with artillery. On the following day, the divisional diary recorded constant heaviest artillery fire, of a kind the troops have seldom experienced. The diary then went on to question the morale of the men, which a report by a battalion doctor diagnosed as collective battle fatigue. A state of absolute exhaustion is noticeable among all men of the battalion. The reason is far too great mental and nervous strain.
The troops were under a powerful barrage of heavy artillery. That the men were promised a few days of rest, but instead found themselves in an even worse situation, had a particularly grave effect. The men are indifferent and apathetic, are partly suffering from crying fits, and are not to be cheered up by this or that phrase. Food is being taken only in disproportionately small quantities. Casualties were also extremely high, with one battalion reduced in size to almost company strength. To the north, in Hoth's panzer group, the pressure was equally fierce, with Halder noting on July the 26th, increased enemy aircraft activity and also panzer deployment, especially against Hoth's left shoulder. Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps reported the difficulty its 4 divisions had defending a 200-kilometre-long front covered by large marshes and forests. This does not make the defence any easier, the war diary noted, as the terrain could not be traversed by motorised forces, but enemy infantry and cavalry can break through in many places. The defensive battles were further hindered by the fact that Kunzen's divisions were far from full strength. The 20th Panzer Division reported on July 27th that its motorcycle component was very weakened, while the other motorised forces had suffered numerous losses, also in panzers. Helmut Dietrich, a soldier in the division, wrote in his diary for July 26th, "On taking stock of our regiment, we are driven to the sad conclusion that there is very little left of it. There isn't enough to make a decent detachment. Our losses have been heavy, not only in men, but also in material." On the following day, July 27th, Dietrich described the ordeal of life at the front. "From early dawn, the enemy artillery rake our lines with his accurate, well-directed fire. The Russians have been shooting for 48 hours now, the only lull having been 3 hours during the night. Several German bombers wheeled above our heads, and as long as they were about, the Russians warily abstained from firing. But as soon as they disappeared, we landed in a crossfire so terrific that we did not know if we were dead or alive. A few more tanks went the way of all flesh, or metal, rather, to be exact. They're bringing in an endless line of wounded. The motorcyclists fared very badly. Their casualties were tremendous." The desperate situation along Bock's extensive front heightened calls for more infantry to be brought forward to release the motorised and panzer units for rest and refitting. However, the infantry divisions were themselves not without losses, and the strain of forced marches lasting over a month had greatly tired them before they even made contact with the main Soviet formations on the Eastern Front. Adding to the gloomy outlook, Halder noted on July 26th the presence of new Soviet armies moving up to support the Soviet offensives against Army Group Center. In addition, he noted that at Yelnya, the enemy attacks were to continue, supported by new divisions and new panzers from the east. By July the 26th, Panzer Group 2 judged the situation at Yelnya to be exceedingly critical, and the war diary of the 10th Panzer Division reported heaviest attacks on all fronts with bombers, fighters and tanks. Wietinghoff, the corps commander, insisted a mobile reserve was urgently needed behind the front of the SS Das Reich division, but he refused to countenance a withdrawal of men, believing it to be only a temporary crisis. Throughout the day, however, reports coming back from the SS division to Wietinghoff's command spoke of copious losses in men and material. By the afternoon, the tone had become increasingly critical, with the situation in Regiment Der Führer described as unbearable. This was then followed by a plea to the higher command that something had to be done immediately. Action must be taken now. There exists the danger that otherwise the division will be completely pummeled. The deteriorating situation was well known at Guderian's headquarters, and the Panzer Group's war diary tellingly illustrates the horrific cost of defending the Yelnya salient. On the late afternoon of July 26th, the Panzer Group's diarist recorded, "At the fighting around Yelnya, the situation is especially critical. The corps has been attacked all day from strongly superior forces with panzers and artillery. The enemy achieved a breakthrough at Lipnya, which has not yet been dealt with. Constant heavy artillery fire is inflicting heavy casualties on the troops.
In addition, there is the impact of enemy bombers. As a result of the artillery fire, the evacuation of the many wounded has so far not been possible. The Corps has absolutely no reserves available. Artillery munitions have been so depleted that no shells remain for bombarding the enemy artillery. For the last few days, the Panzer Brigade of the 10th Panzer Division has been immobilized because oil and fuel supplies are lacking. The Corps can maybe manage to hold on to its position, but only at the price of severe bloodletting. For reasons of both prestige and the much-hoped-for continuation of the advance on Moscow, none of the senior commanders advocated the evacuation of the Yelnya salient, and so the frightful attrition of Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps continued. On July 27th, the Smolensk pocket was finally closed by Hoth in a final drive from the north. This still left sizable forces inside the pocket, which would attempt to break out to the safety of Soviet lines, as well as the ongoing pressure from the east resulting from Timoshenko's stolid offensives to relieve the pocket. Wary of the weakness of his forces, and with a view to the difficulty of sealing off large encirclements, Bock was unsure whether his units could withstand the expected counter-pressure. Unlike in the Belostok-Minsk pocket, the Soviet forces fleeing the destruction of the pocket had only a relatively narrow corridor of German lines to penetrate, and although this was a treacherous undertaking, smaller groups continued to escape. On July 28th, Bock hosted a meeting of all the senior commanders of the army group, Kluge, Weichs, Strauss, Hoth and Guderian, to discuss the latest directive and set new operational objectives. None were happy about the switch to smaller tactical encirclements, and the generals were right to question the ramifications of this decision for achieving the audacious strategic goals required by the Barbarossa plan. Yet, realistically, the army group was presently incapable of anything more ambitious than small-scale local operations. Bock himself commented, "Whatever can be found in the rear army area is being scraped together for the coming missions, for the army group is much too thin, especially south of the Dnieper, to undertake anything serious." Guderian was fiercely opposed to the operation ordered by Hitler towards Gommel, and bluntly informed Bock that deployment of his forces into this area would be impossible. Instead, the Panzer Commander wanted to amass strength for an operation towards Roslavia, which, along with the Yelnya salient, he regarded as the most threatened sectors of his front. Typically, Guderian did not attribute the critical situation his forces faced in these sectors to overextension, but rather blamed Kluge for retaining his forces on the Dnieper and west of Smolensk. Consequently, according to Guderian, crises and losses had occurred, which could have been avoided. The dispute further embittered the relationship between the two men, and led to an almost unbearable atmosphere, which Guderian guardedly described in his memoir as strained to an undesirable degree. Thus, in order to relieve his threatened front, Guderian was determined to use the prospect of a renewed offensive to end the critical situation near Roslavia caused by the Soviet 28th Army, otherwise referred to as the Kachalov Group. This move was supported by Bock, and, seemingly in defiance of Hitler's order, planning proceeded for an offensive towards Roslavia, not Gommel. As Guderian recalled in his memoir, regardless of what decisions Hitler might now take, the immediate need of Panzer Group II was to dispose of the most dangerous enemy threat to its right flank. Moreover, much to Guderian's delight, his Panzer Group was removed from Kluge's command and renamed Army Group Guderian, with the allotment of the 7th Army Corps for the attack on Roslavia and the 9th Army Corps for the relief of the Yelnya Bulge. Likewise, Hoth's Panzer Group was resubordinated to Strauss's 9th Army, dissolving Kluge's 4th Panzer Army, although Kluge's 4th Army, made up of infantry divisions only, was later reinstated between 2nd and 9th Armies. While the Yugoslavia operation offered a tactical solution to an immediate problem confronting Guderian's front, its consequence was to extend Army Group Centre's threadbare forces even further to the south, while still not alleviating the threat to the southern flank emanating from around Gommel. The flank was simply too long, and Army Group South was still too far off and too heavily opposed to offer any aid in the foreseeable future. Thus, the army group was drawing strength from its centre to solve its problems in the south, which Bock feared further endangered the prospect of resuming the advance towards Moscow. Upon discussion of this point with Halder, Bock noted in his diary on July 28th, "Halder is in no doubt that under these circumstances a significant advance to the east by the weak forces left to the army group for the drive to the east will be impossible." He still hopes to change the Führer's mind. Unbeknown to the army commanders, Hitler was already beginning to accept the implausibility of Directive 33A, but was as yet uncertain how best to proceed. In the meantime, however, Bock fretted about how to carry out the clearly impracticable demands of Hitler's directive and impressed upon the OKH the offensive weakness of his army group. Although the chaotic struggle for control over the strategic direction of the campaign was dominated by the firm belief that each side knew how best to win the war, there is evidence that the Soviet Union's performance up until the end of July was having a profound impact on the German command's changing understanding of the war. Previously, the road to victory over the Soviet Union was accepted as a preordained certainty, dependent for its success entirely on German strategic manoeuvring and not to be called into question in any way by Soviet countermeasures. By late July, however, the ground was shifting and a new outlook was emerging. At Army Group Center on July 28th, the view was expressed: a collapse of the Russian system is, for the time being, not to be expected. Because the Russian is so tough, his tactical methods are unpredictable. Moreover, the wide expanses of the East were acknowledged to be impossible to rule, while the human resources of the country were said to represent an infinite supply which cannot be reduced. Accordingly, more emphasis was placed on the seizure of industrial centres, such as Leningrad and Moscow, which were said to be arming the Soviet masses. Before any continuation of the offensive could be initiated, the German army had to address the fact that its motorized divisions were greatly weakened and, in the more extreme cases, barely functional. This posed extremely awkward problems for the army commanders, who, owing to the woefully deficient planning before the campaign, found themselves wholly unprepared for the scale of the task and forced actions to be undertaken on a decidedly ad hoc basis. On July 28th, concern was expressed at Panzer Group 2 about the fact that just 45 replacement tank engines were being made available per month for the entire Eastern Front. On the following day, new figures were reported from all the panzer divisions, showing a severe decline in the number of serviceable tanks. On June 22, 1941, Guderian's Panzer Group fielded 953 tanks of all models, but by July 29th, the total had sunk to 286 tanks, only 30% of the original strength. As the War Diary noted, this figure is exceedingly low. More worrying still, no fewer than 132 of the remaining tanks were Mark 1s, 4, or Mark 2s, 128, both long since outdated models. In addition, armoured command vehicles accounted for a further 19 vehicles on the list, leaving Guderian's Panzer Group with just 135 Mark IIIs, 97, and Mark IVs, 38, spread throughout 4 panzer divisions on divergent sectors of the front. Assessing such dramatic losses, the Panzer Group's War Diary pointed to the disastrous combination of bad roads, dust, and great distances, with the result: the high fallout rate is not surprising. Yet with so many disabled tanks, the prospect of them all receiving the required repair work, and in some cases complete overhauls, was entirely unrealistic, especially given the unavailability of replacement engines and other spare parts. Recognising this fact, there was discussion in 47th Panzer Corps on July the 30th about merging the 17th and 18th Panzer Divisions to make up the personnel and material losses. But even this drastic measure could not ensure a hybrid division of anything approaching full strength in panzers. Hoth's Panzer Group was also suffering, with Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps reporting on July the 27th. The combat strength of the panzer divisions, mainly the Panzer Force, especially the Mark IV, has been weakened. In fact, Schmidt's entire corps retained just 23 Mark IVs,
with an overall panzer strength at 40% of their original number. In a letter to Paulus, Schmidt wrote that his Panzer Corps had suffered greatly, and that his material was now totally run down. Total auf den Hund. Comprehensive figures for Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps are not available, but among the two most important tank models employed by the Corps, only 14 Mark IVs, from 61 at the start of the campaign, and 76 Czech KPFW-38T, from 234, remained in active service on July 27th. Based on these figures, the Panzer Corps could field an average of just 30% of its original strength. In addition, a report from 57th Panzer Corps noted that it must be understood that without a rapid and plentiful supply of track rollers, track links and bolts for the Mark IV and track bolts for the KPFW-38T, the number of available panzers will sink further, so that the combat strength of the panzer regiments will be greatly weakened. Still especially urgent is the delivery of fully operational motors, gearboxes, oil, and specialized panzer grease. 3 days later, on July the 30th, Hoth stated that the combat strength of his divisions had become especially strongly impaired by the losses among Mark IV panzers. He then cast real doubt on the plans for the rest and refitting of the panzer divisions, claiming that, with no replacements to be expected from Germany, even after the forthcoming refitting period, a substantial shortfall in the number of Mark IVs will remain. Guderian, too, was worried by the steep decline in tank numbers, and foresaw the dangers of adequate replacements not reaching the front in time to redress the critical shortages. Upon a visit by Schmundt, Hitler's chief adjutant, on July 29th, Guderian relayed an impassioned plea to Hitler, via Schmundt, imploring the dictator not to withhold the new tanks and our replacements. Beyond the primary subject of tanks, the maintenance of the Panzer Division's mobility depended on its trucks, on which Hoth remarked on July 31st, "A great number of the trucks now stand at the limit of their operational capacity, and any further delay in their refitting will see a greatly increased total loss in a short period of time." Clearly, the Panzer Divisions were approaching the end of their strength, which meant any hope of resuming the blitzkrieg on a scale required for the success of Barbarossa was appearing more and more improbable. Personnel losses in Guderian's panzer group presented a different set of problems. On July 29th, casualty figures up until July 25th exceeded 20,000 men, with only 10,000 replaced, and the rest still outstanding, largely because of transportation difficulties. Yet it was not simply a matter of replacing one lost man with another. The high losses included many experienced veterans and skilled specialists, while officer casualties were exceedingly high, over 1,000 in only 34 days of combat. Hoth's panzer group was similarly affected, with the high casualties unable to be directly replaced, and a resultant deficit of some 7,500 men and 350 officers. Furthermore, Hoth returned from a visit to the 20th Panzer Division with the impression that the high officer casualties were making themselves very noticeable among the troops. Bock, too, was worried by this development, and not only in the hard-pressed panzer groups. Already, on July 29th, Bock commented, "Powerful Russian attacks are in process on almost the entire front of the Ninth Army. The fact is that our troops are tired, and also are not exhibiting the required steadiness because of heavy officer casualties." In the last days of July, the pressure of the Soviet attacks was being absorbed more and more by the arriving divisions of the 9th and 2nd Armies. This provided a welcome relief to the motorized divisions, but given the weight of the Soviet attacks, most of Hoth's and Guderian's divisions could not yet extract themselves fully from the front to begin the technical refitting of vehicles and rest their exhausted troops. On July 30th, Army Group Centre reported a general increase in offensive enemy activity against the entire front, with the exception of 2nd Army's right wing. Above all, the report added, is the manifest strength of the strong artillery on every front. Furthermore, the reinforced commitment of the enemy air force remains undiminished. The relentlessness of the Soviet assaults proved a harsh baptism of fire for the newly arrived infantry divisions. On the open fields,
General of Infantry Hermann Geier, commander of the 9th Army Corps, noted the added difficulties infantry divisions faced over their motorized cousins in lack of mobility and communications. In addition to this, the crisis of supply was denying the infantry the use of their guns to answer the powerful Soviet bombardments. To illustrate the point, Geier stated that during this period, the 263rd Infantry Division received 1,000 shells per day, which allowed each gun one shot every minute for 30 minutes a day. Not surprisingly, Geier noted, we soon learned that in the defence, not artillery duels, but rather digging in quick and deep proved decisive. Accordingly, Geier also alluded to the changed character of the war, in which we entered into a form of positional warfare. With the blitzkrieg stalled, Soviet strength of arms came to the fore as the predominant force on the new immobilized battlefield. Reflecting this fact, Geier wrote that in the 137th Infantry Division, 850 men were lost in the first 3 to 4 days of reaching the front, while the 263rd Infantry Division lost 750 men, and the 292nd Infantry Division 300 men. The attrition of Army Group Centre was proceeding rapidly. Unable to match the Red Army in firepower, the strength of Bock's Army Group was dealt a further blow when orders arrived from Hitler's headquarters on July 29th, removing Richthofen's 8th Air Corps from Kesselring's Air Fleet 2. This was done to provide urgently needed support for Colonel General Alfred Keller's Air Fleet 1, which was proving woefully incapable of supporting Lieb's drive towards Leningrad. Hitler's decision may also have been an unspoken compromise, exchanging Hoth's Panzers for Richthofen's planes. In any case, in spite of resistance from Bock and Kesselring, the transfer took immediate effect, and left Army Group Centre supported only by Air General Bruno Loerse's weaker 2nd Air Corps. This afforded Bock little help in the face of fresh Soviet offensives striking his front. On July 31st, he noted in his diary, "The pocket at Smolensk is still not done. Very regrettable, for the enemy's attacks on the Army Group's eastern front are growing ever stronger. The Chief of Staff of the 9th Army, Weckmann, is very downcast. He is also pessimistic about the situation on the northern wing. Kesselring is helping me as best he can. Nevertheless, his remaining forces are very weak after giving up 8th Air Corps." During this period of renewed Soviet attacks, few positions were as heavily assaulted as the Yelnya Bulge. On July 30th, no fewer than 13 attacks were made on the salient, and the following day at 9 p.m., Wietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps reported, "Since 3 a.m., uninterrupted enemy attacks, which are still continuing in the south-southeast, northeast, north." The report went on to describe a now familiar pattern of events: heavy Soviet artillery fire, attacks by enemy fighters and bombers, and at times with tanks. This resulted in heavy German material and personnel losses, with an extremely limited ability to hit back, owing to munition shortages. The supply situation at Army Group Centre remained steadfastly dire. As Guderian wrote in his memoir, "It is true that the railway track had already been relaid as far as Orsha to conform to the German gauge, but it was still only capable of carrying very limited traffic. The stretches of track which had not been relayed were useless, since there were but few Russian locomotives available. With the railways only capable of bringing up a fraction of the supplies needed, excessive demands were being placed on the truck-based Gross-Transportraum to meet the urgent requirements of the front. In practice, this meant the trucks driving the whole length of the German penetration into the Soviet Union, which Guderian estimated at 725 kilometres, to fetch supplies. Not surprisingly, the trucks were hopelessly incapable of adequately bridging such an enormous gap between the border railheads and the frontline supply depots. Moreover, as the distance from the railheads grew, more supplies had to be consumed by the transport network itself, and less net tonnage reached the front lines. Accordingly, critical shortages, like the one at Yelnya, were set to continue until the new railroads could be extended and upgraded. In line with the German army's propensity for widely optimistic assessments of its capabilities,
Lieutenant General Gerke, the chief of Wehrmacht transport and responsible for the railroads, was soon noted for promising impracticable numbers of trains, which in reality could never be achieved. Not surprisingly, by July 31st, the pressures before and behind Guderian's front caused him to write home to his wife. The battle is harder than anything before. Bock, too, was becoming increasingly melancholic at the unremitting demands from his subordinate field commanders for more troops, supplies, and increased firepower, demands which he knew far exceeded the resources of his army group. On July 31st, an uncharacteristically downcast Bock wrote in his diary, "I have almost no reserves left to meet the enemy massing of forces and the constant counterattacks. They took away my offensive air power and heavy artillery, and diverted some of the reserves originally destined for my front, the painful consequences of which are beginning to show. With the present state of the railroads, I can't receive any help from home or through the shifting of forces." Griffenberg briefed the Army High Command and asked that any units from home, replacement formations or whatever, be moved up into the rear area, because I urgently need those of my divisions still there at the front. Bock's troubled observations provide a striking example of the German command's looming crisis of confidence. Unlike most of his subordinates, Bock was privy to a sufficiently large view of the big picture to judge accurately the insatiable demands of the Eastern Front. At the same time, he was not so far removed from the battlefield that he could bask in the luxury of Halder's brazen confidence. In short, Bock's concern for the difficulties swelling in his ranks were well-founded, but scantly appreciated. Although a clear and pragmatic understanding of the war in the East was still lacking at the OKH and OKW, the manifest resilience of the Red Army was swiftly deflating the bold confidence of the German command, and exposing the many myths upon which they had conceived their war against the Soviet Union. The army's difficulties also raised the stakes in the strategic dilemma of where to strike next to administer the desperately needed final blow. The evidence suggests that both Halder and Hitler were showing signs of nervous anxiety, consistent with the weight of a decision on which the outcome of the campaign depended. The implications of fighting on into the winter were simply unthinkable, and therefore the war had to be largely won in the weeks remaining before the autumn rains. Halder had previously made reference to Brauchitz's dejected and nervous state, but according to Heisinger, Halder was the more troubling of the two. Assessing the army's chief of staff in a letter, Heisinger concluded, "He is near his end. On the one hand, he allocates everything to me, and on the other hand, he constantly comes to interfere with his own ideas." Heisinger also asserted that Halder was only sleeping 4 hours a night and was, as a result, exhausted. While Hitler was beset with doubt and indecision over what to do next, Halder remained resolute in his conviction that Moscow held the key to victory, but feared all his cherished plans would be doomed by Hitler's nonsensical understanding of how the war should be continued. Hence, Halder was far more afraid of the internal threat from Hitler's ruinous interference than the external difficulties caused by the Red Army, which had become so worrisome to Bock. Halder's perceived salvation came at midnight on July 30th to 31st, when Heisinger reported that a new war directive had been signed by Hitler, adopting the OKH proposals. It was an enormous relief for Halder, whose mood was suddenly jubilant, as if a great weight had been lifted. Writing of the new directive in his diary, Halder's frustrations with Hitler were interwoven with his unrestrained delight. This solution frees every thinking soldier from the horrendous nightmare of the last few days, in which the Führer's obstinacy made the complete stalling of the Eastern campaign appear imminent. Finally, a ray of light. In fact, the new war directive was not the divine deliverance Heisinger had led Halder to believe. The text of the directive gives no indication that major operations were to resume towards Moscow, but, importantly for Halder, the distressing implications of Directive 33 and 33A had, for the time being, been put on hold. It was also becoming clear that Hitler was no longer so certain about where the main attack was to proceed next. The official language was that all operations were simply postponed
until the projected 10-day rehabilitation of the panzer groups could be completed. Yet Army Group Centre appeared to retain control over both panzer groups, and Lieb was expected to invest Leningrad with his own forces, plus the addition of Richthofen's recently transferred 8th Air Corps. In addition, Bock was permitted to undertake limited offensives to clear his flanks, especially in the direction of Gommel. Above all, the directive bought Halder precious time, and with Hitler already hesitant, and Halder's preference enjoying strong backing from the military commanders, hope was renewed within the OKH that a turning point in favour of Moscow could finally be reached. Sealing the Smolensk pocket and Army Group Centre's fate. By August 1st, the pocket at Smolensk, although compressed, was still proving a major thorn in the side of Army Group Centre. Strauss's 9th Army didn't have enough forces to reduce the pocket, as well as undertake the relief of all Hoth's motorised divisions to the east. As such, Hoth's already battered front was deemed by Halder to be uncomfortably thin with nothing behind it. The Chief of Staff of the 9th Army, Colonel Kurt Weckmann, telephoned Army Group Centre, concerned that the situation was not being taken seriously enough, and judged Hoth's position to be severely threatened. In fact, Timoshenko's residual forces did not possess adequate strength or concentration for a major breach of Hoth's front. The opposing armies had effectively battered each other to a standstill, and the enduring engagements were only further eroding their respective strengths. The battle had become attritional in nature rather than one guided by strategic manoeuvre, which only added to the urgency of removing Hoth's crucial motorised formations from the front. Hoth complained to Army Group Centre that his forces were becoming weaker from day to day, and pleaded for the urgent replacement of his divisions by the infantry. The 20th Panzer Division reported that its infantry brigades were severely exhausted by the unceasing battles, and that officer casualties had now reached 50%. The 19th Panzer Division held its panzer regiments well back from the front to avoid losses, and to act as a reserve in case of an enemy breakthrough. But without relief from the infantry, the war diary noted that none of the mechanical work on the tanks could begin. The elimination of the Smolensk pocket was simply taking too long, with Bock and Hoth becoming increasingly critical of the lack of vigour from the infantry in this sector. Halder, too, was losing patience, but his concern was with the infantry's method of attack, which he stated was once again being approached the wrong way. The infantry divisions were driving the remaining Soviet forces directly into the rear of 4 battalions from 7th Panzer Division, who were busy defending themselves against attacks from the east. Under such circumstances, Halder expressed no surprise if the 7th Panzer Division eventually gets burned. The emerging frustration with the performance of the infantry reflects the limitations of non-motorised formations in seeking a rapid decision, and the relative inexperience of this arm of the German army. Despite having actively participated in previous campaigns, the infantry had remained in decidedly secondary roles, and was seldom called on to fight battles of the kind now being experienced on the Eastern Front. The war diary of the 57th Panzer Corps noted that the arrival of the 106th Infantry Division on the line was the division's first combat deployment against the Red Army. Yet, to the veteran Panzer Corps, it was soon evident that the infantry were not fully accustomed to the enemy's method of fighting, and therefore suffered a disproportionately high number of losses. Similarly, a badly coordinated attack by the 251st Infantry Division on August 2nd ended in a costly rout, which resulted in the divisional commander being relieved of his command. Within the division, it was soon dubbed the Black Day, with losses so high that 2 regiments had to disband, 1 battalion each. Under the intense pressure of attacks from both the east and west, on the afternoon of August 1st, Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps was no longer able to hold closed the eastern side of the Smolensk pocket. Thus, only 5 days after finally closing the ring, it was once again open, with 1 German pilot reporting Soviet troops running off to the east. Bock was aghast, and again issued orders that the gap was to be closed jointly by Hoth's 20th Motorised Infantry Division in the north and Guderian's 17th Panzer Division to the south. In spite of their joint responsibility, Bock's orders set off a new round of bickering among the panzer groups, with each side insisting the other should do more to seal the gap. Guderian's panzer group asserted that the village at Ratshino, where Soviet troops had built a bridge across the river to escape eastwards, was clearly inside 9th Army's operational area, and in any case, the surrounding terrain made it completely impossible for 17th Panzer Division to assault. Furthermore, Panzer Group 2's war diary complained it was incomprehensible why this position was given up in the first place. The counterclaim from Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps was equally emphatic, claiming that its line was already 75 kilometers long, under attack from numerous Soviet divisions, and that the original thrust to Ratshino was only undertaken because Panzer Group 2 could not fulfill its task of closing the ring from the south. The dispute is an instructive example of the depths to which the army was sinking. The hole was just 6 kilometers wide, and although bitterly defended, the reluctance of the army's two most powerful panzer groups to undertake this task shows that they were under severe strain, with greatly reduced offensive capabilities. Observing his armoured forces on August 2nd, Bock commented, "We are at the end of our tether." He also drew attention to the great stress this was causing within his command. "It is bad that the nerves of those burdened with great responsibility are starting to waver. Today there was an argument with Strauss. Unfortunately, I also became angry."
While Hoth's panzer group was stretched thin, defending in the north, Guderian's forces were performing a frantic juggling act, concurrently defending at Yelnya, attacking towards Roslavia, and attempting to pull out anything not absolutely necessary for these operations to rest and refit.
At Yelnya, on August 1st, the attempted extraction of the 10th Panzer Division from the front had to be reversed, with the withdrawn units rushed back into action to counter strong enemy pressure on Vietinghoff's right flank. Under these circumstances, the Panzer Group noted that no rehabilitation could take place, and that more infantry was needed. But Guderian's request for another infantry division was flatly rejected by Army Group Centre. Meanwhile, a perpetual state of crisis hung over the German position at Yelnya. The 60-kilometre-wide salient was caught in an unrelenting battle, typified by artillery fire, which transformed the landscape into a cratered wasteland. On August 1st, Vietinghoff reported to Army Group Centre that, in the average area of a company, upwards of 200 shells landed in 5 minutes as the troops lay helplessly in their foxholes. The following day, August 2nd, the 268th Infantry Division reported 300 to 400 shells landing in 1 hour in the area of a battalion. On August 3rd, during an enemy attack, Vietinghoff's corps was hit with 1,550 shells, the majority of which came from heavy-caliber 15-centimetre guns. Hearing such reports, Halder characterized Soviet artillery fire as insufferable, a fact borne out by the debilitating cost of holding Yelnya. On August 2nd, 46th Panzer Corps recorded that the SS Das Reich Division had thus far suffered nearly 3,000 casualties, with company strengths in some instances as low as 60 to 70 men. Only 2 days later, the same diary reported company strengths had sunk further, in some cases to just 20 men. As Halder anxiously observed, the holding of this bridgehead costs us much blood. Material losses were also mounting, which led to a particularly disquieting conclusion in the 46th Panzer Corps War Diary. The losses have swelled so much that they are no longer bearable in view of later assignments. In spite of its cost, no one in the German command considered giving up the Yelnya salient. Halder was still hoping to use it as a springboard for further operations to the east, and Hitler was, in general, opposed to any form of withdrawal, even if tactically advantageous. To the south, Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps began its thrust towards Roslavia on August 1st. The initial attack was supported by planes from Loeser's 2nd Air Corps, but these ran into very strong anti-aircraft fire over Roslavia, and none of the estimated 35 aircraft returned without some form of damage. On the ground, Schweppenberg's 4th Panzer Division had been given considerable rest towards the end of July, substantially raising the number of combat-ready tanks, and allowing it to resume offensive operations. An envelopment of Roslavia, however, required a second thrust, which, in the absence of additional motorized forces, fell to Gaya's 9th Army Corps. In spite of the weakness of the Soviet flanks and the relatively small operation theatre, Gaya's offensive made clear the unsuitability of infantry as a substitute for motorized units. The infantry divisions moved too slowly to exploit weaknesses or effect rapid encirclements, and their ability to concentrate firepower at the spearhead of an attack was limited. This left 4th Panzer Division to undertake the lion's share of the work, which, in its rejuvenated state, it succeeded in doing. Roslavia was taken from the south, and by August 3rd, the panzers linked up with Gaya's struggling forces. The pocket was closed, but still not hermetically sealed, and large numbers of Soviet troops continued to break out. Days later, Halder complained in his diary, "Encircled enemy elements at Roslavia have escaped. The Russians have a remarkable ability to move on roads impassable to us and to build concealed river crossings." Although the operation was clearly another painful Soviet defeat, the fact that it was the only offensive action Army Group Centre could manage, and a small one at that, to redress the many trouble spots on its front, says much about Bock's strategic paralysis. Indeed, given the degree of pressure on Bock's extensive front and the absence of any substantive reserves, Halder judged Bock's decision to attack towards Roslavia as downright careless. The operation was also instructive for its cost. Just 2 days after the start of the offensive, 4th Panzer Division had lost almost a quarter of its tanks, and Schweppenberg's corps, including 3rd Panzer Division fighting further south, was reporting that its forces, irrespective of the necessary reconditioning work, must also have a 4-day rest for the physical and mental strain. This, however, was impossible to achieve as local Soviet attacks continued, one of which, on August 6th, succeeded in places at breaking through the 3rd Panzer Division's front. Sustaining offensive operations was indeed taxing, costing material, consuming stockpiled resources of fuel and munitions, and exacting a steep toll on the men. While the battle for Roslavia remains an undisputed victory at the operational level, it is instructive of the limitations of the German army in the east, and a warning against the enduring optimism for a large-scale offensive solution to the still elusive German victory. As all of Guderian's panzer corps concurrently parried and attacked, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps was juggling the demands of the front, as well as attempting to begin the refitting process. The 29th Motorized Division was attacking the remnants inside the Smolensk pocket. The devastated 18th Panzer Division was licking its wounds in the rear area, and the 17th Panzer Division was split between defensive battles along the front and withdrawing some of its units. The Panzer Divisions had lost a great deal of their combat strength, and the plan was now to amalgamate certain components, at least to make a part fully combat-ready again, especially in the 18th Panzer Division. Yet even this limited goal was met with difficulty, as the Quartermaster General reported. The spare parts have not been brought forward in the necessary quantities. Furthermore, a shortage of oil was slowing down all movement and having an extremely harmful effect. Evidently, Lemelson's corps was caught between totally inadequate offensive strength and an extremely limited ability to bring about any form of restoration, which resulted in the worrying conclusion: in a further commitment, the corps intends to initially leave behind a part of the panzers until overhauling and replenishment with oil is completed. A clear indication that German operations had fallen well short of their objectives was the contrasting discrepancy in strategic reserves available to each side. On August 1st, Halder noted that the OKH reserve was entirely committed, with nothing remaining beyond what the army groups now commanded. By contrast, the Soviets were believed to retain some 28 divisions behind the front, with 13 more in the process of formation. These, in addition to the numerous Soviet armies already manning the front, would make the resumption of major eastward operations all the more difficult for the Germans, especially in their weakened state. In a letter home on August 3rd, General Heinrici stated, When the enemy units are all half destroyed, he stuffs new people in and attacks again. How the Russians manage this is beyond me. A report by General Walter Buell, following a visit to Guderian's panzer group, cries for troop replacements for the panzer and infantry divisions. The most comprehensive study of German military losses in World War II noted that July 1941 cost the Wehrmacht more soldiers than any other month on the Eastern Front until December 1942 and January 1943 at the Battle of Stalingrad. The number of German dead in July 1941 was put at 63,099 men. Across the whole Eastern Front, the forward movement of German reinforcements from the Home Replacement Army was in no way keeping pace with losses. Army Group South had so far lost 63,000 men, including wounded, and gained only 10,000 replacements. Army Group Centre, 74,500 men with 23,000 replacements, and Army Group North, 42,000 losses to just 14,000 replacements. Box Army Group was clearly the main priority, but even here the results were disappointing. The Army Group had a shortfall, exceeding 50,000 men, and the best Halder could hope for was a further 10,000 men arriving in the next 8 to 10 days, although this, like everything else, depended on the tenuous German transportation system. In any case, Halder calculated that this would leave Bock's armies with the following projected shortfalls. Weich's Second Army, 30,500 men, Strauss's Ninth Army, 15,000 men, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group, 5,000 men, and Hoth's 3rd Panzer Group, 4,000 men. Such calculations, however, could not account for losses suffered in the intervening days. Compounding the absence of strategic reserves and the increasing gaps in the ranks was the inability to compensate with firepower owing to munition shortages. On August 1st, in a telephone conversation with the Army Quartermaster General, Bock insisted that the lack of munitions previously acknowledged as serious was, after a week without improvement, gradually becoming a crisis. Wagner attempted to assure Bock that the urgency of the situation was well known to him and that he was doing everything possible to alleviate the problem. But these were just words, and he was unable to alter substantially the realities of the German predicament. The logistical network was supposed to be sustained by a combination of Soviet and German railways, bringing up the great bulk of supplies that would then be delivered to the front over relatively short distances by trucks. In practice, however, the system was so flawed that Bock was lucky to be getting enough for the bare subsistence of his army group. Goerke, the chief of Wehrmacht Transport, explained to Halder on August 2nd that the numerical scarcity of captured Soviet locomotives and rolling stock was a major complication to the supply of the army. As a result, rail supply would have to be overwhelmingly undertaken by the overstretched Reichsbahn, and this meant that the conversion of the railways was of even more fundamental importance. This, in turn, gave rise to disputes over how the process should be managed. The army was clamouring for an extension of the railways as close to the front as possible, but extending the railways such a distance could only be achieved at the expense of their carrying capacity. Wagner argued for a slower extension of the railways with a higher carrying capacity, but this left a sizable shortfall in distance, which would then have to be made up by the trucks of the Grosstransportraum. As Halder noted, building a logistical system in parallel to running supplies is difficult and slow. In some cases, converted railroads replaced two-way tracks with single lines, forcing bottlenecks of one-way traffic. Moreover, liberties taken to extend the lines as fast as possible often resulted in poor quality, reducing the speed of the trains. In some instances, it was not the workmanship so much as the materials which caused problems. Soviet railbeds were sometimes so weak and their rails so feeble that the only German locomotives that could be used were light models dating from World War I. Goerke also complained about the inadequacy of communication infrastructure, as well as the civilian German railway workers who were, in his opinion, too inflexible and slow. In the most favourable circumstance, 4 companies of railway engineers managed to relay 20 kilometres of track in a 24-hour period. Overall, however, The pace was far too slow to alleviate the army's great shortages, and as Halder concluded on August 3rd, the question of munitions is for the time being unsolvable, because the trains are failing to appear. Not surprisingly, the supply situation was a major headache for the German command, and Halder singled out Bock's army group as the main problem child. With the railways both too limited and heavily overburdened, German commanders desperate for supplies pressed every available motor-driven vehicle into service. In the most favourable circumstances, the nearest supply depots were still 150 kilometres from the front, meaning a 300-kilometre round trip, assuming there were supplies to be had. Often the trucks would have to drive a great deal further, including all the way back to the pre-war border, or wait aimlessly for rail shipments, while the men at the front pleaded for ammunition and other essentials. Thus, the stalling of Army Group Centre's offensive provided no respite for the Gross Transportraum, which was being ground down on the dreadful Soviet roads, steadily reducing the Army's future mobility. The war diary of the 19th Panzer Division noted that supplies were being brought up from a distance of 250 kilometres or more, meaning at least a 500-kilometre journey for each load. The supply officer of the 10th Panzer Division informed his commanding officer, Lieutenant General Ferdinand Schall, that the division could only be supplied from a maximum of 200 kilometres away. Beyond that, serious difficulties were to be expected, as only 50% of the original transportation fleet remained serviceable. Particularly high was the loss of requisitioned French trucks, which Schall acknowledged could not be replaced from Germany, meaning that the division would therefore have to fend for itself. Previously, about 1 in every 10 broken-down vehicles was being replaced by new production from Germany, but by the end of July, the OKH refused to send any more vehicles because of shortages and the planned establishment of new formations. Overall, the Gross Transportraum of the Army was in rapid decline. Halder noted on August 5th that trucks requisitioned from civilian industry had already suffered a total fallout rate of 30%, while the loss of military vehicles stood at 20%. Army Group North was the worst off, with an average total loss of 39% among its transport fleet, but worse still was the fact that the bulk of trucks still classed as serviceable were rapidly succumbing to the same fate. Throughout the army there were serious shortages of tyres and spare parts, while the conditions in the east were noted by Guderian's Quartermaster General to be very severe in oil consumption, accounting for usage in frightful masses. On the poor roads, the vehicles were often forced to drive for long periods in low gears, while the hot summer temperatures and pervasive clouds of road dust combined to increase oil consumption dramatically. Not only this, but the engines were in far more frequent need of total oil changes. In 57th Panzer Corps, a report from August 6th noted, "Already many vehicles are consuming 20 to 30 litres of oil per 100 kilometres, instead of the normal half-litre of oil." Shortages of oil and a general lack of careful maintenance meant that the abrasive effects on the engines, particularly from the dust, were extremely damaging, even over short distances. A report from 47th Panzer Corps on August 4th made clear that the dust in the motors of its trucks doomed them all to an early grave. Those of the 17th Panzer Division and the 29th Motorized Division were expected to last a further 500 to 800 kilometres without excessive operational demands, while the engines of the 18th Panzer Division were forecast to last only another 200 to 400 kilometres. The difference between the two estimates rested on the high number of French vehicles in the 18th Panzer Division. Although such lifespan projections were only made in the 47th Panzer Corps, it may be assumed that the other Panzer Corps were similarly affected, spelling a foreseeable end to the mobility of the Panzer Divisions, even if the Panzers themselves could be brought back up to offensive strength. As the army struggled to cope with its many burdens, the news filtering back to the German home front was not quite the triumphant blitzkrieg being trumpeted by Goebbels' propaganda machine. The majority of the German population was still convinced of eventual success, but classified SD reports, the SD, Sicherheitsdienst, were a sub-element of Himmler's SS, undertaken to gauge the public mood, detected an emerging groundswell of anxiety about the war in the East. An SD report from August 4th read, "It is often said that the campaign has not been proceeding as might have been assumed from reports at the start of the operation. Since then, we have had the impression that the Soviets have plenty of material, and that there has been increasing resistance from the number of reported deaths, the Panzer Corps reports and front reports. One can safely assume that casualties really are higher than in previous campaigns. Indeed, towards the end of July, the difficulties at the front were causing Goebbels to rein in the enthusiasm of his propaganda. He declared in his diary, 'We must no longer promise so much.' He then signalled a new direction for propaganda. It is therefore correct when we very explicitly inform the German people of the harshness of the battles playing out in the East. One must tell the nation that this operation is very difficult, but that we can overcome it, and also will overcome it." As the harsh realities of the Eastern Front were just dawning on many Germans, there were others to whom it came as no surprise. Anti-Hitler conspirator Helmuth James Graf von Moltke, the great-nephew of the celebrated Prussian Field Marshal Helmut Karl Bernhard Graf von Moltke, harboured reservations from the earliest days of the war. Writing to his wife from Berlin, he spoke in harsh terms about the progress of the war, which has already produced very heavy fighting and cost us very great losses. 2 days later, on July 3rd, Moltke concluded, "I have come to the conclusion that we have obviously completely underestimated Russia." Another civilian, and one of Moltke's compatriots, Ulrich von Hassel, judged the overall situation on August 2nd in similarly bleak terms. The situation: heavy Russian resistance, heavy losses, heavy English air raids in the west, very meagre results in the submarine and air war against the British merchant fleet. Consequently, low barometer readings, feeling of endlessness and doom. In Italy, Goebbels ominously observed that the public mood was rife with criticism for the perceived ineptitude of Mussolini's fascist regime, and claimed that the people had placed their last hope in the German Wehrmacht. Even at the front, an Italian journalist travelling with the German armies, Curzio Malaparte, observed the error of German pre-war estimates and the alarming strength of the Soviet enemy. "I am thinking of the mistake made by those who hoped, at the beginning of the war against Russia, that at the first impact, revolution would break out in Moscow. In other words, that the collapse of the system would precede the collapse of the army. These people showed that they failed to understand the spirit of the Soviet society. Rather than the kolkhozy, the great collective farms, rather than her giant factories, rather than her heavy industry, the supreme industrial creation of Soviet Russia is her army." While the German population were only just beginning to comprehend the scale and cost of the new war in the East, any illusions held by the Soviet populace about the invincibility of the Red Army were quickly dispelled in the opening days of the war. With the exception of the Soviet territories recently incorporated into the USSR and certain regions of the Ukraine, the mood can generally be characterized as one of defiance and nationalistic zeal. Although Soviet post-war histories went to great lengths to demonstrate the absolute unity of the Soviet population, in truth, of course, there were exceptions. Yet much evidence still points to widespread support for the Soviet Union's war effort, indicating that the war evoked a passion beyond a simple adherence to the Soviet state or Stalin. Many people did fight for socialism, although perhaps not always Stalin's particular brand of it, while others fought, in spite of the Soviet system, for their homeland. Some supported the Soviet war effort to forestall the advent of Nazi rule, which they wisely feared. Of course, there were also many who were simply given no choice, being drafted to the army or into the factories where draconian discipline enforced loyalty. Nevertheless, popular enthusiasm was shared by a majority of the Soviet population. There was an overwhelming acceptance that the Soviet Union was the victim of Nazi aggression, and the past mistakes of the political leadership were soon forgotten in the rush to defend the state. Stalin shrewdly propagated this by enacting a quiet revolution in state freedoms, previously unthinkable. Anti-religious propaganda was soon halted, and past national heroes forgotten in favour of new socialist idols were resurrected as symbols of past national glories. Propaganda improved in both medium and content. Pravda, the Soviet daily newspaper, dropped its weary peacetime slogan, "Proletarians of all lands, unite." Instead, the new message was simple and direct. Death to the German invaders. The war was soon being portrayed as a great patriotic war, to evoke comparisons with the victorious ejection of Napoleon's invading army by Tsar Alexander I. There were also 600,000 people freed from the labour camps, 175,000 of whom were then mobilised. It was a new Stalinist state, with a slightly more compassionate face, designed to bleed every last drop of popular fervour from its inhabitants, while retaining an iron-fisted grip on power. The comparison with Nazi Germany at the time could hardly be more stark. The Soviets were mobilising fully on the home industrial front, as well as for the Red Army, and psychologically the conflict was already being heralded as a time of great national crisis, requiring untold sacrifices. In Germany, by contrast, there was no total war economy, no national state of emergency, and the majority of the population still expected the war to be of short duration, ending in another triumph of German arms. It seemed only the boldest skeptic could venture to presume that in the summer of 1941, Germany was, in fact, irretrievably losing the war. Although the motorised formations of the army were being progressively gutted on the Eastern Front, the German High Command was steadfastly absorbed by the strategic question of where to resume offensive operations. Hitler had resigned himself to a pause in operations, while the final resistance in the Smolensk pocket was extinguished, and the necessary refitting of the panzer divisions was undertaken. This gave him time to consider his options and reflect on the weight of opinion arrayed against him. Hitler still retained his preference for Leningrad, and a strike to the south over that of Moscow, but in his momentary self-doubt he wanted some form of substantiation to validate his instinctive tendency. It was also somewhat characteristic of Hitler to procrastinate over important decisions, especially when his own inner conviction was rattled. In this momentary inertia on Hitler's part, Halder saw his advantage and hoped to wrestle back the strategic initiative from Hitler's interference. Yet for all Hitler's indecision, he was not a man who could be bent to anyone else's will, something Halder consistently failed to grasp, as did many other generals later in the war. If it was ever possible to change Hitler's mind on an issue, he would have to be tenderly cajoled and convinced in ways that sometime ignored conventional rationale, and appealed instead to Hitler's selective worldview. Confrontation was just as likely to produce the opposite effect, and spark one of his thunderous tantrums. While Hitler struggled with his flagging resolution on how to proceed, his search for conviction led him to Bock's headquarters on August 4th, to hear firsthand the view of his battlefield commanders, a perspective he trusted far more than the self-serving clique at OKH. Ordered to attend, Hoth and Guderian flew into Borisov to join Bock, who was already hosting a visit by Heusinger, no doubt the eyes and ears of the OKH, and probably with a mandate to ensure uniformity throughout the army command, which may well have been a prudent measure, given that there was some evidence to suggest Guderian had favourably considered the southward strike. In addition, Brauchitsch had also expressed his hope that the two panzer commanders would influence Hitler to release the panzer reserves. Hitler arrived by plane with his usual entourage, which included Keitel, Jodl and Schmundt. The proceedings opened with Hitler warmly congratulating Bock on his unprecedented successes. Then Hitler proceeded to question each of the generals separately in another room, so as to gauge their opinions individually, without each man knowing what the others had said. If Hitler was looking for support within the ranks of the army, he would not find it on this day, and the generals all towed Halder's line on the paramount importance of Moscow. For his part, Keitel was disgusted, seeing this as an obvious sham orchestrated by the OKH. Writing before his execution at Nuremberg, Keitel recalled bitterly, "All three of them, Bock, Hoth and Guderian were aware of the War Office's, OKH's, plan of attack, and saw it as their panacea. Any weakening of Army Group Centre would jeopardise this plan, a plan which had electrified them all. The War Office, Army Group Centre and the tank commanders had managed to put up a united front against their Führer. It was this resistance that Keitel then blamed for ultimately having shipwrecked Hitler's great strategic master plan. Certainly, in Bock's and Hoth's case, and perhaps Guderian's too, the willingness of the generals to argue for Moscow reflected not only the desires of the OKH, but also a strong degree of personal conviction. The only senior commander in Army Group Centre to have openly endorsed the diversion of panzers to the south was Kluge. However, his command had been recently made redundant by the disbandment of 4th Panzer Army. As a field marshal, Kluge was the second highest ranking officer in Army Group Centre and would be reinstated as an army commander. Even if the OKW had not expressly requested his attendance, Kluge had been involved in the campaign at the most senior level from the very beginning, and would shortly resume his involvement, raising the question of whether there was a more devious agenda on the part of the OKH. Even if no active measures were taken to exclude him, one wonders whether there was not a passive bias against him, and whether his attendance would have been sought or even ordered had he expressed an enthusiastic devotion towards the Moscow alternative. In any case, there was no sympathetic ear for Hitler's preferred plans at Borisov. By all accounts, Hitler was still unsure how to proceed at the end of the meeting, and declared that no final decision had yet been made as to future strategy. He did, however, set out the 3 alternatives in order of current priority. First came Leningrad, second the Donetsk region, south of Kharkov in the eastern Ukraine, and last, Moscow. Yet this was not as discouraging for the army commanders as it might first appear. Leningrad, Hitler contended, was expected to be reached by Lieb's forces without further aid by August 20th. This, he continued, left all the strength of the Luftwaffe currently deployed there, as well as strong elements of Lieb's command, to be placed at the disposal of Army Group Centre. As for the southern operation, Hitler also made reference to the recent favourable development of Army Group South's position, and that the battle strength of enemy forces there was no longer highly valued. After the discussion of strategy, Hoth and Guderian were keen to seize their chance and issue a direct plea to Hitler for the urgent release of new panzers and the shipment of replacement tank engines from Germany. Guderian, in particular, couched his request in absolute terms, pointing optimistically to the prospect of renewed operations over distant reaches of the Soviet Union, with a full 70% of his forces fit for battle by August 15th. The consequences, however, of not heeding his replacement requirements were correspondingly dire. On this point, Guderian was blunt and to the point. The striking power of the decisive shock weapons, by which he had cited panzers and aircraft, would decline. The fighting would then depend more on the infantry, and progress would be sluggish and bloody. Rapid, comprehensive victories would then no longer be possible, and as a result of this, the progress of the war would be decisively and negatively influenced. Hoth, too, stressed the urgency of replacement engines, and emphasised that newly produced tanks were also necessary to replace total losses. Hoth, however, was more cautious than Guderian in giving a date for the completion of his refitting process, suggesting it would be between August 18th and 20th. Hitler listened patiently to these requests, and the diarist for Guderian's 2nd Panzer Group, who also appears to have been in attendance, noted that the Führer was visibly moved. Hitler immediately authorised the release of 1 month's supply of engine production for the front, which equated to 400 engines, and a pitiful 35 newly produced tanks. Beyond this, Hitler would not go. He claimed that the 2 remaining panzer divisions in Germany, 2nd and 5th Panzer Divisions, which had undergone repairs following the Balkan campaign, as well as the bulk of new production, were needed in the homeland to forestall any British landings. Later, it was acknowledged that even if these measures did not compensate for the wear and tear of the panzer divisions, at least it gave the troops something of the feeling that they were not forgotten. Guderian, on the other hand, protested that his panzer group alone would require 300 engines, and claims to have described the offer as totally inadequate. But Hitler remained unmoved. Soviet losses, the dictator asserted, were approaching those of Imperial Russia in World War I, and this after just 6 weeks. To Hitler's mind, he had already been quite generous, and, in any case, the success of operations rested mainly on adopting the correct strategic approach, not haggling over a few tanks or spare parts. At the conclusion of the conference, Heisinger dutifully gave a detailed report to Halder, who was gratified to note that Hitler had released the Panzer engines, but added that this had already been undertaken by the OKH without Hitler's knowledge. The subject of Moscow was, however, cause for renewed frustration. Halder had hoped that the much-celebrated field commanders, on the verge of another victory at Smolensk, and with all the warriors' elan that appealed so much to Hitler, would sweep aside Hitler's lingering reservations. The news that Moscow was still in third place behind Leningrad and the Ukraine was a bitter pill for Halder, who was equally frustrated at Hitler's continued procrastination in coming to a final decision. That evening, with the backing of Brauchitsch, Halder vented his frustration to Heisinger and Paulus. He insisted that the army groups needed clear-cut tasks, and lamented the absence of political direction in establishing clear objectives for the campaign. Halder suggested that if his objective was to defeat the enemy decisively, it should be left to the army, with full access to resources and no interference from above. This would end in this year at Moscow, and leave the gaining of more ground, in the Ukraine, to the development of the situation, Halder assured his audience. With the high hopes of the OKH wallowing in an atmosphere of gloom, Brauchitsch departed for the Wolf's Lair the next day, August 5th, to press Hitler for more clarity on strategic questions. The meeting revealed that Hitler was also becoming concerned by the danger that the front was settling down to static warfare, like in 1914. He expressed the need to get them moving again, but given the state of the army and the Luftwaffe, Hitler made it clear that it could not all be undertaken at the same time. He therefore proposed 3 areas where renewed operations were possible. Commenting in his diary after the return of Brauchitsch, Halder reviewed each of the 3 alternatives. The first was for a north-eastward thrust by Hoth towards the Valdai Hills, which Hitler characterized as flank support for Lieb's right wing, but Halder dismissively rejected this as superfluous. Instead, Halder took heart from the fact that occupying the Valdai Hills would provide a favourable jumping-off point for Hoth's drive east to the Volga. The second alternative raised by Hitler was for the clearing of the southern wing of Bock's army group, if possible with the capture of Korosten, followed by an advance towards Moscow. At this, Halder rejoiced. This idea is a salvation, he proclaimed. Yet Halder was also mindful of the danger inherent in such a move. Korosten was a distant march to the south, pulling forces away from the centre and endangering the prospects of a drive east. "Let's wait and see," was his conclusive comment. The third alternative concerned the operations within Army Group South, and did not unduly impinge on Bock's forces, leaving Halder pleasantly relieved. It seemed the sum of Hitler's deliberations was largely positive, and Halder hailed the cheering progress these had made. According to the Army Chief of Staff, Hitler had been surreptitiously coaxed away from his obsession with tactical manoeuvre towards the OKH's operational objectives. "That is, for the moment, a relief," Halder exclaimed, although he recognized that they fell well short of the clear operational objectives still being awaited. Indeed, writing to his wife on August 5th, Halder's ongoing frustration was clear. "I am not the kind of person to accuse someone. However, it is often extremely annoying when one must fight the authoritative people for the clear and simple lines denoting the big and deciding questions. One would not believe how big the predilection is for discussing minor questions, that every day waste hours and hours, only to evade the big decisions until the last minute." Overall, the 2 days of high-level meetings in early August produced little in terms of tangible results, but highlight the German command's obsession with strategic questions, while largely ignoring the diminishing ability of their forces to conduct such operations. Even the panzer commanders appeared singularly concerned with the serviceability of their tanks, without any hint of concern for the myriad of problems which had stalled operations and forced such a long and costly struggle around Smolensk. There was no discussion of the failing logistical system, no acknowledgement of the heavy casualties in men and combined arms, and no accounting for the faltering strength of the Luftwaffe. On the other side, there was no admission that the Red Army was proving an incredibly resilient opponent who was seemingly able to patch up the front faster than the Germans could break it down, and at the same time launch repeated offensives on multiple fronts. There could be no denying, as the German leadership was keen to point out, that the Soviets had serious problems of their own, some far worse than the Germans, but the standard of success was entirely different. The Red Army had only to endure as a significant fighting force, while the Germans had to win the war, and win it decisively. There was no contingency for anything else. Victory at Smolensk. The paradox of a battle. On August 5th, the Great Encirclement Battle at Smolensk was officially declared by Army Group Center to be over. To mark the occasion, Bock issued a grandiose order of the day to his troops, which read, "With the destruction of the Russian divisions cut off at Smolensk, the 3-week battle at the Dnieper and Dvina and of Smolensk has concluded in another brilliant victory for German arms and German fulfillment of duty. Taken as booty were 309,110 prisoners, 3,205 captured or destroyed tanks, 3,000 artillery guns, 341 aircraft. The numbers are not yet complete. This deed of yours, too, has become part of history. It is with gratitude and pride that I look upon a force that is capable of such an accomplishment. Long live the Führer." Despite Bock's victorious proclamation being repeatedly accepted by historians as an appropriate verdict on the immense battle, the order disguises a far less favourable outcome, with the results that Bock's declaration can be more accurately understood as a simple piece of military propaganda. Bock's apparent brilliant victory must of course be judged against its relative cost to Army Group Center, which reveals a state of affairs far from brilliant. Indeed, within Bock's own command, illusions about the difficulties presented by the military situation were diminishing. 2 days before declaring the end of the battle on August 3rd, the Army Group's war diary began. At the beginning of the 7th week of battle, the Army Group stands with partially worn-out units, limited munitions supply and without meaningful reserves, in a difficult and costly struggle to achieve the victorious end of the encirclement at Smolensk. The enemy is in number and material greatly superior. On the outer defensive front, the bridgehead at Yelnya is a deeply endangered flashpoint. Not only was the fighting extremely hard and bloody, but the results were not as encouraging as had been hoped. In spite of acknowledging the substantial quantities of captured weapons and equipment, the Army Group War Diary admitted prisoner numbers not as high as expected. This was a fundamental admission, given that the purpose of the vast encirclement was to carve out a massive hole in the Soviet front and eliminate the great bulk of the enemy facing Army Group Center. As it was, the Soviet armies were either too far east to be caught in the pocket, or those that were managed to maintain enough cohesion to offer both fierce resistance and allow large elements to flee east through the narrow opening. Thus, the overall German operation, while rich in booty, obscured their failure to strike a decisive blow. They had failed in the Belostok-Minsk pocket, and failed again in the Smolensk pocket. In the meantime, their motorized forces had suffered paralyzing losses, leaving the front stagnant and German plans in tatters. As Blumentritt later wrote of these summer battles, the Great Encirclement battles had led to the capture of huge numbers of prisoners and vast quantities of booty, but the results were not quite as satisfactory as they might appear at first glance. For one thing, these Great Encirclements made very heavy demands on our panzer forces. For another, they were seldom entirely successful, and large groups of the encircled enemy frequently slipped out of the pockets eastwards. Blumentritt was not alone in rendering this verdict. Kesselring, too, identified the failure of Army Group Center's large strategic movements. The operation at Smolensk aimed to eliminate once and for all the Russian Western Army, and while a victory of sorts was achieved, Kesselring admitted it brought no decision. The main problem, in his opinion, was the inability to close the gap to the east, through which he guessed over 100,000 Soviet troops escaped to form the nucleus of new Red Army divisions. Yet the operation itself was an exceedingly bold one, which Kesselring acknowledged was simply too much for the German Wehrmacht. Our divisions, including the Luftwaffe, were simply overtaxed, at the end of their tether and far from their supply centres. Expanding further, Kesselring addressed the fundamental problem undermining the very conception of German plans in the east. The panzer groups were too weak. Our strategic mechanized forces had to be proportionate to the depth and breadth of the area to be conquered, and to the strength of the enemy, and we had not anywhere near this strength. Our fully tracked vehicles, including tanks, were not adequately serviceable. There were technical limitations to constant movement. A mobile operation, 1,000 kilometers in depth, through strongly occupied enemy territory, requires vast supplies, especially if there's no chance of falling back on large and useful enemy stores. Our lines of communication and our airfields lay mostly in enemy-threatened country and were insufficiently protected. With such deep-seated difficulties, there was a degree of hopelessness in the German operations, which Kesselring also alluded to in his description of the early summer campaign. So the word was march and fight, fight and march, for almost a month and a half, for a depth of nearly 500 miles, for part of the time in clement weather, frontal battles with the retreating forces and with new Russian divisions brought up from the back areas, guerrilla bands that now made their appearance in greater strength, and with the low-flying, effectively armoured Russian ground strafers, which appeared in single formations of flight strength. Any normal hope of being brought out of the line for a rest, if only a short one, or of a regular re-equipment, was just wishful thinking. In spite of such seemingly intractable problems, by the end of the battle at Smolensk, Bock and his fellow officers felt entitled to claim a great victory. By conventional military precedent, few campaigns could boast such an impressive advance, undertaken in just 6 weeks, over countless battlefields strewn with the wreckage of huge enemy armies. Yet, try as they did to cap these tumultuous weeks with a resounding stamp of victory, the rigours of this war were not to be played down or surreptitiously hidden. The British press were quick to pick up on the evident stalling of the German blitzkrieg, with headlines pronouncing a Soviet victory, and cartoons mocking Hitler after the blunting of the Blitz. Churchill later noted that in this early period of the war, it was not particularly important where the Eastern Front lay, even if all the way to the Ural Mountains, so long as it continued to function as a front, which continually devoured German strength. Indeed, Churchill was unequivocal in his judgment about the Soviet Union's role in the war. History will affirm that the Russian resistance broke the power of the German armies and inflicted mortal injury upon the life energies of the German nation. On the Soviet side, Marshal Timoshenko's favourable summary of the Battle of Smolensk to Stalin may well have been influenced by the fate of his predecessor, who was executed, but it convinced a sceptical Stalin and bears out the facts. Timoshenko told Stalin, "I maintain that by the operations of these days we have completely upset the enemy offensive. The 7 or 8 tank and motorized divisions and 2 or 3 infantry divisions put into action against us have been deprived of offensive capabilities." Even the German soldiers could hardly be expected to forget what they had been through in these first weeks of the Eastern Campaign, nor ignore the day-to-day reality of their lives at the front. On the same day that Bock's order was being read aloud to his troops, congratulating them on the brilliance of their victory, Hans Mierzwiecki, an officer in the 9th Army, could only write home about the strength of Soviet artillery, the unremitting bombing and strafing attacks of Soviet aircraft, and the strong Soviet patrols attempting to infiltrate his position each night. The war, he concluded, was now a positional war like that of 1914 and 1918. 11 days later, when a letter reached Mierzwiecki from Germany talking of the magnificent success of arms, hopefully followed by peace, he was not inclined to agree. Miervelke perceptively foresaw that, unlike in past wars, victory was no longer to be wrung from a battle, but only from conquest, and that was still far from being achieved. Conversely, another soldier received a letter from Germany, dated August 6th, which referred to Bock's special announcement, and then continued, "One is always pleased when our troops achieve another success. At the same time, just as one can count to 5, one can see that all this has cost many victims. Last year, following the French campaign, I never had such dark thoughts as I do now." A personal letter from General Heinrici to his wife seemed to confirm such dark thoughts. On August 3rd, Heinrici wrote, "We wonder sometimes what the winter will bring. We will certainly have to remain here in Russia, so we will have to endure here a positional war along an enormous front." Heinrici then added sarcastically, "Wonderful prospect." By early August 1941, Barbarossa was in deep trouble, and German claims of a definitive victory at Smolensk represented a greater propaganda success than an actual military one. In fact, given German operational objectives, the battle was hardly a victory at all. Yet this does not by default make the battle a Soviet victory. Post-war Soviet historiography eulogized the Battle of Smolensk as a glorious German defeat by the Red Army. This was also an embellishment of the facts. Zhukov's order on July 20th stipulated that counter-offensives by the 29th, 30th, 24th and 28th Armies were supposed to smash through German lines, relieve the nearly encircled remnants of the Soviet 19th, 20th and 16th Armies, and retake Smolensk. Instead, inexperienced Soviet commanders and critical shortages in heavy weaponry transformed much of the fighting into bloody frontal assaults, which wore down the German motorized formations, but at a cost of immense Soviet casualties. By the beginning of August, some of the divisions in Timoshenko's Western Front numbered only 1,000 to 2,000 men each. Thus, while one can claim that the Germans failed in eliminating the Western Front, and in the process sustained crucial losses to their motorized forces, it is equally true that the Soviets failed to reach their stated objectives, and suffered staggering casualties in the process. Indeed, the Battle of Smolensk is perhaps best represented less in terms of a rousing victory for either side, but rather as a defeat for both. Yet what remains decisive in coming to any conclusive verdict as to which side benefited the most, or suffered the least as the case may be, are the strategic ramifications of their respective failures. The Soviets lost appallingly, but could go on holding the line while replacing their losses. The Germans lost less in terms of men and equipment, but these were catastrophic to their overall war aims, especially since Bock had still not broken Soviet resistance. Additionally, the 3-week battle cost Germany irreplaceable time, and the repairs to their motorized divisions would cost even more. At a minimum, Bock had to win a decisive victory at Smolensk, whereas Timoshenko really only needed to survive and go on maintaining a stout resistance. The victor was simply the side with the least to lose from their failure. Without question, the carnage wrought at Smolensk and the volume of waste the attritional battles exacted exemplified the horrors of the Eastern Front. In this initial period, the fighting was characterized by 2 very different approaches, which also underscored 2 very different opponents. If the skillful German commanders thrust and jabbed their armoured divisions with dangerous precision, the Soviet Colossus swung wildly with its hammer of armies. The end result of such savage combat was telling on both sides, but ultimately more so for the Germans. One German soldier who fought in World War II from 1939 until his capture in 1945 recalled, "The fighting around Smolensk in July and August was the heaviest and deadliest I saw during the war." If Bock's battle at Smolensk was, as he claimed, a great victory for Army Group Centre, it certainly did not resonate far enough to relieve the growing difficulties confronting the neighbouring 2 army groups. By early August, Army Group North's forward progress towards Leningrad was becoming seriously complicated by the overextension of its forces.
Lieb, at least, had the advantage that supply ships could follow his progress up the Baltic coastline, but these still had to be delivered considerable distances overland, especially to 16th Army, and the sunken marshlands took their toll on Lieb's gross Transportraum, with the highest fallout rate in the whole army, 39%. Most of Lieb's difficulties, however, stemmed from the increasingly large area in which he was operating, forcing a ceaseless dispersal of his front-line strength with every kilometre gained. As early as mid-July, one of his 2 Panzer Corps was even encircled in a Soviet counter-offensive and had to commence a frantic fighting retreat, aided by airdrops and a relief thrust by the SS Totenkopf division. Emerging from this 4-day battle, the 8th Panzer Division had lost 70 destroyed or damaged tanks from its remaining 150. As in Army Group Centre, it was the motorised divisions of Huppner's Panzer Group 4 that was suffering the most significant losses. Barely 5 weeks into the campaign, Lieb noted that 25% of his panzer forces were total losses, and another 25% were in various states of disrepair. The SS Totenkopf Division and the 3rd Motorised Division were noted to have suffered particularly heavily, with the latter also recording 35% casualties in officers. Overall losses of Panzer Group 4, Lieb concluded, were very heavy. The battle strength, in fact, seems to me to be substantially reduced. Along with its sharp decline in offensive strength, the geographic expansion of the front forced the army group to sustain offensives both northwards into Estonia as well as eastwards to cover Bock's left wing. The swamps and sunken roads in these regions added further difficulties, even in the absence of rainfall. Whole columns became stuck fast in knee-deep mud, and overtaking resulted in some vehicles disappearing almost completely into the treacherous marshes. On one day, the men of the 6th Panzer Division laboured all day among swarms of insects and searing heat, only to advance 2 kilometres per hour. The army group also had to contend with a resurgent enemy, which caused the offensive to falter. In the first 2 weeks of Barbarossa, Lieb's front had advanced some 450 kilometres, yet over the next month he struggled to manage another 120 kilometres, leaving him still 100 kilometres short of Leningrad, with long, exposed flanks. While Lieb concentrated his forces to reach Leningrad, he acknowledged on July 31st that defending the eastern flank was impossible, as it now extended 360 kilometres. 2 days later, in a meeting with Brauchitsch, Lieb sketched out his overextended front and told the commander-in-chief of the army that he needed 35 divisions to meet his commitments, but had only 26. Like Bock, Lieb desperately sought forces wherever he could find them, and ordered the rear area security divisions closer to the front. He also lobbied hard for the return of 4 infantry divisions which had previously been transferred to Bock's 9th Army. The situation remained critical, and on August 3rd, the 32nd Infantry Division was left holding a line from Toropez to Staraya Russa no less than 150 kilometres long. Reflecting the increasingly critical situation, Huppner, the commander of Panzer Group 4, wrote to his wife on August 15th, "As a result of the overall supply situation and the cold, the campaign must be ended by the end of September." Clearly, Army Group North was beset by many fundamental problems that were now endemic across the vast breadth of the Eastern Front. Lieb's forces could barely reach Leningrad, to say nothing of storming the great city, and covering their long right wing would still be cause for major concern. Obviously, if a decisive blow against the Soviet state was to be struck anywhere, it would not come from Lieb's army group. In the Ukraine, Rundstedt's Army Group South faced the largest concentration of Soviet forces, and with only 1 panzer group at his disposal, the advance lagged far behind that of Bock and Lieb. On July the 5th, Rundstedt wrote to his wife that on account of the heavy fighting and terrible roads, only slow progress could be made. In addition, heavy rains had a catastrophic effect on movement, with mud and dust alternating to slow progress and spoil the engines of the motorised columns. Curzio Malaparte, an Italian journalist travelling with the German armies in the south, observed, The road, if this species of cattle track may be so described, is covered with a thick layer of dust, which with every breath of wind rises in dense red clouds. But in places where the clayey soil has failed to absorb the rainwater, where a stream crosses the track, the sticky, tenacious mud grips the wheels of the lorries and the tracks of the tanks, which sink slowly into the Buna as into quicksand.
Denied rapid movement, an encirclement of the enemy forces was not initially possible, as the Soviet command enacted a frustrating mixture of withdrawals and obstructing counterattacks. A dissipation of strength to the flanks was also inevitable, especially to the north, where the Sixth Army was vigorously attacked from the Pripet marshes, forcing Halder to release reserves to help cover the lines of supply. The fighting in this sector was extremely bitter, and within just 11 days, the 98th Infantry Division alone lost 78 officers and 2,300 men. In spite of its difficulties, the focal point of the attack, led by Kleist's Panzer Group 1, penetrated the defensive Stalin line on July the 5th, whereupon new objectives for Army Group South were worked out. Here, Hitler and Halder were able to agree that a sharp turn of the armour to the south and a large-scale encirclement of enemy forces west of the Dnieper should have priority. A secondary task was to be a deep bridgehead over the Dnieper near Kiev. Rundstedt argued for a rapid assault with elements of Kleist's Panzer Group to seize Kiev directly, but this was overruled, owing to the apparent risk and a lack of infantry support. Unlike the armoured thrusts in the two northern army groups, where a measure of freedom was achieved, Kleist's movement was continually dogged by enemy resistance and threats to his flanks. At the end of July, Halder alluded to weeks of grinding at the Russian front in the Ukraine. One soldier, Gottlob Biedermann, wrote of the early weeks of the summer advance. Our lines of supply became more strained with each day's advance, and as our momentum slowed to a crawl, we continued to experience ever-increasing sporadic shelling. The Russian rearguard elements continued to withdraw before us, attempting to burn many of the few mud and straw huts in our path, and always leaving an ever-present cadre of snipers who slowly extracted a deadly price from our ranks at the cost of their own lives. The depth of our penetration into the Soviet Union began to take its toll, and ammunition rationing served as a first indication of the shortages that we were to encounter, with disastrous results in future battles. By the first week of August, Kleist's panzers manoeuvred and fought against stubborn resistance to link up with General Karl Heinrich von Stubnagel's 17th Army and trap the Soviet 6th and 12th Armies in the Uman encirclement. Coming only days after the end of Bock's battle at Smolensk, Uman was trumpeted as another outstanding German victory. Yet after more than 6 weeks of heavy fighting, the Uman pocket had netted just 103,000 Soviet prisoners, 1/3 of what Bock had taken in the Belostok-Minsk pocket a month before. Far from eliminating Soviet resistance west of the Dnieper and freeing the road to the east, the Germans found themselves with significantly reduced combat strength, little time remaining, and an unbeaten enemy digging in on the Dnieper. To make matters worse, the second objective, to force a bridgehead on the eastern bank of the Dnieper, had still not been achieved. In a letter to his wife on August 12th, Rundstedt wrote, "How much longer? I have no great hope that it will be soon. The distances in Russia devour us." According to most accounts, by the end of the first week in August, each of the 3 German army groups stood apparently victorious over their opposing Soviet fronts, while plans were afoot for further advances. What is insufficiently recognized is that, operating in such vast areas, overextension was inevitable, forcing local commanders to disperse their strength and making it more and more difficult to achieve concentration for the next offensive. With the Soviet line still being doggedly held everywhere, increasing stretches of the German front passed over to defensive warfare, while strength was pulled from wherever it could be found for more limited offensives along narrower areas of the front. Only in the earliest weeks of the campaign did all 3 German army groups advance simultaneously, and therefore resource depletion brought combined forward operations to an abrupt halt. This heightened the importance of the strategic dispute between Hitler and Halder, as Germany's shrinking offensive strength had now to be used for a final decisive blow. In 1941, Germany's two most prominent strategic allies were Italy and Japan, who together had signed the Tripartite Pact on September 27, 1940, as a collective deterrent to hostile action, chiefly by the United States against any member state. Despite the profession of unity, there was not much practical substance to their alliance, with each nation set on pursuing its own interests, and almost no attempts being made at a genuinely coordinated strategy. It is, therefore, not surprising that Hitler's first official notification of his intention to wage war on the Soviet Union was given in the hours before Germany launched its invasion. Hitler's unbounded confidence in the success of Barbarossa had precluded the need to request any active participation by these allies in the war against the Soviet Union, although Hitler had been trying for months to persuade Japan to seek expansion in Southeast Asia. Not only was Hitler hoping to gain an ally in the war against Britain, but he hoped this would also distract American attention from Europe by threatening a war in two oceans. The Japanese government's desire for access to vital raw materials to sustain its long war in China had made further expansion a priority, and the riches of Southeast Asia were eyed keenly by the power brokers within the Navy. Alternatively, the Japanese army had long favoured a northward strike into the Soviet Union, and the launch of Barbarossa had presented a seemingly golden opportunity to realise these plans. The army wanted to annex northern Sakhalin and the Kamchatka Peninsula, but a sphere of influence up to Lake Baikal, and even a demilitarized zone from Lake Baikal to Novosibirsk, were also projected. The army's preference retained less political support, with its only senior representative being the Japanese Foreign Minister, Yosuke Matsuoka. At the Imperial Conference on July 2nd, chaired by Emperor Hirohito, decisive steps were taken to pursue the Navy's southern offensive with an immediate occupation of southern Indochina. Matsuoka was subsequently dumped from the cabinet. But war with the Soviet Union was not yet completely ruled out, although this was now made very much conditional on the success of German operations. An imminent collapse of the Soviet Union would reduce the risks of a Japanese intervention, while ensuring them a lucrative share in the spoils. In Berlin, Hitler's previous ambivalence to Japanese intervention against the Soviet Union was now replaced with appeals for Japanese action. In mid-July, Hitler told General Hiroshi Oshima, the Japanese ambassador in Berlin, that the destruction of Russia should, in his opinion, be the political life's work of Germany and Japan. Meanwhile, the Japanese Kwantung Army in Manchuria was continually being reinforced, reaching a strength of 700,000 men. On July 16th, Oshima was given a tour of 4th Panzer Army, from which he returned favourably impressed at the progress of German operations. The second half of July, however, proved a major disappointment for the hawks within the Japanese army, who'd hoped that a decisive German victory would provoke a reversal in policy towards the northern alternative. Instead, Bock's front was stalled east of Smolensk, and the other army groups were achieving little more success. The much-hoped-for blitzkrieg was becoming increasingly doubtful, and must have reminded the Japanese of their own bitter experiences with the Red Army in the summer of 1939 at Khalkhin Gol. As Bock observed on July the 25th in his diary, the Japanese are taking the opportunity to establish themselves in Indochina, but in contrast they are only lukewarm about the hoped-for attack on Russia. Neither one nor the other surprises me. Japan's occupation of southern Indochina, undertaken at the end of July, was intended as a first step towards alleviating its economic difficulties, but this was promptly rebuffed in a spectacular reversal when the United States, Britain, and the Dutch East Indies together instituted an economic embargo against Japan. The implications were dire indeed, and, with major military commitments in China, the embargo represented economic strangulation. At this point, Japanese strategic intentions finally became clear. There would be no easy victories in the north against the Soviet Union,
and the primacy of seizing economic objectives in the south now won over even hardliners in the army. On August the 4th, the Japanese government affirmed not to involve itself in the German-Soviet war, and on August 6th, the day after Bok's victorious proclamation to the troops of Army Group Center, the Kwantung Army was ordered to avoid any border incidents with the Red Army. Indeed, Japan's naval attaché in Moscow, Captain Takeda Yamaguchi, reported on August 11th that German plans for a swift victory in the east were unrealistic. If the war is conducted according to such plans, it will undoubtedly be lost. If there was a window of opportunity for Hitler to gain direct Japanese military assistance against the Soviet Union, it had now passed. However, the Germans were not informed of Japan's intentions, and with conditions worsening on the Eastern Front, the Secretary of State in the Foreign Office, Ernst Freiherr von Weizsäcker, concluded at the end of August, aid from Japan more necessary than previously thought. Interestingly, thanks to Stalin's expert Japanese spy network, with such well-placed agents as Richard Sorge and Ozaki Hotsumi, top-level information regarding Japanese intentions was passed back to Moscow. These reports also confirmed Japanese concerns over the stunted success of the German armies, and gave Stalin confidence enough to start moving elements of his Far Eastern Front to the European theatre. The redeployment began in June and continued throughout the summer and autumn, bringing a total of 1,700 tanks, 1,800 aircraft, 15 rifle divisions, and 3 cavalry divisions to the west. Through a combination of the Allied economic embargo and the lackluster progress of Hitler's war in the east, Japan's course was at last decisively set for war against the Anglo-American powers. The Battle of Smolensk was therefore important not only for the damage done to Germany's armies, but also for the political and strategic ramifications these involved. Hitler had lost the prospect of aid from an army larger than any of his other Axis allies deployed on the Eastern Front. Moreover, Japanese intervention would have forced the Soviet Union into a two-front war, further straining their resources, as well as isolating them even more from outside economic assistance. Contrary to popular assumption, Japan's ill-fated decision to seek conflict with the Anglo-American powers was not her entry into war. Rather, it was her first desperate move in a war she had been fighting since 1937 against China. Consequently, the summer of 1941 was the critical turning point towards eventual defeat for Japan, as well as for Germany. For all the faults inherent in Japanese strategic decision-making during 1941, they can at least be said to have shown enough respect for the Red Army to await the development of Hitler's war before making a commitment themselves. Mussolini, on the other hand, was as rash as he was foolhardy, and immediately committed Italy to Hitler's new war, in spite of the heavy burden he was already shouldering in North Africa, the Mediterranean and the Balkans. Ultimately, the CSIR, Italian Expeditionary Corps in Russia, would number just 62,000 men, and was supposed to be among the best Italy had to offer, so as not to make a poor impression alongside the other Axis allies. When Keitel caught sight of them upon their arrival on the Eastern Front at the end of August, he scornfully described the army as a boundless disappointment, with officers who were far too old, leading what he deemed to be half-soldiers, incapable of standing up to the Red Army. Even Hitler disparagingly referred to the Italians as nothing more than harvest hands. In any case, the Italians were too few in number and arrived too late on the Eastern Front to influence the fortunes of Germany's 1941 campaign. Thus, while Japan and Italy were Germany's two most prominent Axis allies, their overall importance to Hitler in the summer of 1941 was largely replaced by Romania and Finland. At either extreme of the Eastern Front, these two small powers contributed sizable forces to Barbarossa, and were the only two nations to be officially informed of German plans before the invasion. After Germany, Finland provided the most professional army on the Eastern Front, numbering 476,000 men, and, because of the Winter War, 1939 to 1940, was in possession of considerable quantities of high-grade armaments supplied by Germany, Britain, and the United States. In the early weeks of the war,
Finland recovered its recently lost territories from the Soviet Union, but the cost was very high, and the country already faced critical manpower shortages with few reserves. Soviet resistance stiffened, leading the commander-in-chief of the Finnish army, Field Marshal Carl Gustaf Emil Mannerheim, to suspend forward operations and to permanently go over to the defence. The escalating demands of Germany's war forced anxious requests by Hitler's OKW for renewed Finnish action, but Mannerheim informed Keitel that this went beyond the terms of their pre-war agreement and, in any case, exceeded his military capabilities. Consequently, as early as August 1941, the Finnish leadership determined that the Red Army had been badly underestimated and the Wehrmacht overestimated. The result, they concluded, was that a German victory before the onset of winter was no longer feasible, and this resulted in a state of quasi-non-belligerence. Thus, before the end of the summer, Germany had effectively lost its most worthy ally on the Eastern Front. Romania was Germany's other major ally, fielding two armies in the invasion, 3rd and 4th organised as Army Group Antonescu, with some 325,685 troops between them. Yet size does not equal strength. The Romanian army suffered greatly from poor training among officers and men, obsolete equipment, and a meagre standard of motorization and domestic industrial support. Accordingly, the head of the German military mission to Romania, General Erich Hansen, described the Romanian contribution as useless for difficult offensive actions. Initial operations for the recovery of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina were achieved with German aid, but by late July 1941 the degree of German overextension on the southern flank led to pleas for urgently desired independent Romanian action to be taken against Odessa. Unlike the Finns, the Romanian head of state and self-appointed field commander, General Ion Antonescu, willingly heeded the call to advance further into the Soviet Union and launched successive failed assaults in an attempt to take Odessa by force. The city was eventually evacuated by the Soviets and awarded the distinctive title Hero City of the Soviet Union. Antonescu tried to claim a victory, but his losses had been staggering. There were 80% casualties in the 12 divisions which took part, equaling some 98,000 casualties in less than 2 months of fighting. Even though Antonescu was willing to accept such casualties and press on with his campaign, losses of this scale naturally undercut the effectiveness of his forces, and ultimately the whole army had to be reorganized and undergo further training. If Hitler lost Finland to the looming danger of escalating warfare on the Eastern Front, he effectively lost Romania in the firing line of that danger. Hitler's other allies on the Eastern Front fielded smaller contingents and proved even more vulnerable to the harsh conditions and savage fighting. The Slovak forces in Operation Barbarossa numbered some 41,000 men, divided into a motorized rapid group followed by the remaining bulk of the army in the Expeditionary Army Group. In the view of General Otto, head of the German army mission to Slovakia, the Slovak forces suffered from an inappropriate craving for prestige and an overestimation of strength. The tangible results of this were soon revealed at the Battle of Lipovec on July the 22nd, when the rapid group first encountered organized formations of the Red Army and suffered its highest casualties of its entire war against the Soviet Union in a single day. Inadequately trained, poorly equipped, and too large for the domestic economy to sustain, the Slovak forces had to be reorganized into a smaller army, which was then relegated mostly to rear-area security tasks. At the outbreak of war with the Soviet Union, the Hungarian regent, Admiral Miklos Horthy, committed the Carpathian Group, numbering 45,000 men to Hitler's war. This included 2 brigades of infantry, which were left behind for security tasks, and a mobile corps of 24,000 men. This formation was the pride of the Hungarian army, and gave a good account of itself even alongside the motorized divisions of Kleist's Panzer Group 1. By the beginning of August, however, heavy casualties and serious doubts about the future of Hitler's war led to much debate about Hungary's commitment. The chief of the General Staff, Colonel General Wirth, wanted to substantially reinforce Hungary's Eastern Army, whereas the commander of the Carpathian Group, Lieutenant General Szombathy,
argued for the withdrawal of the Mobile Corps. With first-hand knowledge of the conflict, Sambotay argued, "The war will last for a long time. We must be prepared for that and not a lightning war." Horthy sided with Sambotay and even promoted him to replace Worth. Extracting their forces, however, proved more difficult. In early September, when Horthy and Sambotay approached Hitler, the limited progress of Army Group South, with the bulk of its forces still on the western bank of the Dnieper, caused Hitler to block the Hungarian withdrawal. Added to the overall total of Axis troops fighting in the east were volunteers from all over Europe who took up the Nazi propaganda of a European crusade against Bolshevism. Of these, Spain contributed the most, forming their own Blue Division, with 17,909 men. The overall total of foreign volunteers aiding the Germans in 1941 reached 43,000 men, but owing to the fact that these forces still had to be trained and equipped, they did not appear on the front until autumn at the earliest. In other words, after Barbarossa had failed. Clearly, Germany's Eastern Front allies were of dubious value. As the varying examples illustrate, from the earliest weeks of the campaign, each nation was decisively affected in its contribution to the overall war effort by the rapidly growing demands of the conflict. Some recoiled, seeking to minimize their involvement after astute military assessments of the horrendous warfare they found there, while those that remained, particularly those on the front line, suffered accordingly. As small powers, without the resources to influence events fundamentally, they had staked everything on Hitler's victory, expecting to profit from it. Germany's failure was also their own. Despite frequent representations of the Battle of Smolensk as an unambiguous German victory, it did not achieve the main German aim of tearing open the Soviet front to allow an unhindered advance into the depths of the Soviet Union. It is important to remember that battlefield victories are not ends in themselves. Their worth is calculated from the strategic possibilities, military or political, that these stimulate. The deepening crisis within the German command underscores their failure to work out how to defeat the Soviet Union. Certainly, the Battle of Smolensk had not provided an answer. Box encirclements in the centre of the front achieved impressive operational successes, but did not open up a strategic alternative through which the war could be won. Conversely, his forces had been badly crippled by the effort. As a result, whatever may be said of the huge Soviet losses, these were not suffered in vain, and indeed can be seen as the price of halting the German advance. With the Blitzkrieg stopped, the realization was dawning that the war was not going to be won soon, and that it would be a long, costly struggle, decided more by economic factors than any dramatic battlefield maneuver. In this regard, the Soviet Union, backed by its Western allies, was far better placed. Even if the tangible benefits of this allied cooperation would take many months to reach the battlefield, it still meant that time was running against Germany. The Soviet Union had to be crushed, not worn down. The prospect of spending the winter bogged down in Russia, while its frozen army continued to shed men and equipment in a violent war of attrition, was tantamount to losing World War II. The last weeks of summer were to be decisive, although the scales were already precariously tipped against Germany. Chapter 9. In Search of Resurgence. The Arduous Road to Renewal. In his first letter to the Soviet leader after the beginning of Barbarossa, Churchill informed Stalin of his unreserved commitment to the Soviet war effort. After praising the Red Army's strong and spirited resistance, Churchill then promised, "We shall do everything to help you that time, geography, and our growing resources allow. The longer the war lasts, the more help we can give." On July the 30th, Roosevelt's special representative, Harry Hopkins, met with Stalin in Moscow to discuss US assistance to the Soviet Union. Hopkins reported that Stalin was optimistic about the progress of the war and believed that a continued German offensive would be difficult in September and not possible by October, when the heavy rains would begin. Thus, it was not 1941 that worried Stalin. Indeed, Hopkins remarked on Stalin's great confidence that the Soviets would hold through the winter. Stalin was more concerned about the coming spring, when mobile operations would again be possible.
For this, he wanted steel for more Soviet tanks, and he also expressed his desire to purchase as many American tanks as possible. Additionally, he requested aluminium for aircraft construction, anti-aircraft guns, machine guns, and rifles. The list would be added to in September at the follow-up Three-Power Conference in Moscow, attended by Lord Beaverbrook for the UK and Averell Harriman for the USA. The Three-Power Conference agreed on urgent support for the USSR, even at the expense of reinforcing other theatres, and thereafter increasingly voluminous supplies began to flow, initially via Nordic convoys in the Far East, Vladivostok, but later also overland through Persia. Indeed, during the period of the First Protocol, running from October 1941 to June 1942, the British and Americans undertook to ship some 400 aircraft, 500 tanks, and 10,000 trucks each month, as well as a wide range of other supplies. These targets were met, but a significant proportion of these supplies were lost en route, as German air and naval forces from northern Norway attempted to cut access to Murmansk and Arkhangelsk. If Stalin exuded a sublime self-assurance to Hopkins in late July, it was a premature confidence in the success of his forces. Germany's offensive strength was being weakened, but it had by no means entirely ebbed. Zhukov, the chief of the General Staff, foresaw dangers for the Central Front, chiefly opposite Guderian's 24th Panzer Corps and Weich's Second Army. Summoned to a meeting with Stalin to give a full report of the situation on July 29th, Zhukov stated, "On the strategic axis of Moscow, the Germans are unable to mount a major offensive operation in the near future, owing to their heavy losses, and they lack appreciable reserves to secure the right and left wings of Army Group Center. On the Leningrad axis, it is impossible for the Germans to begin an operation to capture Leningrad and link up with the Finns without additional forces." The situation in the Ukraine was not yet so easy to determine, with the Uman encirclement still in progress. According to the Soviet Chief of Staff, the real danger was that Bock would temporarily give up his thrust on Moscow and shift his attention to the south, solving the threat to his overextended southern flank, and assisting Army Group South by cutting into the rear of Kirpono's southwestern front. This prospect was all the more dangerous because, as Zhukov noted, the central front covering this area of the line was the weakest sector of our line, and its armies were badly equipped. Zhukov recommended reinforcing it with 3 armies, one from the Stavka Reserve, one from Western Front, and a last from Southwestern Front. The movement of these forces, Zhukov added, could later be replaced by forces arriving from the Far East. He also advocated that Kirponos pull his front back behind the Dnieper, which would mean abandoning Kiev, but Zhukov presented a solid military rationale for this course. Stalin flew into a rage at the mere suggestion of deserting Kiev and accused Zhukov of talking nonsense. Zhukov was one of the few marshals who spoke his mind to Stalin, and, after failing to convince him, promptly insisted, "If you think the Chief of the General Staff talks nonsense, then I request you relieve me of my post and send me to the front." Stalin did just that. Zhukov was sent to command the new reserve front, and was replaced by the more amenable Marshal Boris Shaposhnikov. Stalin's rash dismissal of the threat posed to his southern flank was to bode ill for the future, yet the Soviet dictator remained convinced that Army Group Center would push on towards Moscow after a short pause to reorganize and patch up its forces. To preempt this move, Stalin ordered Timoshenko to prepare new large-scale offensives all along his front, with the aim of disrupting the next phase of German operations before they could begin. Additionally, Stalin directed all of his front commanders to organize fresh counter-offensives to be undertaken from the middle of August in a coordinated effort from Staraya Russa in the north to the approaches of Kiev, with the biggest effort being mounted against Bock's army group. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Smolensk, the front settled down somewhat, with more localized Soviet assaults replacing the larger offensives of the past 2 weeks. Although the intense pressure on Bock's lines had eased, certain sectors of the front were still suffering dearly, complicating the withdrawal of the motorized divisions to begin their refit. On August 6th, the 12th Panzer Division, awaiting relief by the 5th Infantry Division,
suffered heavily in close-quarters combat with the Soviet 19th Army. An officer in the division later recalled, "The 12th Panzer Division, one of the units created for fast breakthroughs and envelopments, was demoted overnight to an infantry division. Typical positional warfare developed, with minor advances on both sides. The 5th Infantry Regiment had been stretched too thinly along too long a defence line and had no reserves. If the Russians discovered that, it would be easy for them to break through here. Every single soldier was needed." Even without an accompanying Soviet assault, Hoth's panzer group remarked on the lively artillery activity, which in varying strengths was making its effects felt across the group's entire front. In addition, captured enemy prisoners revealed that the badly weakened Soviet units were being reinforced by fresh troops. On Guderian's front, too, there was still fierce fighting, most particularly at Yelnya, where by the early afternoon of August 7th, the 46th Panzer Corps reported having already fended off 10 waves of enemy attacks. In contrast to the chaotic early weeks of the war, when Soviet armies struggled to achieve effective command and control, the settling down of the front took a great deal of the pressure off the Soviet armies and allowed them to improve the coordination of their operations. This was evident in German appraisals of Soviet combat performance. On August 6th, Strauss reported that the Red Army was a well-led, tough, powerful enemy with a great deal of artillery and a strong air force. 3 days later, a command conference at Panzer Group 3 described the enemy as a great mass who was still in a position to fight. His armaments were described as good, and the artillery much more proficient than in the first days. Overall, the implications of the enemy analysis were judged unpredictable, a radical shift from the dismissive reports of only 3 weeks before. Finally, the question was asked, how much longer should it take until the Russians' fighting strength is broken? A dubious and uncertain answer was supplied. We must, in this, the hardest struggle in our history, stand behind the Führer. Given Germany's high military standards, the number of references in the various war diaries to the bravery and resilience of the average Red Army man are even more revealing. Lieb wrote in his diary on August 5th, "Regarding the difficulty of battle and the tenacity of the Russians is a characteristic statement given in the daily report for the 18th Army. On August 4th, 40 prisoners and 500 dead Russians at Muru." Another German general commented after the war, "The Russian civilian was tough, and the Russian soldier still tougher. He seemed to have an illimitable capacity for obedience and endurance." Although the German invaders could begrudgingly accept the fanatical concept of fighting to the last man, there were many elements of the war in the East that shocked and revolted them, underlining the totality of the Soviets' approach to war. Many soldiers reacted with indignation at finding Soviet women serving as combatants in the Red Army. Karl Fuchs, a soldier in the 7th Panzer Division, wrote home to his wife, "When I get home, I will tell you endless horror stories about Russia. Yesterday, for instance, we saw our first women soldiers, Russian women, their hair shorn, in uniform, and these pigs fired on our decent German soldiers from ambush positions." Another example of the Soviet way of war was cited by Hans von Luck, also posted to the 7th Panzer Division. He described encountering a dog in an abandoned village which ran up to meet them and then promptly disappeared under one of their armoured vehicles. This was followed by an explosion which damaged the vehicle. Incredulous, Luck explained, "We ran to it and discovered that the dead dog had an explosive charge concealed in the furs of its back, with a movable pin as detonator. When the dog crawled, the detonator tipped over and triggered off the explosion. The dog had been trained to find meat under armoured vehicles." The Molotov cocktail was another feature of Soviet desperation in the face of inadequate anti-tank defences. This hand-thrown device was a gasoline or kerosene-filled bottle that was ignited on impact by means of a burning wick. They had first been used by Franco's troops in the Spanish Civil War, and were later employed to greater effect by the outgunned Finnish army during the short Winter War. It was in the Winter War that the Molotov cocktail acquired its name, an unflattering reference to the Soviet foreign minister, Vyacheslav Molotov.
In the early period of Operation Barbarossa, even Molotov cocktails were in short supply, but their success soon had factories producing them at a rate of 120,000 a day. The fanaticism of Soviet resistance was not only evident in their novel use of improvised weaponry, but extended to the way the soldiers fought. Accounts speak of Soviet soldiers pretending to surrender only to open fire or stab their would-be captors at close range. Numerous accounts attest to bypassed dead Soviet soldiers suddenly assailing the unsuspecting Germans from behind. In his memoir, Manstein reported that there were more than enough cases where Soviet soldiers, after throwing up their hands as if to surrender, reached for their arms as soon as our infantry came near enough, or where Soviet wounded feigned death and then fired on our troops when their back were turned. The warfare on the Eastern Front was as ferocious as it was brutal, with combatants on both sides often unwilling to give quarter or observe the usual conventions of war. The Germans had begun a war of annihilation in the East, intent on murdering millions through starvation and enslaving those that remained. But in contrast to their past campaigns, this time they were being opposed by every possible means. The sum effect of such a bitterly contested conflict manifested itself among the German troops, who were suffering to the limits of their endurance from the physical and mental strain. These led to the first doubts about the progress of the campaign, which was already Germany's longest blitzkrieg, still with no end in sight. One soldier's campaign diary, which time and again revealed the author to be a committed National Socialist, suddenly betrayed doubts. On August 6th, Wilhelm Prüller recorded, "It wouldn't be such a mistake for us to go home, for we've about 350 losses in the battalion. August 4th alone cost us 14 dead, 47 wounded, 2 missing, 1 officer dead and 3 wounded." Another soldier from the 52nd Infantry Division, Ernst Gucking, wrote home to his wife on August 10th, "You have no idea how we feel here after 23 days of the heaviest actions. This morning our battalion was called to a field mass. I can tell you it was an emotional hour. All comrades who have been lost were read out. Their number was not small." Nor were these just the bitter words of disgruntled soldiers. The matter arose in a discussion between Hoth and his subordinate commanders, with Hoth stating his belief that the impetus of the men is at times somewhat reduced. Colonel von Bismarck tried to sound more upbeat by claiming that if this was in fact the case, then it was only a symptom of fatigue. General Kuntzen added that one should tell the troops how successful they had been. A report was subsequently issued entitled Morale Reconstitution, Seelische Auffrischung, intended to convince officers by listing the weaknesses of the enemy and contrasting these with German successes. Guderian, too, was feeling the strain of the campaign, as evidenced from his private letters home when he remarked on August 6th, "How long the heart and nerves can stand this, I do not know." Days later, in a second letter, he asked, "Have I not become old? These few weeks have imprinted their marks. The physical exertions and battles of the will make themselves felt." Halder, by contrast, was still clinging to his conviction that the campaign was proceeding on track, and the Red Army was nearing its end. On August 8th, he compared the changing situation in the Red Army to the second phase of the Western campaign in France, which had allowed German forces a relatively straightforward penetration of French defences, followed by a long, largely unopposed advance through northern France. For further operations, Halder concluded, the enemy has only limited forces left. German losses, however, were hardly inconsiderable. By August 6th, the German invasion armies had lost over 250,000 men, 266,352 casualties, in just 6 weeks of fighting, with Army Group Centre accounting for 88,400 of these. With the end of the encirclement at Smolensk, and the relative decline in the scale of Soviet attacks, aside from what Bock dubbed small-scale attacks at the hotspots, the withdrawal of the motorised divisions from the front could proceed. Nevertheless, once all the infantry divisions had fully closed up on the front, including those previously employed at the Smolensk encirclement, their distribution along the Eastern Front was inadequate to cover the full line of the army group. Even for a defensive posture against lackluster enemy attacks, Army Group Centre could not manage without the aid of the motorised divisions, and the more they released, the more precarious the front became. Not only were the infantry divisions stretched too thinly to allow any depth to their defensives, but unlike the motorised divisions, when a crisis did occur, they lacked the mobility to react quickly. As a consequence, their casualties were higher, and by the time local reserves arrived, they were sometimes unable to restore the situation, escalating the crisis. On August 7th, after detailing the ongoing withdrawal of the motorised divisions from the front, Bock noted, "The situation is nevertheless extremely tense. If I want to create a reserve and try to pull out a division to do so, it is declared impossible. If a division deployed in the rear army area arrives at the front, it is snatched from my hands. I therefore wrote to the commanders of the armies and armoured groups, made them aware of the results of such a blinkered policy, and asked them to be reasonable on this point. I don't exactly know how a new operation is to take place out of this situation, and with the slowly sinking fighting strength of our constantly attacking forces, but things are undoubtedly even worse for the Russians." By August 7th, the majority of Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps had been relieved, with only parts of the 12th Panzer Division still awaiting replacement. To the south, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps included the shattered 18th Panzer Division, which had been pulled out of the line in late July, but was only now being joined by the 29th Motorised Division, and shortly thereafter by the 17th Panzer Division. In Wietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps, the attempted extraction of the 10th Panzer Division had only been partially successful, and it had to be kept close to the front for sporadic commitment because of the perpetual state of crisis in the Yelnya salient. The SS Division, Das Reich, and Infantry Regiment, Großdeutschland, were released on August 7th. On the Army Group's flanks, however, the situation was more complex. To the south, Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps had managed to rest and refit for a number of days at the end of July, but had been ordered back onto the offensive at Roslavia, and by August 8th had only just finished eliminating the last pockets of resistance inside its encirclement. Schweppenberg, however, was to be the victim of his own success, with the new strategic possibilities created by his victory allowing no rest for his weary corps. On the northern flank, Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps was simply too far away, and could not be fully relieved until August 11th. By August the 7th, the refitting phase of the motorised divisions had begun in earnest, yet Guderian had promised to have it completed by August 15th, in just 8 days. Hoth had been more cautious in his estimate, and had originally proposed to be finished between August 18th and the 20th. On August 9th, Halder asked if a panzer division, or even a whole panzer corps, could be ready by August 17th, on the condition that the necessary motors were given preferential delivery status. Strauss, the commander of the 9th Army, to whom Panzer Group 3 was subordinated, answered that the delivery of motors was only part of the problem, and rejected the earlier date in favour of August 20th. With time becoming an increasingly important factor for the Germans, there was no minimum standard for what determined a reconstituted division. It was a matter of doing whatever could be done in the limited time available. As Strauss indicated, the success of the refitting process was dependent on a number of factors. The essential spare parts, including motors, were an obvious requirement, but these had to be transported to the front via a supply system that was grossly inadequate, and in any case, overwhelmed by meeting the existing urgent demands for ammunition. Transport was also a problem within the motorised divisions. The initial advance had placed great strain on their mobility, and the past 3 weeks of frantic defensive battles had kept virtually every vehicle in action to offset critical shortages of supplies and shift reserves. The high fallout rates in trucks, especially those of civilian or non-German design, reduced the net transport capacity and placed an even greater burden on the vehicles that remained. Now, as the motorised divisions pulled back from the line, a further obstacle intervened. Just as in early July, on August 7th, thunderstorms deluged the front with heavy rainfalls, converting the primitive roads into seas of mud. The strong rain continued throughout August 8th, compounding the difficulties of movement, in parts, heavily. Hans Meyer Welke wrote home on August 9th, "It has been raining for days. The rain counts against the goal. The roads have become terrible, so that the dispatch riders can hardly get through. With normal vehicles, one does not get any further. The East begins to show its true face. For horses, men, and machines, forging a path through the mud required inordinate effort, causing Army Group Centre to issue an urgent appeal that all troop movement behind the front, not absolutely necessary, be avoided. Otherwise, it warned, the motorised troops and the infantry would be marched to death." Although Hoth's Panzer Group had opted not to accept a staggered return of its motorised units to action, and preferred instead to rest the entire group for as long as possible, Guderian was more impatient. His success at Roslavia made him particularly eager to exploit the hole in the Soviet line and push the advance rapidly forward. To do so, however, he faced an even greater complication to his already dire logistical problems. From the beginning of August, Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps had been involved in the encirclement and elimination of the Roslavia pocket, claiming 38,000 prisoners on August 8th. Yet the Corps was only receiving 50% of what it needed to undertake further offensive action. The unreliable railroads were ruled out as an option to supply enough provisions for the attack, leaving the suggestion to requisition 2,000 tons of supplies from the 46th and 47th Panzer Corps. The difficulty was finding enough transportation capacity to transfer all these supplies to Schweppenberg's Panzer Corps, as most of the trucks were fully supporting the refitting of the Panzer Group and bringing up more ammunition. In addition, the war diary of the Panzer Group's Quartermaster General noted that the heavy strain on the wheeled transportation has risen greatly recently. The conclusion was that the operation remained possible, but only at a considerable cost to 46th and 47th Panzer Corps. Even at this late stage, Guderian refused to acknowledge the constraints of his overextension, preferring instead to press on with another offensive. Without a doubt, the delusionary assessments upon which Barbarossa's pre-war logistical plans were built now revealed themselves. Not only was the army struggling to meet the most rudimentary needs of the front, while also supporting the refitting process, but, in theory, the whole army would soon need to continue advancing a great deal further to the east. The Achilles heel of the whole process was the rail network. The trucks were never supposed to be bridging so many supplies over such great distances, but the absence of trains forced desperate measures. On August 8th, the 3rd Panzer Division noted that sending its trucks to the eastern railheads often resulted in them sitting idle for days on end while waiting for a train to arrive. As if mocking the armies with an empty promise, the focus was geared towards extending the railways closer to the front, but there was insufficient carrying capacity to provide the volume of trains required. Accordingly, the trucks of the Gross-Transportraum were left to pick up the slack, and it soon became common practice for units to bypass the Quartermaster General altogether and independently dispatch trucks back to Germany to obtain what was needed. The limitations sometimes caused the Corps Command to override divisional jurisdiction and snatch trucks for other operations, causing much friction, especially when this required long detours, and the trucks returned in an even worse state. Not surprisingly, the fallout rate within the Gross-Transportraum continued to rise dramatically, and by August 10th, Panzer Group II's Quartermaster General indicated that a further 1,500 tons of transport capacity was urgently necessary, and that 1/3 of all the Gross-Transportraum was in need of repair. The implications of the failing transportation system for the all-important refitting process were clear. Without the necessary preconditions, the Panzer divisions could not be restored. Guderian noted on August 10th, "So long as the agreed motors and spare parts remain undelivered, the Panzer situation cannot be decidedly improved. It would be false to remain inactive waiting for further refitting. In the absence of spare parts and motors, the rest period will produce no noticeable improvement." Guderian therefore determined to continue his attack in the south. Ultimately, he concluded, the time ticks for the enemy, not for us. While the refitting process was seriously hindered by the internal weaknesses of Bock's army, the Red Army played its part too. Even the comparatively quiet rumblings of the front were on a scale too great for the overstretched infantry to cope with. Not surprisingly, the first crisis came at Jelnia, from which the SS Division Das Reich and Infantry Regiment Grossdeutschland had been released on August 7th. Only the following day, the 46th Panzer Corps, to which they belonged, declared that a rest and refitting of the troops is no longer to be considered. A 30-kilometre section of the front was threatening to buckle under enemy pressure, for which Das Reich, along with what was referred to as the badly worn-out infantry regiment Grossdeutschland, were urgently needed. 2 days after their recall to active duty, August 10th, the situation at Jelnia was still worsening, with the 15th Infantry Division suffering a deep breakthrough and losing control of a commanding height. The division's last reserves, 2 engineer companies, were committed, but a further expansion of the breakthrough to the south was still expected. Bock observed, "The enemy at Jelnia is still not worn down. On the contrary, powerful reserves have been identified behind his front." Far from increasing their combat strength, the elite units were again locked into the vicious attritional warfare at Jelnia, which was now threatening to drag in even more German strength. Nor was Jelnia the only area where the Germans were attempting to stave off crisis. The 9th Infantry Corps, holding the line to the south of Jelnia, was likewise caught in a desperate struggle to contain a Soviet offensive against its front. But Vietinghoff's Panzer Corps observed that there can be no practical question of offering support. To the north of Jelnia, the 17th Panzer Division was similarly under pressure on a wide 30-kilometre front, with enemy breakthroughs requiring the commitment of the Panzer Regiment to throw them back. Under such conditions, any hope of rest or refitting was simply impossible, and casualties continued to mount. As the war diary of 47th Panzer Corps noted on August 9th, "The battle is especially hard. Our losses are high. Alone on August 8th, the 17th Panzer Division lost over 300 men." Soviet attacks were also causing trouble in the north for 9th Army, which was incapable of holding its positions without the support of Hoth's Panzer Group. Unlike Guderian, however, after the disbandment of Kluge's 4th Panzer Army, Hoth was resubordinated to 9th Army and not allowed an independent command. This was now to become a renewed source of friction, as Strauss ordered elements of Hoth's group to break off their rest and rejoin the fighting. Hoth, on the other hand, insisted that his forces be allowed an uninterrupted respite, and wrote to Bock requesting that his panzer group be withdrawn from 9th Army's jurisdiction. Strauss was also petitioning Bock for more reserves, as well as the allocation of Hoth's 14th Motorized Division, which had only just been pulled out of the line. Bock ultimately sided with Strauss, and even authorized a limited withdrawal to shorten the overall defensive line. From Halder's diary, it seems that Brauchitsch was in favour of a more offensive solution to the menacing Soviet assaults, advocating attacks in all directions, which Halder held to be quite wrong. Instead, Halder favoured Hoth's preference to refit in peace, but did not intervene in Bock's command. In spite of getting his way, Strauss was still unable to counter every crisis, and only days later, the 5th Infantry Division suffered a Soviet breakthrough right up to its artillery positions. While the motorized divisions endeavoured to refit in the face of the unrelenting demands of the front, the Luftwaffe was in an even more desperate position. Kesselring's Air Fleet 2 was reduced to just Loeser's 2nd Air Corps, having lost Richthofen's 8th Air Corps to Army Group North. Loeser's corps was kept in constant action, but could not hope to adequately screen Bock's enormous area of operations, and therefore concentrated on aiding Guderian's operations in the south. Even then, the demands of constant action resulted in the corps being in substantial need of replenishment, which was naively intended to be undertaken as soon as the combat situation allows. Richthofen's 8th Air Corps was due to be returned to Kesselring's command between August 15th and 20th, but was expected to be completely worn out and not available for operational use. Thus, Soviet planes operated with a degree of freedom over the German front,
strafing and bombing in small groups and disappearing before German fighters arrived. Brauchitsch's visit to Hitler's headquarters on August 5th had produced a calming effect at OKH, bringing renewed hope that Hitler was moving closer to accepting the Moscow alternative. In truth, however, Hitler had still not made up his mind, and his moderate tone was probably just calculated to pacify the nervous sensitivities of the OKH, especially in the absence of any final decision. Nevertheless, Halder was still hopeful he would prevail, and after discussions with Bock, the commander of Army Group Center wrote in his diary, "Apparently the ideas of the Supreme Command are now developing in the direction we wish." Halder saw his next opportunity to sway Hitler when the Führer and his staff visited Army Group South on August 6th. Just as he had done at the August 4th meeting at Bock's headquarters, Halder dispatched a representative, at this time Paulus, to report on the proceedings and provide a reminder of OKH's interests. Halder also spoke with Rundstedt before Hitler's arrival and gained the Field Marshal's assurance that he would attempt to influence Hitler on the matter of Moscow, in spite of the fact that this would mean a secondary role for Army Group South's operations in the Ukraine. Hitler was probably expecting a much more receptive response than he had received at Army Group Center to his suggestion of turning Guderian's panzers to the south and aiding Rundstedt's forward drive. Nevertheless, Hitler's eagerness to find some support for his own ideas within the army, and thereby pacify his self-doubts, was to be disappointed yet again when Rundstedt advocated the Moscow alternative. In frustration, Hitler stubbornly restated the same priorities he had outlined at Army Group Center. First, Leningrad, second, the eastern Ukraine, and third, Moscow. Halder was perplexed by Hitler's ardent determination to seize the Ukraine over Moscow, and he felt that securing economic gains was a deflection from the immediate goal of crushing the Soviet Union in the time remaining. Halder was also coming to the realization that an indirect approach was needed to gain Hitler's approval, and therefore pitched a new position to Jodl, with the hope that it would finally move Hitler to accept OKH strategy. On August 7th, Halder met with Jodl and posed the question, do we want to defeat the enemy or pursue economic objectives? Ukraine, Caucasus. Jodl replied that Hitler probably considered both goals to be simultaneously attainable. The answer confirmed to Halder the wisdom of his new scheme, which sought to offer Hitler everything he wanted by presenting him with subtly controlled information that supported his desires and allowed the OKH and OKW to pursue theirs. In short, Hitler would be persuaded that Lieb and Rundstedt were capable of reaching their objectives on their own, leaving Bock free to march on Moscow with his armoured groups intact. The plan was not pure deception on Halder's part, as he naively believed that a continued general offensive would work, but he wanted to assuage Hitler's doubts, practically in the south, by minimizing the importance of enemy strengths. In the north, Leningrad could be reached, Halder assured Jodl, with Lieb's available forces. We need not, nor may we, expend any forces for this objective that we need for Moscow. Shifting his attention to the main operation, Halder declared, the question, Moscow or Ukraine and Moscow, must be answered, with emphasis on the and. Thus, Halder's grand solution to the strategic impasse was to advocate everything, a stance which took astonishingly little account of the dreadful state of his eastern armies. Nevertheless, Halder convinced Jodl, who agreed to pull together with us in this direction. Halder concluded, for us, agreement on two ideas is necessary. All of Bock's strength for Moscow, and minimize the importance of the Korosten group. While Halder was alarmingly ignorant of the strength of his own forces, his intelligence concerning Soviet strengths was even more misleading. On August 8th, Halder asserted with assurance that, applying the empirical yardstick that 2 divisions could be raised from every 1,000,000 people within a population, the Soviet Union had reached the end of its mobilization and could raise no further major formations. According to his calculations, this left Army Group North's 26 divisions, including 6 motorized, facing 23 Soviet divisions, including 2 motorized. Army Group Center's 60 divisions, including 17 motorized, against 70 Soviet divisions, including 8.5 motorized, and Army Group South's 50.5 divisions, including 9.5 motorized, confronting an equal number of Soviet divisions, including 6.5 motorized divisions. To this, Halder confidently asserted, "This confirms my old judgment that Army Group North is strong enough to carry out its own task. Army Group Centre must concentrate all its strength to destroy the mass of the enemy. Army Group South is sufficiently strong to complete its task, and maybe even help Army Group Centre." The much-lauded victories of Bock's battle at Smolensk and Rundstedt's at Uman fortified Halder's sanguine faith in the success of his new plan to both turn Hitler's will to his own and finally break the Soviet Union. Halder hoped to emulate the success of the French campaign and achieve a final breakthrough to destroy the remaining Soviet armies. His plans revealed that he was as much deluded by his successes as he was emboldened to surpass them. The fallacy of such assumptions, reminiscent of the deplorable pre-war planning for Barbarossa, proved that the harsh realities of the Eastern Campaign were still grossly unappreciated by the chief of the German General Staff. If Halder was captivated by the allure of impending success, Hitler was less certain. The dictator felt the weight of strategic decision being forced upon him, and vacillated as he tried to identify the shortest possible road to victory. From intelligence and past Soviet deployments, it seemed clear that the greatest enemy strength was to be found on the road to Moscow. But Hitler was sceptical of treading this path, and not just for the historical parallels with Napoleon's ill-fated campaign. Bock's powerful forces had twice lunged in this direction, destroying large Soviet armies, but bringing no results and entangling themselves in long, fierce battles. Hitler had already identified the problem of such large strategic maneuvers, and had proposed smaller encirclements, but he was soon forced to accept that while these held better prospects for operational success, because of their size, they had far less strategic importance. The fact remained that the Red Army had not, as intended, been destroyed in the initial battles, and a renewed thrust on Moscow, as the OKH advocated, seemed too much like reinforcing failure, having already failed twice to achieve the desired result. Hitler also saw no war-winning potential in seizing Moscow. To the south, however, he saw the prospect of an immediate success over the Soviet southwestern front and the opening of the resource-rich eastern Ukraine to his forces. Yet this was hardly an annihilation strategy, and would mean the bulk of the Red Army remained active in the field, with even less time to deal with it before the onset of winter. As a result, there was hardly a general to be found who supported such a move. For the first time, Hitler may have begun to feel that control of events was slipping from his grasp, as there was no obvious solution to his dilemma, without risking major drawbacks. Gripped with indecision, he reacted by steadfastly refusing to make any decision at all. Hitler's army adjutant, Major Gerhard Engel, noted after the OKW military conference on August 8th, "One notices immediately how irresolute the Führer is concerning the further direction of the operation. Constantly vacillating between the ideas and objectives, from the situation conferences one comes out knowing nothing more than when one went in." Despite the weight of indecision, or perhaps even because of it, once away from the situation room, Hitler's mind warmly indulged delusional fantasies of his future empire, and conjured visions of his wars as historical comparatives to Cannae, Sedan, and Tannenberg. These wild protestations are unhelpful in determining Hitler's true perception of events, since his illusions, particularly of the Endsieg, ultimate victory, persisted until the final days of April 1945. In the Situation Room, Hitler's conceited bravado had to confront another reality, frightening in its implications for the Nazi state. If Hitler had any sense of that danger, it might have added to, or even precipitated, the dictator's sudden paralysis. In May 1940, Hitler had nervously halted the crucial drive to the English Channel because of an unwarranted fear of a military disaster. If his fears were again aroused in early August 1941, he showed better strategic judgment. There was no immediate danger to German forces, but there was a very real question about how Germany could end the war, and Hitler knew better than many of his generals that Germany was unfit to bear the economic burden of a long war. Thus, it remains open to speculation whether Hitler's desire to secure economic objectives in the south, which were made abundantly clear during the planning stages of Operation Barbarossa, now assumed a heightened sense of urgency, betraying perhaps a lack of faith in an outright German victory, and revealing Hitler's growing concern over control of the Soviet Union's economic heartland. As the days passed without clear direction, Brauchitsch's impatience spilled over into anger and disgust. According to Engel, Brauchitsch bemoaned the constant agitation from the OKW in insignificant matters and the ridiculous nervous reaction to every movement of the enemy. Moreover, by August 9th, Brauchitsch shared none of Halder's optimism in swaying Hitler to the OKH's wishes, and in fact despaired that Moscow will obviously be abandoned. On the following day, August 10th, Jodl followed through on his commitment to Halder and delivered a new proposal to Hitler, prepared by the OKW Section L, in accordance with the Operations Section of OKH. The plan argued for an attack on Moscow at the end of August, with Hoth and Guderian's panzer groups operating on the wings and the infantry in the centre. Jodl ended his presentation with a proposal that was clearly calculated to impress Hitler. He suggested that a later operation by Guderian's panzer group could be launched towards the southeast to seize control of the Don River, effectively giving Germany the Ukraine. Hitler's immediate response is not recorded, but from the emphatic support it offered to Hitler's least favoured alternative, one can surmise that it only added to his uncertainty. Today is the beginning of positional warfare. Fedor von Bock. Although a number of valuable studies have recently taken issue with the long-standing Soviet assessment of early partisan warfare, the debate is focused on how widespread the movement was and its actual effect on military operations. Justifiable doubt has been cast on the spontaneous national uprising mythologized in Soviet-era publications, but none disputes that a form of clandestine warfare was being conducted parallel to the main fighting at the front. Evidence from the Army's files in August 1941 indicates that the partisan war was not simply a problem for the rear echelon units, it was affecting the main formations at the front. Indeed, there was genuine concern at the impact of these camouflaged forces. On August 10th, the Chief of Staff of the 9th Army, Colonel Weckmann, complained to Army Group Centre about the treacherous conditions in the rear area, which he stated constantly increased. Elaborating further, Weckmann added, "Confrontations with partisans increase daily. Army has the impression that the Russian rebels come together in bands and use every opportunity to attack." A week later, on August 17th, Weckmann complained to Griffenberg about the drain on motorized forces which were being drawn away to fight the still very disruptive and damaging partisan activities. A similar problem was being experienced in the rear area of 2nd Army. In early August, Weichs asked that additional forces of the SD be committed in order to allow the smooth flow of supplies. He was informed, however, that these forces were fully occupied and could spare no resources, resulting in the 252nd Infantry Division being detained for this purpose throughout August and September. The Army's own security divisions, of which just 3 were available to Army Group Centre, were utterly overwhelmed by the sheer size of the rear area they were charged to control. Already by the end of July, the 221st Security Division, with at most 9,000 men, was charged with securing an area 35,000 square kilometres in size. It is estimated that of the 3 million German soldiers involved in Operation Barbarossa, only about 100,000 were allocated to rear area security. By the autumn of 1941, Bock's rear area extended to some 145,000 square kilometres, an area roughly equal to the size of England and Wales. Frequently, the partisan attacks targeted the vital supply trucks operating in the vast spaces of the rear area, which helps to explain why the relatively weak early partisan movement had such a disproportionately worrying effect on the German armies. Organised civilian groups were still few in number and at an embryonic stage of development,
meaning that the real backbone of the partisan movement came from the many cut-off and isolated Soviet soldiers still operating behind German lines. Their motives were not always governed by a devotion to the Soviet cause, and were often dominated by a simple desire to find food and other imperatives. Nevertheless, with or without intention, their actions were striking at the weakest link in the German army, placing further demands on the stretched and exhausted German forces. Motorized units were especially important for responding quickly to partisan assaults and hunting down the attackers. It was yet another diversion the panzer groups could scarcely afford. On August 16th, the 14th Motorized Infantry Division was asked to provide a battalion for operations in the Turi area against an estimated 500 enemy partisans. The 29th Motorized Infantry Division was soon heavily engaged in similar work. Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps noted on August 19th that in the large forested areas, different partisan groups were operating in groups of 30 to 40 men. Equipped with good weapons, these groups were said to be striking at any trucks driving alone through the region. 3 days later, on August 22nd, the same war diary stated, "New is the increased partisan activity. The 4th Panzer Division received orders to conduct security actions against partisans on August 24th, but its operation failed to find the enemy." The same problem was noted by Hoth's Panzer Group, which reported on August 23rd, "The partisans are obviously always informed as soon as German soldiers arrive in a village. The large forests and swamp areas always offer enough cover, so that finding them is extremely difficult." The 10th Panzer Division took stringent preemptive measures, and on August 10th, the division started sending all men of military age to POW camps and seizing hostages from villages to be shot if hostile action was taken against its forces. As the frontline units struggled with the partisan menace, the seeds of rebellion against German rule were steadily being sown in the occupied territories. A report on August 5th from Himmler's notorious Einsatzgruppe B, Action Group B, operating in Army Group Center's rear area, noted, "Among the population of the erstwhile Soviet Republic of Belorussia, a worsening mood has recently become apparent. This is due, above all, to the constant plunder and requisitioning in both town and country by the German troops. By the start of September, the new civilian-administered Reich Commissariat Ostland took over from Army Group Center, supporting mass repression and the retention of the hated Soviet collective farms. This quickly dispelled the myth of benevolent German rule and fueled sympathies for underground communist propaganda. Nevertheless, in the summer of 1941, the majority of the civilian population in the occupied territories were preoccupied with their own survival, and most felt it wiser to await a clearer outcome of the conflict before becoming actively involved in the struggle on either side. For the German troops, the perceived danger, whether from Red Army fugitives or armed civilians, was widespread enough to have a manifest psychological effect, which at this early stage was more potent than the actual military threat posed by the partisans. Even before Guderian had completed his encirclement at Roslavia, Bock was keen to seize the opportunity and launch an offensive with Second Army to solve the problems on his southern flank. Bock, however, determined Weich's forces to be too weak, and therefore ordered Guderian to give up one panzer division to support the attack. Though not opposed to the idea of an offensive, Guderian was loath to relinquish any of his forces and protested to the point of refusing the order, which in the end had to come directly from OKH. Guderian vented his fury and despair in a letter to his wife. "Somebody," he chose not to name Bock or Halder, "interferes, as before, and endeavours to deploy the tanks in dribs and drabs, ruining them by useless journeys. One despairs. How I can overcome this stupidity I do not know. Nobody helps me." On the following day, Guderian was saved from having to begin the transfer by a general Soviet withdrawal from the Roslavia area, which he immediately seized upon to propose a new offensive to the southwest, thereby relieving himself of the need to give up a division by directly assisting Second Army's advance.
Bock approved the operation, and early on August 9th, Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps was again in action, attempting to cut off Soviet forces at Krasnopolye. In spite of Guderian's desire to maintain his offensive operations, the panzers of Schweppenberg's corps had not been adequately rested or refurbished, and lacked sufficient supplies, especially of oil. Hastily conducted field repairs to the 4th Panzer Division resulted in about 50% of its panzer strength being available for the attack, but the desperate shortage of oil supplies was to prove a greater obstacle than enemy resistance. Moreover, the heavy rains slowed the attack and hindered movement even for the tanks, with the added consequence that oil consumption rose by 75% above normal levels. Bock wrote on August 9th, "The tanks are making slow progress over bottomless roads." Before the attack began, Bock chose Krasnopolye as Guderian's first objective, about 120 kilometers southwest of Roslavia, to be followed by a further advance to Chekersk, a further 60 kilometers to the southwest. At the time, Guderian was dismissive of Chekersk and proposed marching immediately to the vital Soviet concentration point at Gomel, a distance of about 90 kilometers from Krasnopolye. In the light of the difficulties, on only the second day of the attack, Bock inquired as to whether the more limited advance on Chekersk was still possible, to which Guderian replied, "No. That would mean the end of the corps." It is indeed instructive to note the continual overestimation of strength on behalf of the German command, as well as the profound decline of the German offensive capacity. The operation to Krasnopolye was being undertaken by an entire Panzer Corps, 3rd and 4th Panzer Divisions, followed by the 10th Motorized Infantry Division, against fleeing Soviet resistance, over a distance hardly comparable with the vast stretches of land to be conquered, if Soviet resistance was indeed to be crushed. Yet instead of the panzer's difficulties causing Guderian to exercise caution, the very fact that they were moving spurred him to precisely the opposite course of action. He came up with a bold new offensive plan to roll up the Soviet flanks to the north of Roslavia, just as he was now doing in the south. This would mean that after its small encirclement around Krasnopolye, Schweppenberg's Panzer Corps would have to perform a complete about-face and retrace its steps back to the area around Roslavia, before launching an even more ambitious offensive against much stronger Soviet formations. Guderian believed that if he added the available strength from his other two Panzer Corps, he could relieve the Yelnya salient, while also destroying the Soviet reserve armies in the rear. After the war, Guderian alleged that this plan would have opened the road to Moscow, and claimed that its rejection by Bock and Halder was evidence of their hesitant commitment to the thrust on Moscow. As usual, Guderian only saw one way of going about things, and that was his way. In fact, Bock's rejection of Guderian's proposal was based on a far more sound military assessment. Bock believed that such an operation might yield a brief tactical success, before resulting in another costly battle, with Guderian's exposed right flank providing a vulnerable target for the Soviet reserves to attack. Clearly, Bock was better informed as to the depth and strength of the Soviet reserves. On the whole, Bock concluded, Army Group Guderian is too weak to also defeat these forces on its own. 4th and 9th Armies are busy. Panzer Group Hoth will not be ready to attack until August the 20th. The whole thing becomes a partial blow, which places the armoured groups at risk without promising a strategic success. By August the 11th, Schweppenberg's corps was shattering the weak Soviet 13th Army, but its own forces were likewise being ground down. The 4th Panzer Division had only 64 tanks left, and only 33 of these were Mark IIIs and IVs. On the same day, the Panzer Group's war diary noted, "The technical requirements of this attack are not favourable. In spite of the rest period, it was not possible to bring up the necessary spare parts. The number of panzers in the Army Group Guderian, has not increased significantly. It is also not known whether or when the spare parts, motors and so forth, will be delivered." At this point, Brauchitsch abruptly declared that Chekersk and Gomel would also have to be taken, which probably reflected his recognition that Hitler would never allow the march on Moscow before being convinced that the problems on Bock's southern flank were solved. Bock was very doubtful that Schweppenberg's corps had the strength to undertake such an order, and suggested that more panzer forces would have to be transferred to the south. But even then, he concluded, "With the poor equipment state of the panzer divisions, I have doubts whether they can force this order to be carried out." As the Soviet position opposite Second Army became untenable, Weich's infantry divisions launched their own offensive on August 12th. The infantry attacks were generally able to move forward, but at certain points the attacks were thrown back with heavy casualties. In the attack on Kostjashau, an entire German battalion advanced to within 10 meters of a large but well-concealed Soviet force defending the town. The Soviets waited till this point to open fire, routing the Germans and wiping out half the battalion. In one company, only 35 men survived. Nevertheless, by August 13th, Schweppenberg's corps had eliminated a pocket at Krychev, capturing 16,000 prisoners, 76 guns, and 15 tanks. Bock, however, was still unconvinced that the seizure of Gommel was possible, writing, "Material and human strengths will probably no longer be sufficient." This was certainly reflective of the strain Schweppenberg's corps was under, and as the heavy fighting continued, the 4th Panzer Division's war diary noted on the evening of August 14th, "Battles on August 13th and 14th very costly, also in material. There was little benefit in the fighting, because the enemy mass had already evacuated. Trucks in bad condition, men tired, division increasingly more worn out. Russian tanks, especially the heavy ones, are good." On August 8th, as Guderian was about to commence his attack in the south, Bock asked 9th Army if there was any prospect of conducting a renewed attack towards Veliky Luki in the north. The difficulties facing Strauss convinced Bock that, as in the south, the infantry would be unable to advance without support from Hoth's panzers. On August 9th, when Halder expressed an interest in Bock's plans, the Chief of the General Staff proposed a new large-scale operation in the north. Bock, however, was careful to point out to Halder Strauss's reservations concerning his ability to attack, because, Bock remarked, "I have the feeling that the Army High Command has overestimated the Army's forces." With Hoth's refit not projected to be finished until August 20th, Bock was prepared to put off the northern offensive until approximately August 23rd. As Bock's offensive strength floundered, the importance of refitting the panzer divisions assumed critical importance, but this required uninterrupted rest, spare parts, and sufficient time. The corps with the greatest success in meeting these requirements was Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps, which on August 11th recorded an improvement in its combat strength. Despite the rigours of continually running supplies, by remaining stationary, the Corps had been able to arrest the decline in its transportation fleet and even raise vehicle numbers through a combination of repairs and the seizure of 300 captured vehicles, mostly trucks, from the Soviet material around Smolensk. In addition, the 18th Panzer Division, which had been kept out of the line for the past 2 weeks and allowed complete rest, had raised its combat strength to 129 serviceable tanks. The 17th Panzer Division was still fighting, but managed to field 80 tanks. Lemelson's corps, however, was the exception, not the rule. There were not enough spare parts to service all the divisions, and the endless demands of the front denied many of the motorized and panzer divisions the time and rest they needed to conduct repairs. Indeed, it was only on August 11th that the remaining elements of the 20th and 19th Panzer Divisions were finally relieved by the infantry and able to begin their refitting, while the 18th Motorized Division would not be fully released from the front until August 15th. By August 13th, the problem of significantly raising tank numbers within the panzer divisions reached a critical apex. Time was exceedingly short, and the promised delivery of tank motors had still not materialized. It was at this point that Army Group Centre revealed there were now only 150 tank engines to be expected, although still not delivered, for both Hoth's and Guderian's panzer groups. At the August 4th conference, Hitler had promised 400 engines, a figure Guderian had described as totally inadequate. With the scaled-down number of new engines to be expected, Hoth's Panzer Group determined that only a 15% increase in panzer strength could now be anticipated. Yet even achieving this slight rise was provisional to when the delivery would take place, especially given the inadequate field installations and working conditions of the army technicians. In spite of such unpromising conditions for improvements within the panzer groups, estimates circulating around the OKH stubbornly insisted upon upwards of 70% of the full authorised establishment being restored during the refitting period. Colonel Burmeister, who had reported this figure to Paulus on August 12th, however, also made the ominous admission that once operations began again, the army would have to expect swift losses of up to 25%. Clearly, the extent of the repairs and the serviceability of many tanks was highly provisional and not to be counted on for the wide-ranging operations to come. In spite of the dark clouds swelling over the army, Halder remained defiantly optimistic about the prospects of a decisive blow being dealt to the Soviet Union when operations resumed towards the end of August. In part, this was based on a serious overestimation of the army's offensive strength, but there was also a corresponding underestimation of the Red Army, fed by the inept submissions of the Intelligence Department Foreign Armies East. Halder's dismissive estimation of the Red Army had recently prompted him to compare it with France's desperate position in early June 1940, and he continued to insist that Soviet reserves had reached their end. This delusional perception of Soviet strength was one of the central pillars sustaining Halder's faith in the coming victory. But his bubble was burst with dramatic effect when new information from Foreign Armies East finally revealed the fearsome potential of the Soviet colossus. Halder's diary entry for August the 11th conveys his shock, disbelief, and sudden misgivings. Regarding the general situation, it stands out more and more clearly that we underestimated the Russian colossus, which prepared itself consciously for war with the complete unscrupulousness that is typical of totalitarian states. This statement refers just as much to organizational as to economic strengths, to traffic management, above all to pure military potential. At the start of the war, we reckoned with 200 enemy divisions. Now we already count 360. These divisions are not armed and equipped in our sense, and tactically they are inadequately led in many ways. But they are there, and when we destroy a dozen of them, then the Russians put another dozen in their place. The time factor favours them, as they are near to their own centres of power, while we are always moving further away from ours. And so our troops, sprawled over an immense front line, without any depth, are subject to the incessant attacks of the enemy. These are sometimes successful, because in these enormous spaces far too many gaps must be left open. It was this dispersal of units that sapped the army's strength and revealed a critical shortage of resources, which undercut every attempt at concentration. This realization made a sobering impression on Halder, as he bluntly outlined the difficulty of the German predicament. What we are now doing is the last desperate attempt to avoid positional warfare. The High Command is very limited in its means. The army groups are separated by natural boundaries, marshes. Our last reserves have been committed. Any new grouping now is a movement on the baseline within the army groups. This takes time and consumes the power of men and machines. Without question, this was Halder's most accurate assessment to date on the harsh reality of war against the Soviet Union. Given the general severity of Germany's position in the East, it would be incorrect to highlight any individual problem and attribute to it a decisive importance. A few hundred tank engines, more or less, would not have radically altered the German predicament, any more than a particular command decision in one direction over another. Such hypothetical matters may have affected the war in individual areas, or at best across a broad section of the front, but the general lack of military resources in almost every significant category locked Germany into a long war. Although barely understood by the German command at the time, this created an alarming strategic dilemma. The dilapidated state of the motorized and panzer divisions rendered them unable to eliminate Soviet power in 1941. Yet by the same token, the longer the war dragged on, the more the Soviets would benefit from Allied economic assistance and direct military aid. Not only was the restoration of Bock's motorized divisions proving an uphill battle against an intractable mechanical deficit, but the race to offset the widening gaps in the ranks of the panzer groups was also being lost. Personnel losses from June 22nd to August 10th revealed the scale of internal erosion that the replacement system was proving too slow to counter. Guderian's panzer group had suffered the heaviest casualties, with 26,230 men lost, including 1,275 officers. For the same 7-week period, Hoth's panzer group recorded 17,201 casualties, including 763 officers. Throughout the whole army, the loss of officers had reached a worrying proportion, with some 10,000 having been killed or wounded in the first 50 days of the campaign, a staggering average of 200 a day. On August 15th, Halder noted that some 16,000 officers would be required for the rest of the year, but that only 5,000 replacements would be available. Army Group Guderian's continuing juggling act to simultaneously attack in the south, refit in the rear, and defend at Yelnya was symptomatic of Army Group Centre's excessive commitments. All three placed inordinate demands on resources which simply could not be met, and Guderian's penchant for the offensive left the Yelnya salient, already in crisis, under threat of total collapse. Soviet attacks were proving indefatigable and growing in strength, against which the recommitment of the weakened SS division Das Reich and infantry regiment Gross Deutschland had provided only a short-term solution. On August 11th, 46th Panzer Corps reported that the latest enemy breakthrough had been achieved on a 2.5-kilometre front to a depth of 3 kilometres. Das Reich was reported to be at the end of its strength and not in a position to hold its line against sustained enemy pressure. The desperate position of Vietinghoff's Panzer Corps and the 20th Army Corps now forced plans to be prepared for a major reinforcement of the salient in the event of a complete military collapse. In this instance, the entire 18th Panzer Division and parts of the 10th Panzer Division would be mobilised, as well as the 17th Panzer Division, if still available. It was indeed a troubling commentary on both the offensive strength of the Red Army and the corresponding weakness of the German front, that they deemed it would now require the great majority of 2 Panzer Corps to simply hold one section of the front. Bock was now paying the price for the gross overextension of his army group, and the frantic demands of the front required that he raise more reserves. He sought to do this by stripping the rear areas. "I need every man up front," he wrote in his diary on August 12th. Yet the absence of reserves was a crisis that pervaded the whole of the Eastern Front. Bock observed with growing concern that Army Group North's advance to Leningrad was sluggish, and Army Group South was stuck at the Dnieper River. For his own army group, Bock recognised that resuming forward operations depended on refitting the panzer groups. He foresaw, however, the motorised and panzer divisions being restored to no more than half of their initial strength. Even then, he noted, they would have to engage the main body of the Red Army on a 700-kilometre wide front. Overall, Bock concluded, if the Russians don't soon collapse somewhere, the objective of defeating them so badly that they are eliminated will be difficult to achieve before the winter. As Soviet pressure mounted at Yelnya, the lack of German reserves was only part of the problem. On August 13th, Vietinghoff's Panzer Corps complained that the ongoing shortage of ammunition supplies further contributed to its difficulties, and that so long as these continued, the Stuka dive bomber constituted its artillery. Even this was thrown into doubt when Hermann Göring, as the commander-in-chief of the Luftwaffe, abruptly directed Kesselring's concentration of strength away from Yelnya to support Guderian's drive in the south. This was done without Bock's consultation or consent, which, as the Field Marshal protested, made rational command impossible. Vietinghoff's Panzer Corps had no doubts about the consequences of this decision, and noted in its war diary, "It is questionable whether the front, especially the Yelnya salient, will hold. The losses remain continually high. With the profound threat of collapse hanging over the German position at Jelnya, Guderian ordered Vietinghoff and Materna, the respective commanders of 46th Panzer Corps and 20th Army Corps, to a meeting on August 14th. Already on August 13th, the idea had been mooted to withdraw from the salient, thereby shortening the German defensive line, but Guderian was extremely reluctant. In his opinion, withdrawal was akin to permitting a significant Soviet victory, and Guderian was very sensitive about allowing the first major retreat of the entire war to take place on his front, which he felt the Soviets would use to good effect as propaganda. The emergency meeting on August 14th was intended to decide the fate of the Jelnya salient, and sharply divergent opinions were exchanged. General Materna was adamant that the German position must be evacuated. The evening before, he had complained bitterly to Vietinghoff that his 15th Infantry Division was particularly threatened, having lost 35 officers over the preceding 2 days alone, and insisting that holding the current position was pure insanity. On August 14th, Materna stated that a serious enemy attack could no longer be held by either of his 2 infantry divisions, and pleaded for a withdrawal. Vietinghoff took the opposing view, and argued that a retreat would allow the Soviets to concentrate their forces in the same way that Materna was proposing to benefit. Guderian was inclined to back Vietinghoff's standpoint, but, in the absence of any clear idea of future operational priorities, he found it difficult to make a decision. As Bock observed, if major operations were to be continued towards the east, then it was important to hold the salient as an offensive springboard. On the other hand, if the front was to remain on the defensive against costly Soviet attacks, then withdrawal was the correct course of action. Clearly, the enduring strategic uncertainty was making reasoned command decisions hopelessly impracticable. Bock referred the matter to Brauchitsch, but ultimate responsibility for a decision was returned to him. At this point, Guderian gave a strong hint of his lack of faith in the Moscow alternative by advocating the salient be evacuated. Halder, on the other hand, spoke with Griffenberg, Bock's chief of staff, and warned him against a withdrawal, claiming that however bad the situation was, it had to be a lot worse for the enemy. Eventually, Bock too decided to hold at Jelnya, and consulted Guderian to find out what was needed to make this possible. Most notably, Guderian stipulated a sizable increase in the flow of munitions and the recommitment of the Luftwaffe to Jelnya. The army's uncertainty about Jelnya was only one symptom of Hitler's continuing indecision over the further prosecution of the war. His customary decisiveness had temporarily deserted him, and he stood day after day at his military conferences, struggling to find a way of closing the Pandora's box he had opened in the East. Caught between his own instinctive strategic judgment and the resounding opposition of his commanders, Hitler anxiously sought a solution that would allow him to cover all options. Jodel's submission to Hitler on August 10th had advocated much of what Halder had earlier proposed, from their meeting on August 7th, and was therefore endowed with a hefty dose of Halder's previously insatiable optimism. The continued drive on Moscow by Bock's armoured forces was, of course, central to what Jodl had argued, with the 2 flanking army groups deliberately presented as being strong enough to carry out the tasks Hitler desired of them. Not surprisingly, Hitler found in this a degree of solace, as it purported to offer a joint solution to the seemingly intractable impasse over the strategic direction of the campaign. Although not accepted in its purest form, Jodel's submission was convincing enough for Hitler to initiate it in an amendment to Directive 34, to be known as Directive 34A. This new dictate took a major step towards the Moscow alternative, albeit with Hitler's own stringently attached conditions. Dated August 12th, Directive 34A made clear that Rundstedt's army group was expected to achieve its objectives in the Ukraine without assistance from Bock. Lieb's army group was likewise expected to encircle Leningrad and achieve a junction with Finnish forces. In this case, however, Bock was expected to extend his front further to the north to allow Lieb's offensive a greater concentration of forces.
The directive also repeated Hitler's long-standing insistence that Bock deal decisively with the Soviet forces on his southern flank before renewing his advance eastward. Regarding Moscow, the directive stated, "Only after these threats to our ranks have been entirely overcome and armoured formations have been rehabilitated will it be possible to continue the offensive on a wide front and with echeloning of both flanks against the strong enemy forces which have been concentrated for the defence of Moscow. The object of operations must then be to deprive the enemy, before the coming of winter, of his government, armament, and traffic centre around Moscow, and thus prevent the rebuilding of his defeated forces and the orderly working of government control." When Halder received news of the new directive on August 13th, he reacted with cautious optimism. While acknowledging that it freed the path to Moscow, he was wary of the many conditions Hitler attached, particularly the success of Lieb's operations towards Leningrad. These, he determined, severely handicapped the operational freedom of the army. Essentially, Halder was annoyed that Bock's decisive drive on Moscow was being made secondary to the lesser concerns of Lieb's front. This concern was greatly exacerbated on the following day, August 14th, when a powerful Soviet offensive south of Staraya Russa proved too strong for Lieb's overextended 10th Army Corps. To Halder's mind, this was an inconsequential development, but when word reached Hitler's headquarters, it evoked, in Halder's view, a wholly unwarranted response. Jodl was first told by Hitler that an entire panzer corps would need to be sent, but later changed his mind to a single panzer division. Halder complained bitterly in his diary about disproportionate reactions to pinpricks, which frustrated planning and the concentration of forces. On August 15th, Hitler changed his mind again, and insisted to Brauchitsch that one panzer division and 2 motorized infantry divisions would need to be sent to Army Group North as fast as possible. Halder was incensed. Once again, the old mistake, with the result that a brash thrust by a single Russian division ties down 3 to 4 German divisions. In view of our limited resources and the immensity of space, we will never come to a success. Yet Halder's assessment failed to appreciate the seriousness of the Soviet offensive, which only became clear to him over the course of the day. Instead of one Soviet division, by the evening of August 15th, Halder was made aware that 10th Army Corps had been attacked by motorized divisions and a cavalry division, as well as 6 new divisions and 2 cavalry divisions of the Soviet 34th Army. The situation was hardly inconsequential, and Army Group North, which had already ordered elements of Manstein's 56th Panzer Corps north to aid the drive on Leningrad, now reversed the decision, sending them back to the south. Having taken 8 hours to travel a distance of 200 kilometers on August 15th, Manstein noted that on the following day, the Corps was ordered down to No, 257 kilometers to the south, along the same dreadful route we had covered the day before. What the troops thought of it all, I do not care to imagine. The situation so concerned Lieb that he made what Halder referred to as wild requests for engineers, artillery, anti-aircraft guns, and anti-tank guns, all of which Halder rejected. When the order reached Bock's headquarters that he would have to give up a panzer division and 2 motorized infantry divisions, despite the already excessive demands of his front, Bock was stirred to a frantic outburst of dismay. In a telephone call with Halder, Bock sharply criticised the removal of the 3 motorized divisions, claiming this would leave his own front unbearably weakened and without the strength for further offensive operations. Army Group Centre's War Diary then quotes the following exchange. Bock: "In this case, I don't know any more how I can move the Army Group forward. Today is the beginning of positional warfare. The units to be given up can only be moved in a partly finished condition, owing to their incomplete refitting. I must make you aware that after the loss of this corps, an attack by Strauss's army, except for the special action towards Velikia Luki, is no longer possible. The offensive intention of 9th Army is dead. Halder: In my opinion, this goes for 2nd Army too. Bock: Please inform the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Brauchitsch,
That with this order, any thought of an offensive posture by the Ninth Army, and, as a result, probably by the whole army group, ceases to exist. It is also to be borne in mind that going over to a defensive position is not possible, given the current position. The existing line is not adequate for a lengthy defence. I have the intention to inform the Führer's chief adjutant, Schmundt, of the same thing. Halder. I don't know myself what I should do. I am utterly desperate and will try to save what there is to save. Such depressing assessments of the situation speak for themselves about the stark decline in Germany's fortunes. There was now real doubt in the minds of senior commanders about the direction the war was taking. Beyond this, Bock was even expressing deep-seated doubts about the ability of his weakened forces to remain on the defensive in the open expanses of the Soviet Union. As Bock repeated in his diary, I told Halder that after being so weakened, a major offensive by the Ninth Army, and thus probably the Army Group as well, would no longer be possible. At the same time, I pointed out that going over to the defensive was no simple matter, considering the large frontages held by my weak divisions. Halder's diary also alluded to the problem in the most dire terms. He too reiterated the conclusion that Ninth Army, and by extension the whole Army Group, was probably now unalterably stalled. Halder wrote, Moreover, it should be taken into consideration that changing over to the defensive in the present position is not possible. The front of the Army Group, with its 40 divisions over 730 kilometres, is so strained that moving to a determined defence entails far-reaching considerations which have not been thought through in detail. The present deposition and line organisation is in no way suited for a sustained defence. The implications of Bock and Halder's conclusions spelled unmitigated disaster for German operations in the East. By mid-August 1941, it had already become exceedingly difficult to move the front forward, and yet it was also impossible to maintain a sustainable, long-term defence. German resources were simply overtaxed, and grossly inadequate for their assigned tasks, especially with more Soviet offensives being planned. The rigours of long marches and heavy fighting had exhausted the army, leaving too many units badly worn out, insufficiently supplied, and sprawled out over the vast expanse of the Soviet hinterland. Added to this was the wayward strategic direction of the campaign, which had become so haphazard that it was now being improvised on a day-to-day basis, without any semblance of inter-command agreement or joint long-term objectives. Indeed, Halder had become so disillusioned with the turn of events that the reassignment of Bock's motorised forces caused him to conclude in despair, "Everything that has so far been achieved is for nothing." If there was an exception to the dejection and melancholy at OKH, it came, oddly enough, from Brauchitsch. This is somewhat curious, given his own deeply pessimistic remarks to Hitler's army adjutant, Major Engel, as recently as August 9th. On that occasion, Brauchitsch appeared to have given up all hope of implementing the Moscow alternative, but his optimism was probably reignited with the issuing of Directive 34A on August 12th. Bolstered with renewed hope, Brauchitsch called Bock on August 15th, shortly after the call between Halder and Bock, and attempted to allay his fears, claiming that the 3 motorised divisions would be returned to him, and it was therefore only a temporary loss. Bock, however, was not to be so easily distracted from the magnitude of the problem, and pertinently pointed out that, due to the great distances involved and the current condition of the units, a return of the divisions was out of the question. Bock then stubbornly restated his belief that the whole army group suffered from a hardly bearable weakness in offensive strength. Brauchitsch was equally blunt in his response, and told Bock, "I don't see the situation in such catastrophic terms as the army group." Even before the Soviet offensive against Lieb's weakened forces south of Staraya Russa had caused such a commotion in the German command and placed new demands on Hoth's forces, Panzer Group 3 was already confronting grave difficulties. It was proving impossible to make a complete withdrawal of all motorised forces from the heavy demands of the front, and therefore the refitting process was still staggered rather than general. The motorised Lehr Brigade 900, a special unit formed from the infantry training school at Dobritz, was still tied up in the fighting on August 15th, and Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps, to which it was subordinated, reported that it would need 8 days of refitting after relief before it could again be committed. Of far greater concern for the general state of the Panzer Group was that the units already behind the front were unable to make full use of the time for refitting, owing to the persistent delay in delivering spare parts. Even before the order arrived informing Hoth that he would have to give up forces to assist Army Group North, a report from Schmidt's Panzer Corps advised that the foreseen operation to recapture Velikiye Luki would require an entire Panzer Corps because of the reduced strength of the panzer divisions. Schmidt's report, sent on August 14th, also stated that even if this operation was not undertaken for another 6 days, until August 20th, it would still have to be carried through with limited numbers of trucks and without replacement manpower. Central among the numerous shortages was the crucial absence of replacement tank engines, which had become a vexing source of frustration. Having already waited since early August, and with the refitting period due to be completed by August 20th, Hoth noted on August 15th that the long overdue motors and spare parts were only expected on August 16th or 17th. Shortly after Hoth's assessment, the Panzer Group's war diary suggested the critically needed spare parts would not arrive until August 17th or 18th, leaving pitifully little time to achieve anything like the degree of restoration originally hoped for, and indeed demanded by the tasks ahead. When the orders reached the Panzer Group that one of its panzer divisions and 2 motorized divisions were to be redeployed in the north, Schmidt again sought to warn Hoth that instead of the requested 1 panzer division, 2 should be sent, because 1 would simply not have sufficient strength. This, however, was immediately rejected by Bock. Schmidt also made Hoth aware that in the course of the 500-kilometre march, a large number of the trucks will reach the end of their serviceability. As Army Group Centre sought to attack in the south, hold hundreds of kilometres of front, and now shed some of its mobile forces in the north, Bock's fears for his offensive capabilities were well justified. On top of this, the enduring supply difficulties and the disappointing results of the refitting process made for an even bleaker outlook. This undermined any prospect of eradicating major Soviet resistance in the little time remaining before the onset of adverse seasonal conditions. Embracing World War and Apocalypse. Hitler reaches resolution. Although Directive 34A raised the prospect of a direct thrust on Moscow by Army Group Centre, it fell well short of ordering it, and Hitler was careful to attach his own conditions before pledging any authorization. Jodl, Brauchitsch and Halder were gambling on convincing Hitler that the conquest of Leningrad and the Ukraine could be achieved by the respective northern and southern army groups in the hope of freeing Bock to undertake operations against Moscow. 3 days after issuing War Directive 34A, at a conference with Brauchitsch and Jodl on August 15th, Hitler again insisted that attacking Moscow could not be considered until after the success of Army Group North's operations. In the meantime, Bock was forbidden to make any attacks in the direction of the Soviet capital. Evidently, Hitler was not so easily taken in by the assurances of his commanders, which is probably as much a commentary on his distrust of the generals as his own reading of the difficulties confronting the campaign. For the army commanders, Hitler's steadfast refusal to budge on Moscow, while at the same time giving no firm indication of where Bock's embattled motorized divisions would next be employed, was an unending source of frustration and anxiety. The inordinate amount of time which had now elapsed while awaiting a decision, and the corresponding daily depletion of resources, had the inevitable effect of radicalizing the strategic crisis, to the point where all hopes of ultimately winning the war increasingly seemed to rest on Hitler's final decision. Yet while Hitler fussed about the success of Lieb's drive on Leningrad, and the army commanders impatiently eyed Moscow, none was able to see how irrelevant their whole debate was becoming, and that defeating the Soviet Union in 1941 was simply beyond the Wehrmacht's available strength. The chain of events that ended the strategic impasse in the German High Command
was well beyond the comprehension of Hitler's generals, but it struck at the very root of Hitler's obsessive worldview. The result would sweep away Hitler's indecision about strategy in the East, and at the same time proceed rapidly towards the unfolding Jewish Holocaust. Understanding the symbiosis between the future progress of the war and Hitler's Jewish policy, it is important to recognize that in Hitler's view there existed two forms of war: the conventional kind, fought between nation-states, and the second, a racial war, in which the two principal groups, Aryans and Jews, were now competing for supremacy. Since his earliest days of public life, Hitler had consistently cast history and his contemporary world in terms of an interracial struggle for survival. Indeed, the Nazi regime's search for a solution to its Jewish problem in the early part of World War II was not seen as a distraction from the war. On the contrary, it was an integral element of the war itself. While it was deemed that the Jews under German control had to be increasingly repressed, the still outstanding problem was the Jews outside of German control, whom Hitler referred to as international Jewry, and blamed for undermining Germany's position with increasingly belligerent anti-German policies, particularly from the United States. To Hitler's mind, this global Jewish conspiracy sought the destruction of Germany by arraying against it the powers of the world in a new world war. It was this eventuality that provoked Hitler to the most extreme form of racial warfare. Addressing the Reichstag on January 30th, 1939, Hitler publicly prophesied, "Should the international Jewry of finance succeed, both within and beyond Europe, in plunging mankind into yet another world war, then the result will not be a Bolshevization of the earth and the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe." After the defeat of France, Hitler had resolved to crush the Soviet Union in the hope of forcing Britain to make terms, and at the same time eliminating what Hitler saw as the antithesis of Nazi ideology, Jewish Bolshevism. Not only was this intended to be a decisive move to win the war, but the conquest of Soviet lands would yield immeasurable wealth for contemplating global warfare, and, above all, forestall the prospect of foreign encirclement by hostile powers. Assessing the situation in mid-August 1941, it was clear that the Soviet Union had not yet crumbled under the weight of German arms, and that the war in the East was still far from over. By implication, instead of discouraging the British will to fight, Germany's failure to achieve a rapid and convincing conquest would spur British resolve to fight on. Added to this was the news which had just reached Hitler of the first face-to-face meeting between Churchill and Roosevelt, at which the two leaders agreed on 8 points, that came to be known as the Atlantic Charter. Ulrich von Hassel's diary alluded to the importance of the Atlantic Charter and its significance for Hitler. The chief political event is the publication of the joint declaration of Churchill and Roosevelt. The points, whose effects Hitler evidently fears, cannot be mentioned, but they are nevertheless disputed and crudely picked to pieces in the press. Below, Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant was more specific. He said that upon hearing of the Charter's content, especially Point 6, Hitler flew into a passionate rage. Point 6 of the Charter began with the opening phrase, "After the final destruction of the Nazi tyranny," confirming for Hitler that a new world war to include the United States was becoming inevitable, and that his prophecy surrounding the conspiracy of international Jewry had indeed come true. In this same period, Hitler was overcome with what was referred to as a severe case of dysentery, but the momentous nature of events has led to speculation by at least one historian that Hitler, in fact, suffered a nervous breakdown. When Goebbels flew to Hitler's headquarters on August 18th, he was informed that Hitler's health was not good, and, upon seeing the Führer in person, noted that Hitler looked somewhat assailed and sickly. Goebbels then joined Hitler for a lengthy meeting in which the dictator astonishingly portrayed serious doubts about the war in the East, and even suggested that a peace initiative from Stalin would be accepted. Bolshevism without the Red Army, Hitler told Goebbels, would be no danger to Germany. In the frightful reality of his strategic position, Hitler was clutching at straws. At another point, he told Goebbels of his certainty that Japan would soon invade the Soviet Union. Phantom peace deals and imaginary allies were no doubt soothing remedies to Hitler's troubled state of mind, but in concrete terms Hitler knew he was facing the sum of all his strategic fears: a global anti-German coalition. This was a decisive point for Hitler, which would help determine future strategy in both his conventional and his racial war. Contemplating racial warfare, Goebbels wrote after his meeting with Hitler, "We talked about the Jewish problem. The Führer is convinced that his earlier prophecy in the Reichstag is proving correct, that if the Jews succeed again in provoking another world war, it would end with the annihilation of the Jews. This is being proved in these weeks and months with an apparently eerie certainty. In the East, the Jews must pay for this." August and September saw a dramatic increase in the killing of Jews, but Hitler's path to unrestrained genocide in the Soviet Union cannot be pinpointed so precisely. The Holocaust proceeded, for the most part, with verbal instructions and meetings without written records. The absence of a paper trail makes it difficult for historians to agree on the exact timing of decisions, while the available testimonies, together with surviving evidence, are sometimes contradictory or open to several interpretations. Nevertheless, there can be little doubt that by mid-August, the progress of the war had further radicalized Hitler's conception of a racial war and drove him to authorize more extreme measures in the mass extermination of the Soviet Union's Jewish population. To implement this, Himmler's mobile death squads, known as the Einsatzgruppen, which had been operating since the first days of the war under a more limited mandate, now undertook the systematic mass murder of whole Jewish communities. Mass shootings throughout the occupied territories were soon killing thousands of Jews every day. If there were any doubts about the nature of German occupation in the East, the mass graves of Jewish men, women, and children proved there was no limit to the excesses of Nazi rule. Nor was the genocide restricted to the activities of the SS. The army assisted the Einsatzgruppen by marking and registering Jews, providing the killing units with supplies and transport, and sometimes assembling, guarding, and even shooting the victims. Even the scattered reports that were reaching the outside world were enough to hint at the horrific scale of the killing in the Soviet Union, which, in fact, was only just beginning. As Churchill broadcast on August 24th, "Whole districts are being exterminated. Scores of thousands, literally scores of thousands of executions in cold blood are being perpetrated by the German police troops. We are in the presence of a crime without a name." Just as the anticipation of a world war brought Hitler's racial policy to its horrifying conclusion, so too did it finally bring resolution in his direction of the war in the East. The clear signal from the Western Allies that they would not accept limited war aims, and the phenomenal demands of the fighting in the East, led Hitler to urgently reassess the course of the military campaign in the East. Even before the war, Hitler had eyed the Soviet Union's economic wealth with special interest. But this was in context of an ongoing war against Britain, and possibly later the United States. There was no thought given to continuing high-intensity war in the East. Yet now that this prospect was an emerging reality, Hitler's interest in economic objectives assumed greatly increased importance, both as a method of weakening the Soviet state and sustaining Germany through a long conflict. Accordingly, Hitler was no longer concerned with the submissions of his generals. Moscow had never been more than a secondary objective, and Hitler was now acutely aware that Germany's lack of resources could be ruinous in a world war. Thus, the mineral-rich Donetsk basin in the eastern Ukraine and the oil fields of southern Russia were now unambiguously the focus of Hitler's strategic thinking. On the night of August 19th to 20th, Hitler was steadfastly preoccupied with visions of his economic autarky to be won in the next phase of the campaign. It is not tolerable that the life of the peoples of the continent should depend upon England. The Ukraine and then the Volga basin will one day be the granaries of Europe. We shall reap much more than what actually grows from the soil. If one day Sweden declines to supply any more iron, That's all right. We'll get it from Russia. Although the declaration of the Atlantic Charter may well have instigated the changes in Hitler's war policy, these were not immediately apparent to Hitler's military commanders in either the OKW or OKH. Accordingly, although the Moscow operation was now a forlorn hope, Halder was still under the impression that the recently issued War Directive 34A represented grounds for encouragement that Hitler was finally being won over. Believing his approach was working, Halder sought to capitalize on his erroneous assurance that the three army groups could simultaneously achieve everything Hitler and the army wanted. Halder now sought to present his plan in written form, and to give it maximum weight by again enlisting Jodel's support to produce a similar proposal from the OKW. Thus, Heisinger set to work on one plan for the OKH, while Warlimont prepared another for the OKW, with both essentially arguing for the same strategic solution. Warlimont's assessment of the Eastern situation concluded that the Eastern Army is strong enough for Army Groups North and South to accomplish their tasks with their own strengths, and Army Group Center to undertake the decisive thrust on Moscow. It was believed that a line from the Donets Basin through Kharkov and Moscow to Leningrad could be reached by the end of the next phase of operations. Heusinger's plan began by reasserting that the enemy's main strength was concentrated opposite Bock's army group, and that it was here that a decisive blow could be struck against the Red Army. Moscow's industrial potential was also highlighted, while the attainment of economic objectives in the north and south were suggested to be within the strengths of the two flanking army groups. Interestingly, the OKH plan sounded a note of urgency over the time remaining for operations, and, at the same time, warned that the motorized divisions, even after their refitting, could be employed only over limited distances and with reduced combat strength. As a result, the OKH plan made clear their employment must be on the one deciding operation, so that the offensive remains limited to absolutely necessary actions. Clearly, the OKH was envisioning the coming offensive as the last chance to end the war in 1941, and for this, everything depended on Bock driving towards Moscow. Warlimont's and Heusinger's plans were both presented to Hitler on August 18th, the same day on which Goebbels arrived at the Wolf's Lair. By this stage, Hitler was already absorbing the implications of the unfavourable international developments, which, in addition to the escalating demands of the war, allowed him to recover his inner resolve over future strategy. Accordingly, if the latest submissions by the generals generated any doubts at all in the dictator's mind, they were short-lived. More likely, Hitler was not at all surprised or pleased by yet more submissions in favour of Moscow. This he may have rejected as simply the wrong strategy under the circumstances, or he may have even seen through Halder's ploy and suspected that the army was attempting to manipulate him by deliberately overestimating German strength to gain approval for the army's plans. In any case, Hitler's mind was now made up, and with the lines drawn for one last showdown, the army commanders would finally be forced to accept who really controlled events on the Eastern Front. It is instructive of the muddled procedures within the German command that strategic possibilities were debated with such vigour in spite of a near-total disregard for operational realities. A major operation towards Moscow was questionable not just for the demands it would place on the worn-out motorized divisions. Even the most superficial assessment reveals that a further push to the east would first require large stockpiles of supplies to service the army over the long distances to come. As it was, in mid-August, the 9th and 2nd Armies were living hand-to-mouth, unable to spare any ammunition for future operations, while the supply of fuel, oil, and lubricants was likewise insufficient, and did not take account of the worn state of the engines, which greatly increased consumption. Maintaining even these inadequate levels of supply, the trucks of the Gross Transportraum were being ruined on long journeys that should have been bridged by the railroads. Any hope of a renewed offensive would have to depend on an improvement in the railways, for which Wagner's promises never matched reality. In August, Army Group Center needed at least 24 trains a day just to cover day-to-day consumption. In the first half of the month, barely half that number arrived. Thereafter, Wagner promised an increase to first 30 and then 35 trains a day to establish adequate magazines for the next stage of the advance, but in practice, only about 18 trains a day came through. Transporting sufficient supplies to the Eastern Front was the main problem, but distributing them to the forward units was also a major challenge, especially in the case of Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps, which was attacking away towards the south. Although the distances covered in the advance were not large, the overextended supply system still had great difficulty keeping up over the terrible roads. On August 18th, the diary of the 3rd Panzer Division's Quartermaster General stated, "The forward advance of the division is so fast that the columns are not able to keep pace." On the following day, August 19th, a Soviet counterattack caused mayhem in the rear areas by cutting across German supply lines. Schweppenberg's corps then informed Guderian's headquarters that fuel shortages and flagging offensive strengths did not allow for the capture of Novosibkov, an important town to the east of Gommel. When pressed to continue the attack on August 20th, Schweppenberg's corps replied that 3rd Panzer Division was almost without fuel, the 10th Motorized Infantry Division had lost and had to leave behind many trucks on the bad roads, and the 4th Panzer Division was still too far to the north. The war diary of 4th Panzer Division also states that on the same day, August 20th, oil supplies were very tight, and that the division did not expect any substantial supplies for the coming 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, the number of serviceable tanks was reported to have sunk to just 44 machines, only 26 of which were Mark IIIs and Mark IVs. Accordingly, in spite of the support of the 17th Panzer Division, which was covering the eastern flank of Schweppenberg's corps against heavy enemy opposition at Poczep, the corps restated that a further advance towards Novosibkov was simply not possible. Bock recorded in his diary on August 20th, "Guderian informed me that he was no longer able to take Novosibkov because 24th Panzer Corps was at the end of its tether." Clearly, supply difficulties and declining combat strengths were inadequate for sustained offensives like those undertaken in the early weeks of the campaign. It is also apparent that, in contemplating an offensive towards Moscow, the Army High Command repeated its pre-invasion mistake of ignoring the immense logistical constraints under which its armies would labour. Indeed, the enforced halt of Army Group Centre throughout September still only allowed for a partial stockpiling of resources for the later advance on Moscow, Operation Typhoon, and this did not include any of the winter equipment that would shortly be required in vast quantities. As the offensive in the south was desperately struggling for modest territorial gains, further north Bock's front was staggering under the weight of wide dispersal and repeated enemy attacks. Hoth was concerned that his panzer group, already reduced by the dispatch of forces to the north, was too widely spread and subordinated to 4 separate command posts supporting 9th Army. Hoth wanted a unification of command and, owing to the losses in men and tanks, a concentration of all available forces. Otherwise, he warned, a breakthrough of the Soviet front could not be achieved anywhere. He was soon in a position to have his way. Strauss's ailing health allowed Hoth to replace him temporarily as commander of 9th Army. In spite of his newfound freedom of action, Hoth could not ignore the perpetual state of crisis which gripped his long front. On August the 17th, Timoshenko's heavily reinforced 19th Army, under General Ivan Konev, struck the German 5th and 8th Army Corps, forcing them back, and over the coming days exerted major pressure on the German front around Dukovshchina. By August 20th, the raging defensive battles had left the 161st Infantry Division so exhausted that Hoth reported to Bock he would have to commit the 7th Panzer Division to stabilise the front. Bock was wary of Soviet strength and urged Hoth to also commit the 14th Motorised Infantry Division, Hoth's last reserve. Hoth, however, did not want to wait for it to arrive and ordered the 7th Panzer Division to attack alone. The result was a debacle. The 7th Panzer Division's attack ran into 2 fortified Soviet lines and was promptly beaten off, with a loss of 30 tanks. In spite of the immense pressure being exerted against Ninth Army and the disappointing results of the refitting period, Hoth was determined not to give up the planned offensive against Veliky Luki, preferring an offensive solution to try and regain the initiative and force the Soviets onto the back foot. The offensive had been set for August the 21st, but this was delayed a day owing to bad weather. The offensive was undertaken by Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps, with the attack spearheaded by the 19th and 20th Panzer Divisions, supported by the 40th Army Corps. The attack enjoyed immediate success, and by August 26th, the Germans had captured Veliky Luki, with 34,000 prisoners and more than 300 guns. But Bock was all too aware that limited offensives like this were not going to achieve the destruction of the Red Army, nor was it adequately alleviating the pressure on his front. He wrote in his diary on August 24th, "This is the 7th or 8th time in this campaign that the army group has succeeded in encircling the enemy. But I'm not really happy about it, because the objective to which I have devoted all my thought, the destruction of the enemy armies, has been dropped." By this point, Bock had learnt that the offensive towards Moscow would not take place. Continuing on August 25th, Bock added, "Perhaps we will overrun the Russians in front of my northern wing, and thus get things going, to the point that at least the pressure on my eastern front is relieved. It can't hold much longer the way things look now. I'm being forced to spread the reserves which I so laboriously scraped together for the hoped-for attack behind my front, just to have some degree of security that it will not be breached. If, after all the successes, the campaign in the east now trickles away in dismal defensive fighting for my army group, it is not my fault." While Hoth was able to provoke a new crisis in the north for Soviet forces, it did not prevent more heavy assaults against the Ninth Army, which, by August 28th, worried Bock enough to consider ordering Hoth's panzers to strike south and come to the aid of the beleaguered Ninth Army's left wing. Bock also contemplated a major withdrawal of 9th and 4th Army, resulting in the loss of Smolensk. This did not come to pass, but it demonstrates the dire state of affairs in Army Group Centre and the effect of the seldom-discussed defensive battles which hammered the German front and exacted numerous casualties from the already weakened infantry divisions. It may well be added that these Soviet attacks were only achieved at a correspondingly high cost to the Red Army, but while they were often extraordinarily bloody affairs, their cumulative effect, since the third week of July, in bludgeoning the German blitzkrieg to a halt and plunging German forces into a sustained state of crisis, should not be underestimated. On August the 22nd, Kluge's 4th Army was again reinstated between 2nd and 9th Armies. But unlike the old 4th Panzer Army, Kluge's new army was made up of infantry divisions, with extremely limited armoured support. As the static warfare took hold, Blumentritt, Kluge's chief of staff, commented on the ebb and flow of activity from the middle of August to the end of September. "Without any considerable armoured support, we were reduced to trench warfare along the Desna, which made very heavy demands on the troops. The Russians attacked violently and over again succeeded in breaking through our thinly held lines. Tank units had to be called in to make good the damage. This taught us that in modern warfare, infantry requires armoured support, not only in the attack, but also in the defence. When I say our lines were thin, this is not an understatement. Divisions were assigned sectors almost 20 miles wide. Furthermore, in view of the heavy casualties already suffered in the course of the campaign, these divisions were usually under strength, and tactical reserves were non-existent. The problem, which was all too apparent to the infantry, if not sufficiently so to their higher commanders, was that there were nowhere near enough mobile units to back up the strung-out infantry. The result was a greatly increased level of attrition, constantly grinding down the infantry divisions in thousands of small, nameless battles along the front. Describing one such encounter in late August, Heinrich Harper wrote, "Under cover of early morning mist, 2 regiments of Russians burst through the thinly held lines of our neighbouring Regiment 37 and penetrated as far as their regimental battle post. The 37th Regimental commander had fallen, as well as 10 other officers. 8 more officers were severely wounded, and more than 200 NCOs and men had been killed. Another soldier from 9th Army serving in the 35th Infantry Division wrote home on August 19th of the worrying toll the fighting was having. At the moment, we are part of the Army Reserve, and high time. We have already lost 50 men in the company. It should not be allowed to continue much longer, otherwise the burden will be really too heavy. We normally have 4 men on the anti-tank gun, but for 2 days at a particularly dangerous point we only had 2. The others were wounded. On August 20th, a report from the 2nd Army's 267th Infantry Division stated that in the preceding 6 days, the division had lost around 1,000 men, and that, since the start of the war in the East, the division had suffered some 2,700 casualties. In the 53rd Army Corps, to which the 267th Infantry Division belonged, losses by August 22nd totalled 192 officers and 5,500 men. At the beginning of the war, the average German infantry division consisted of about 17,000 men. By the end of August 1941, casualties affected the divisions as follows. In 14 divisions, losses exceeded 4,000 men. In 40 divisions, over 3,000. In 30 divisions, over 2,000, and in 58, under 2,000. On August the 21st, the fighting around the Yelnya salient began to ease off, as the Soviet 24th Army regrouped and received reinforcements in preparation for a major offensive at the end of the month. Even in this period of relative quiet, the German 9th Army Corps defending the northern flank of the salient was so badly under strength that the engineers, desperately needed behind the front building roads, spent weeks fighting as infantry. The description of this period as quiet is all the more remarkable for the rate of losses still being sustained. The 137th Infantry Division was losing over 50 men a day in local actions between August 20th and 30th, while the neighbouring 263rd Infantry Division lost 1,200 men between August 20th and 27th, equalling about 150 men every day. After a tour of inspection at Yelnya, Halder was informed. Troops very strained, enemy artillery activity very unpleasant, our munition use limited, mines and wire absent. At the end of August, the looming Soviet offensive finally struck, with 8 Soviet rifle divisions, 2 tank divisions and 1 motorized infantry division, backed by 800 guns, mortars and multiple rocket launchers. The Soviet forces of Zhukov's reserve front were organised into 2 shock groups to the north and south of the salient, and for the first time, the whole offensive was coordinated, with simultaneous offensives by Western Front in the north at Dukovshina and Bryansk Front in the south at Roslavia and Novozhivkov. On the first day of the offensive, August 30th, the Soviets penetrated 10 kilometres into Kluge's southern flank, and Bock was forced to send 2 divisions, including the 10th Panzer Division, to restore the situation. Heavy fighting ensued, until finally, on September the 2nd, Bock decided to abandon the Yelnya salient, claiming that it served no purpose, and that divisions deployed there were simply bled white over time. Thus, after 6 weeks of the heaviest fighting and untold losses, the Yelnya salient ultimately proved worthless, an appalling example of Army Group Centre's aimless strategic direction. As Franz Frisch, who fought in those battles, later wrote, officially it was called a planned withdrawal, and a correction of the front lines. But to me it was so much bullshit. The Russians were kicking us badly, and we had to regroup. The next day, or maybe a few days later, we heard on the radio in the news from the front, Wehrmachtsbericht, about the successful front correction in our Yelnya defensive line, which was east of Smolensk, and the enormous losses we had inflicted on the enemy. But no single word was heard about a retreat, about the hopelessness of the situation, about the mental and emotional stagnation and numbness of the German soldiers. In short, it was again a victory, But we on the front line were running back like rabbits in front of the fox. This metamorphosis of the truth from all shit to it was a victory baffled me, and those of my comrades who dared to think. Frisch was not the only German soldier to be shocked by the huge discrepancy between wartime propaganda and the reality of life at the front. Georg Grossjohann, an officer who had been stationed in France during the first weeks of Barbarossa, wrote after the war, "When I was moved to the east, in the late summer of 1941, I was actually convinced that I would be too late to see action. Reichspressechef, German press chief, Dr. Dietrich, declared on the radio that all that was needed in Russia from that point in the late summer would be police actions. Well, I was taught differently when I arrived there. There was tremendous bitterness amongst the infantry soldiers at the front over the misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the realities of their situation. In the late summer of 1941, images of long victorious advances into the open spaces of enemy territory belonged to propaganda reels of past wars. For the average German Lanzer, the day-to-day reality of life on the Eastern Front had assumed a more frightening similarity to the torments of trench warfare. Corporal W.F. wrote on August 22nd, "We have suffered greatly under the Russian artillery fire, and we must live day and night in our foxholes in order to gain protection from shrapnel. The holes are full of water. Lice and other types of vermin have already snuck in." Erich Mender noted how it was impossible to dig down deep because after just 50 centimetres groundwater was already appearing. Another soldier, Harold Henry, wrote home in a letter on August 18th, "It would be no overstatement to declare a dog wouldn't want to go on living like this, as no animal could live lower or more primitively than us. All day long we squat under the ground, twisted in narrow holes, taking sun and rain with no respite, and try to sleep. If the living conditions were harsh, they were made worse by the terrors of combat, which dominated life on the front." In another letter, written only days later, August 22nd, Henry despaired at the mental anguish he was enduring. "Yesterday was a day so immersed in blood, so full of dead and wounded, so blasted by crackling salvos, shrapnel from shells, and groans and shrieks of the wounded, that I cannot yet write about it. As if by a wonder, I was drawn from the heaviest fighting in the afternoon, and remain until now unhurt. At any rate, my old non-commissioned officer, Grabka, and many other comrades are dead." Far from the triumphant announcements of unprecedented victories, the war in the East was only just settling down to a steady rhythm of murderous routine. As Theodor Moga, a non-commissioned artillery officer in 2nd Army, poignantly observed, every day brought new victims. By the end of August, after only 9 weeks of war against the Soviet Union, German losses had reached 14,457 officers and almost 400,000 men. Statistically, slightly more than 1 man in every 10 was now a casualty. Reserves from the replacement army were already marching east to cover some of these losses, but manpower replacements were rapidly being exhausted, and the war was only just beginning. The long, bloody battles and soaring losses had a profound effect on the men who were reminded time and again of how cheap life was on the Eastern Front. Having already seen so much death on the march to Smolensk, Siegfried Knapp chose to accept his own death would result from the war. I had to become fatalistic about it, and assume that eventually it would happen to me, and there was nothing I could do to prevent it. I knew that I was going to be killed or badly wounded sooner or later. The odds against my escaping unscathed were impossibly high, and I accepted my eventual death or maiming as part of my fate. Once I forced myself to accept that, I could put it out of my mind and go on about my duties. Just as the infantry were enduring at first hand the trials of attritional warfare, so too was the Luftwaffe, having to adapt to ever more extreme operational conditions. In past campaigns, a hallmark of the Luftwaffe's success was its versatile ability to move forward with the army and provide constant air support, even as the axis of operations shifted from one front to another, and the army penetrated ever deeper into enemy territory. This was initially true of the Luftwaffe's operations in the east too, but here the method quickly revealed a conspicuous fragility, which the unceasing fighting and depth of operations badly exacerbated. The forward airfields were poorly serviced, exposed to attack, and severely undersupplied. The result was predictably calamitous, as one German officer observed. The constant movement of flying formations, usually without adequate ground personnel, resulted in such bad servicing that a Luftflotte, air fleet, had often, on a sector of about 400 kilometres, only 10 to 12 serviceable fighter aircraft. As sectors of the German front rapidly became devoid of protective air cover, the Soviet Air Force was left an increasingly free hand.
Heinrici wrote on August 9th that one Soviet bomber attack had alone killed 90 horses and a great many men.
The 7th Panzer Division's war diary for August 22nd reported, "Throughout the whole day, the enemy had complete air superiority. The division has until now heavy losses through bombing attacks." On the same day, the diary of the 3rd Panzer Division noted, "In the course of the afternoon, there were constant and at times costly attacks on the division by high-flying bombers." Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps reported on August 30th, "Absolute enemy air supremacy. Up to midday, a total of 69 bomber attacks." Days later, the same Panzer Corps complained that the Red Air Force is master of the skies. No fighter cover. Human and material losses due to bombing. A tour of the front on August 21st by Field Marshal Erhard Milch, the Inspector General of the Luftwaffe, revealed that the airfields in the east were littered with scores, sometimes hundreds, of damaged aircraft. From an assessment of Richthofen's 8th Air Corps, it is not hard to see why. The 8th Air Corps had been transferred to Lieb's army group to aid the drive on Leningrad, but in just 12 days, from August 10th to the 21st, the Corps lost an astonishing 10.3% of its aircraft to enemy action, and had another 54.5% of its aircraft classed as damaged but repairable. At the same time, 3.9% of its flying personnel were killed, 5.7% were wounded, and 2.9% were listed as missing, equaling a combined attrition rate of 12.5% in less than 2 weeks. General Karl Koller, the Luftwaffe's last Chief of the General Staff, described Richthofen's high losses as heartless, and felt that owing to his privileged position with Goering and Jesenek, Richthofen was untroubled by high casualties, always certain that he could count on an adequate flow of replacements. Yet owing to the Luftwaffe's incompetent management and wayward strategic direction, not to mention Germany's industrial bottlenecks, there was no appreciable increase in aircraft production to cover the heavy losses now being sustained. As a result, the Luftwaffe was seriously overcommitted and beginning its long decline, as it attempted to maintain operations simultaneously in the East, the Mediterranean, and against Britain. Just as Bock's army group was suffering from a critical lack of resources to deal with the excessive demands of its long front, so too were the two neighbouring army groups feeling the stress of overextension. In the south, following Rundstedt's victory at Uman, General Georg von Sodenstern, the chief of the General Staff of Army Group South, warned Halder on August 10th of the mounting difficulties confronting operations in the south. As Sodenstern explained, the sudden change in the estimate of the situation was based less on an evaluation of the enemy situation than a revised assessment of the capabilities of our own troops. They are simply exhausted and have heavy losses. The following day, August 11th, Halder recorded in his diary that the 6th Army was suffering a daily loss of 1,600 casualties, of which some 380 were deaths. In the 98th Infantry Division, belonging to the 6th Army, one regiment alone reported losing 1,200 men and 37 officers between July 31st and August 10th. Towards the end of August, the motorised divisions of Kleist's Panzer Group were estimated to be at 50% strength. Nor was it possible to provide the Army Group with the promised 12 supply trains a day. Indeed, on some days only half this number arrived. In Army Group North, overextension increasingly slowed operations throughout August, but Lieb's offensive was buttressed by Hitler's Leningrad bias, and this ensured him the support of first Richthofen's 8th Air Corps and then Schmidt's 39th Panzer Corps. Even with such external aid, the drive to cut off Leningrad was not achieved until September the 8th, and the following assault to break through to the city proved a costly failure. Supply trains were also well short of the required number in August, and while the ratio improved in September, it was still less than the minimum needed. Further north, on the distant Finnish front, the German 36th Army Corps had been heavily engaged in a failed operation to cut the vital Murmansk railway at Kandalaksha. By September the 13th, the Corps' two divisions had together sustained 9,463 casualties, and the 169th Infantry Division was judged no longer capable of holding even a defensive position. To have any confidence about breaking the Red Army's resistance and ending the war in 1941, a great deal of hope was placed in the refitting of the two panzer groups in Army Group Centre that had been underway since early August. Guderian had originally said he would have finished his refitting by August 15th, but delays in the arrival of spare parts and replacement engines, as well as the constant action of his forces, especially in the south, meant that his panzer group was scarcely in better shape than before the refitting began. On August 19th, Panzer Group 2 notified Army Group Centre of the results of its refitting and the subsequent combat readiness of its Panzer Corps. Streppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps and Lemelson's 27th Panzer Corps were still in action south of Roslavia, and their respective time spent refitting was reported as 24th Panzer Corps at no time since the beginning of the war, 47th Panzer Corps only with the 18th Panzer Division fully allowed rest.
The recommendation of the Panzer Group was that both Panzer Corps needed 10 days of technical refitting to make good material losses, and 4 days of rest for the personnel.
Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps was only relieved from its latest commitment to the volatile Yelnya salient on the same day the report was prepared, August 19th, and even then one brigade remained at the front. The Corps was reported to be in need of rest and repairs, which for personnel and equipment would require until August 23rd. Yet, undermining any prospective extension to the refitting process were the same two problems, which until now had proved so detrimental. The first was the constant commitment of panzer forces to action, and the second was the persistent lack of spare parts. Even on August 19th, 4 days after the refitting was due to be completed, Panzer Group 2 informed Bock's command. The technical refitting of all corps depends on the arrival of the spare parts. Furthermore, with a view to the worn and dust-spoilt engines of the Panzer Group, the report advised that future operations would need to take into account the increased oil consumption. As an example of how extreme the situation was becoming, the 10th Panzer Division reported on August 17th. The condition of the trucks is in large part bad. For major repairs, which are necessary for many trucks, there are no spare parts. It must therefore be understood that with the beginning of a new operation, trucks will have to be towed in order to take them with us. Hoth's Panzer Group also prepared a report to Army Group Centre on its combat readiness, with a similarly pessimistic conclusion regarding its success in refitting the panzer divisions. Hoth had originally stated that his refitting would be finished on August 20th, but the report produced on August 21st revealed that the number of available panzers had not substantially increased at all. Figures for the combat readiness of the individual panzer divisions were listed as follows. 7th Panzer Division, 45%. It had been at 60% until the aforementioned total loss of 30 panzers. 19th Panzer Division, 60%. 20th Panzer Division, 49%, and 12th Panzer Division, 45%. The overall average panzer strength was therefore about 50%, which is the same figure Halder reported almost a month before, at the end of the long advance towards Smolensk. Figures demonstrating personnel shortages also highlight the manpower deficiency within the Panzer Group. The 19th and 20th Panzer Divisions were at 75 to 80% of full strength. The 7th Panzer Division was at 70% strength, and the 14th Motorized Infantry Division was at 50 to 60% strength. Both of these divisions, however, were expected to be raised to 80% strength with the arrival of reinforcements, although it is not clear from the document when this was expected to take place. The serviceability of trucks for the Panzer Group was one area where the refitting period appeared to have made some significant improvements, although these were, in practice, short-term remedies. At first glance, the figures appear rather encouraging. Among the motorized infantry divisions, the 20th was at 92% of full strength, the 14th at 90%, and the 18th at 75% strength. For the panzer divisions, the results were somewhat less successful. The 12th was at 82% of its full complement, the 19th at 80%, the 7th at 75%, and the 20th at 70%. As if to dissuade Bock's army group from drawing an overly optimistic conclusion, it was made clear that the high number of French vehicles in the Panzer Group were almost at the end of their serviceability. For example, it was warned that the trucks in the 14th Motorized Infantry Division, which was now outfitted with 90% of its original fleet, had only a limited life expectancy. Similarly, the 20th Panzer Division, with 70% of its full strength, was noted to have French trucks, which will not survive much longer. Yet, even for those divisions with German trucks, the outlook was not fundamentally different, and the prospect of a long advance over terrible roads would quickly see a sharp spike in the fallout rate. On August 22nd, Army Group Centre's War Diary concluded, "The armoured units are so battle-weary and worn out that there can be no question of a mass operative mission until they have been completely replenished and repaired." 2 days later, General Buhl reported to Halder that the combat strength of the infantry divisions across the Eastern Front had been reduced on average by 40%, and the panzer divisions by 50%. By the end of August, panzer losses across the whole of the Eastern Front had reached 1,488, with Hitler still determined to withhold most of the new domestic production of panzers for later campaigns. As a result, only 96 replacements were released out of 815 new models produced between June and August 1941. Based on starting totals given on June 22, 1941, on September the 4th, the number of available panzers were as follows. Total losses constituted about 30%. Those classified as under repair came to 23%, leaving just 47% ready for action. Within Army Group Centre, however, only 34% of tanks were classed as ready for action. Hoth's Panzer Group, reduced to 3 panzer divisions after the 12th Panzer Division was subordinated to the 16th Army, retained only 41% of its initial strength. Guderian's Panzer Group, reduced to 4 panzer divisions after the 10th Panzer Division was subordinated to 4th Army, fielded just 25% of its original strength. The fact that Bock's advance had already been stalled for a month clearly shows that the stiff Soviet resistance had had a ruinous impact on German plans. Even after the long pause, on August 22nd, large-scale operations were judged to be out of the question. At the same time, a long-term defence of the Eastern Front was determined to be unbearable. The principal commanders at Army Group Centre and at the OKH correctly determined that Hitler's preference for a southward swing would not lead to a comprehensive victory over the Soviet Union in 1941. Yet their own plans for shattering the Red Army and seizing Moscow were reflective of the same wildly unrealistic optimism that had undermined Barbarossa from the very beginning. By the end of August, it was clear that Operation Barbarossa would fail in its essential goal to conquer the Soviet Union, which, by extension, destined Germany to almost certain defeat in a world war. The short window of opportunity to strike down the Soviet Colossus had passed, and the so-called Russian front would continue to devour strength at an insufferable rate for German manpower reserves and military production. The arrival of winter would hit the struggling German armies with devastating effect and complete the hollowing out of German divisions, leaving many undermanned and inadequately equipped for much of the rest of the war. The implications of Barbarossa's failure were already disturbingly apparent to some commanders. Hans von Luck records the commander of the 7th Panzer Division telling his men, "This war is going to last longer than we would like. The days of the Blitzkrieg are over." Another German officer, Colonel Bernd von Kleist, described the situation metaphorically. "The German army in fighting Russia is like an elephant attacking a host of ants. The elephant will kill thousands, perhaps even millions of ants, but in the end their numbers will overcome him, and he will be eaten to the bone." On the Soviet side, Stalin's most successful commander of the war, Marshal Zhukov, summed up the German summer campaign. Gross miscalculations and mistakes were made in political and strategic estimates. The forces at Germany's disposal, even including satellite reserves, were clearly inadequate for waging simultaneous operations in the three major sectors of the Soviet-German front. Because of this, the enemy was compelled to halt his drive towards Moscow and to assume defensive positions on that front in order to divert part of the forces of Army Group Centre to the support of Army Group South, facing our troops on the central and southwest fronts. While the German generals later found it convenient to blame Hitler's interference, the harshness of the Soviet climate, and the sheer numerical superiority of the Soviet Union, the fact remains that their plans for the conquest of the Soviet Union were simply attempting too much. Germany's successes in the early weeks of the war were enough to severely batter the Red Army, yet these came at an unexpectedly high cost to the motorized divisions upon which the Blitzkrieg's success depended. While Germany still needed to do more, in fact much more, to topple the Soviet Union in late August 1941, the offensive strength simply no longer existed. Chapter 10. Showdown. Hitler's triumph in defeat. Hitler's long period of procrastination before finally reaching a decision over strategy in the East was not without consequences for commanders on the front. The absence of a clear strategic directive caused hesitancy and confusion about where particular forces were to be deployed along the front, and what timetable they could expect for the commencement of operations. There were also major strategic questions, such as the holding of the Yelnya salient, which was being stubbornly defended on nothing more than an assumption of what the next phase of the campaign would be. The uncertainty was especially troubling for Guderian, as he was constantly unsure how much strength he should devote to his offensive in the south. On August 18th, he wrote in a letter to his wife, "This situation has a bad effect upon the troops, for everyone is aware of the absence of harmony. That is the product of unclear orders and counter-orders, absence of instructions, sometimes for weeks. We are missing so many opportunities. But it is annoying when no one knows the reasons. These most probably cannot be put right in this war, which we will win despite it all. That is human nature, in great moments, and with great men." Guderian's chief of staff, Colonel Kurt Freiherr von Liebenstein, also noted the absence of clarity, and even the outright contradictions in the issuing of orders, leading to his conclusion, "The troops must think we are crazy." While Guderian's forces were constantly being pushed south by Hitler's desire to clean up the southern flank and exploit successes, at the Army Group headquarters, under Bock's willful tutelage, there was an attempt to resolve the ambiguity by favouring Moscow as the clear priority. When Griffenberg met with Weckmann on August 17th to clarify the coming offensive operations, the Chief of Staff of Army Group Centre told his counterpart at 9th Army, "The enemy in front of the Army Group is to be destroyed. The armies will break through in the general direction of Moscow." Similarly, on August 19th, Bock set his sights firmly on Moscow and urged Weichs to make all haste in concluding the operations in the south. This, together with a successful drive towards Velikia Luki, would mean, in Bock's estimation, the entire Army Group can attack towards the east. The joint proposals prepared and submitted by Warlimont and Huizinga on August 18th had received no direct response from Hitler by August 20th, and so Huizinga was sent to meet with Jodl in order to gauge the mood at the Wolf's Lair. Jodl had certainly been predisposed towards Halder's plans, but his interview with Huizinga now betrayed real doubts. Jodl certainly possessed an intimate knowledge of Hitler's moods and frame of mind, and the events of the past days must have impressed upon Jodl the dictator's rejuvenated determination and stubborn unwillingness for any further deliberation on his chosen strategic solution. Jodl was also extremely wary of challenging Hitler when he knew his mind was made up, which stemmed partly from raw pragmatism, but also owed a debt to the enduring Führer myth of which Jodl was a compliant disciple. Thus, according to Huizinga's account, Jodl was now quite reluctant to have anything more to do with the OKH's plans. Undeterred, Huizinga again pressed the importance of Moscow and defeating the life strength of the Red Army. After this, he concluded, everything else will fall into our lap. Jodl is said to have retorted, "That's what you say. Now let me tell you what the Führer's answer will be. There is at the moment a much better possibility of beating the Russian forces. Their main grouping is now east of Kiev." Huizinga, however, stood his ground, and raised the issue of the coming winter, which, he reminded Jodl, would arrive earlier in the northern and central sectors than in the south. Ultimately, Jodl agreed to continue doing what he could to support the OKH's plans, but his resolve was clearly weakening, and he warned Huizinga, "You must admit that the Führer's reasons are well thought out, though, and cannot be pushed aside just like that. One must not try to compel him to do something which goes against his inner convictions. His intuition has generally been right. You can't deny that." The fact that Halder's support at the OKW was drying up came as a direct result of Hitler's newfound sense of purpose and the emphatic tone with which he now dictated the strategic goals of the campaign. On the same day that Huizinga was appealing for continued support from Jodl, August 20th, Hitler was unequivocal in his rejection of the OKH's memorandum. With clear instructions for the future course of the war, the subservient OKW soon abandoned any independent ideas, and indeed sought to rein in the wayward OKH. On August 21st, the head of the OKW, Field Marshal Keitel, appeared at Halder's headquarters with the task, according to Warlimont, of winning Halder over to Hitler's point of view, or at least weakening his opposition to the diversion of Bock's panzers. Keitel must have known that Hitler's mind was already firmly made up. He was careful, however, not to disappoint all of Halder's hopes, and left the army's chief of staff with the impression that Hitler's final decision was still pending. Instead, Keitel told Halder that Hitler was insisting on carrying through the northern operation towards Leningrad, and in the south sought to eliminate the Soviet Fifth Army. If Keitel tried to convince Halder of Hitler's strategic wisdom, it was probably nothing more than Halder expected from a man with such blind obedience to the Führer. In any case, Halder had never hoped for, nor counted on, support from Keitel. Whatever passed between them that day, it seems from Halder's record of the meeting that he still had no idea just how far events had progressed against him. On that same day, August 21st, Hitler instructed Jodl to draft new orders for the OKH, detailing the direction of future operations. These would reach Halder's office late in the evening and strike, according to Huizinga, like a bomb. Hitler's army adjutant, Major Engel, simply dubbed it a black day for the army. As soon as Halder had read the new dictate from Hitler, he knew all his plans and hopes had come to nothing. Hitler's order was a devastating blow, and left Halder uncertain of how exactly the war was to be won. Writing in his diary, Halder ominously pronounced, "It is decisive for the outcome of the campaign." Hitler's directive began. The proposal by the army for the continuation of the operations in the east, dated August 18th, do not meet with my approval. I order the following. The principal objective that must be achieved before the onset of winter is not the capture of Moscow, but rather in the south the occupation of the Crimea and the industrial and coal region of the Donets, together with the isolation of the Russian oil regions in the Caucasus. In the north, the encirclement of Leningrad and the union with the Finns. Army Group Centre was now to cooperate with Army Group South in order to enact an encirclement of the Soviet Fifth Army in the region east of Kiev. With the Dnieper crossed and the Soviet Southern Front in ruins, Army Group South would then be free to advance eastwards and seize the industrial centres of Rostov and Kharkov. Hitler also placed great importance on the capture of the Crimea, insisting it was of paramount importance for safeguarding our oil supply from Romania. As the OKH reeled from the totality of its rebuff, there was still worse to come when on the following day, August 22nd, a second memorandum arrived, personally dictated by Hitler. It was a so-called study of the general situation, and purported to lecture the generals at OKH on the importance of strategic goals and operational methods. It also included a scathing attack on the leadership of the army, citing poor management and a failure to provide adequate direction, which, by contrast, was being superbly exhibited by Göring in command of the Luftwaffe. The study began with Hitler's long-espoused argument that eliminating the Soviet Union would deny Britain its last remaining continental ally, and thereby eradicate all hope of altering the course of events in Europe. To do this, Hitler stated that two objectives had to be achieved. First, the resistance of the Red Army had to be broken, and, second, the industrial base of the Soviet Union had to be either occupied or destroyed to prevent any reorganization of Soviet forces. Having emphasized the strategic goals of the campaign, Hitler turned his attention to operational aspects and returned in veiled fashion to his earlier preoccupation with smaller encirclements. Hitler wanted the infantry to participate more directly in the battles of encirclement in order to prevent the escape of Soviet forces from the pockets. Following the OKH's plan and continuing operations into the distant east, in Hitler's opinion, failed to acknowledge what had been learned from past battles, and also ignored the favourable strategic opportunity to hit the Soviet flanks in the north, and especially in the south. Hitler also criticised the OKH for failing to grasp the concept of concentration and splitting up the valuable motorised divisions and Luftwaffe units among the various armies and army corps along the front. Failure to recognise that successful mobile warfare depended on unifying these forces under a single high command was only fully understood by Göring, and, accordingly, he came in for much praise at the expense of the army. In spite of his determination to divert Bock's remaining strength to the flanks, Hitler was not opposed to the idea of an operation towards Moscow, but this would have to wait until after Leningrad and the Ukraine were within Germany's reach. The argument that a delay in the drive on Moscow would not leave enough time or find the motorised and panzer divisions primed for such a plan was also countered by Hitler. The elimination of the threat to Bock's southern flank would compensate for any other loss of strength, and in fact make the later offensive, in Hitler's words, not more difficult, but considerably easier. At the OKH, Halder was beside himself with fury. After the crushing setback of Hitler's first directive, the arrival of Hitler's study, effectively blaming the OKH for all the army's woes, was simply too much. Writing in the privacy of his diary, Halder openly criticised Hitler. "I regard the situation created by the Führer's interference unendurable for the OKH. No other but the Führer himself is to blame for the zigzag course caused by his successive orders." Furthermore, Halder protested that the study was filled with contradictory statements and inexcusably placed Göring well above Brauchitsch. Halder also recorded that Brauchitsch was accused of being swayed by the special interests of the individual army groups. Although Halder singles out Brauchitsch as the subject of Hitler's criticism, the document is not so specific and should rather be taken to include the whole OKH, especially Halder, given his central position in the organisation. Still, Halder preferred to single out Brauchitsch. The afternoon and evening Halder spent in consultation with Brauchitsch and Heusinger. There was some discussion about how Hitler's new orders could be put into effect, but the mood was dominated by abject despair and loss of hope. Halder was insistent that after 4 victorious campaigns, the OKH had had, its good name tarnished. He also considered the way Brauchitsch, and thereby the OKH, was treated to be outrageous. The embittered discussion finally reached a point where Halder proposed to Brauchitsch that they both resign their posts in protest over Hitler's new orders and his treatment of the army. Brauchitsch, however, refused on the grounds that such a move would not result in them quitting their posts, because he felt Hitler would not accept such a move, and so nothing would be changed. Halder then also opted not to resign, but he was still not quite prepared to admit defeat over the question of Moscow. Halder and Heusinger attempted to persuade Brauchitsch to confront Hitler over the matter and to push again for the Moscow alternative, but Brauchitsch took Hitler's rebuke as a stern warning and refused any further opposition to his plans. A split now developed within the OKH, with Brauchitsch resisting all attempts to prompt him into action. Under pressure from Halder and Heusinger, the Field Marshal declared, "What is the purpose of presenting everything to the Führer again?" Whereupon a frustrated Heusinger retorted, "God, should we lead our whole life as if everything we do has to have a purpose?" Halder was also bitterly disappointed with what seemed to be Brauchitsch's betrayal. Writing to his wife, Halder confided, "Alone, I cannot stand against a world of cowardice that shares my opinion, but will not fight for it." Desperate for more support, Halder decided to visit Bock on the following day to discuss the situation further. At Bock's headquarters, news of Hitler's memorandum arrived on August 22nd, just as orders were about to be sent out to the entire army group detailing plans for a major offensive to the east. Bock was stupefied by the news. "I want to smash the enemy army," he wrote in his diary, "and the bulk of this army is opposite my front." He termed the turn south a secondary operation and claimed it would jeopardize the main goal, which he defined as the destruction of the Russian armed forces before winter. When Bock had the chance to confer with Guderian, he asked him which units could be released for the turn south. According to Bock, Guderian flatly rejected the operation, citing the utter fatigue of 24th Panzer Corps, the inability to spare forces for a secondary operation, and the impassability of the Maglin-Jünscha-Starodub road. Guderian himself claims to have protested the move as criminal folly. It was not only Guderian's offensive strength that was placed in doubt for the new operation. The defence of the army group's long front was also determined to be over time unbearable, and therefore the attack eastwards must proceed. With this, although the army group reluctantly began planning to implement Hitler's new directive, there was also no abandonment of planning for an attack to the east. Halder had already told Bock he wanted to visit him on the following day, August 23rd, and Bock hoped something could still be done to bring about a change of plans. Bock also spoke on the telephone with Brauchitsch, and, after outlining which forces could be dispatched south in accordance with Hitler's orders, he ominously added that no other major offensive could be considered for this year. Brauchitsch then asked, "If the designated strength is deployed to the south, then you will not have any motorized units behind your front. Can the front then hold another 8 days?" To which Bock answered, 8 days? Yes. If the motorized divisions that must be refitted can be made ready behind the front. This concerns the SS Das Reich, the 14th Motorized Infantry Division and the 7th Panzer Division. To this must be added the badly battle-worn 161st Infantry Division. The whole thing is naturally only an emergency solution. 8 to 10 days can be somehow managed, but not longer, especially if the enemy continues with strong attacks. Brauchitsch was clearly shaken by this, and replied that either the attack eastward had to proceed, or Army Group Centre would have to be withdrawn to a more defensible line. On August 23rd, Halder flew to Bock's headquarters at Borisov, ostensibly to see what could be done to hasten the attack set out by Hitler's memorandum. This did indeed take up a good deal of discussion, but they also hatched a final plot for one last desperate effort to bring Hitler around to the views of the army. When Halder arrived in the afternoon, a meeting was convened to discuss possibilities. In attendance were Bock, Heisinger, Halder, Lieutenant Colonel Schrift, 2 junior officers, and, summoned specially for the meeting, Guderian. Halder began with an overview of Hitler's orders, whereupon discussion followed of their implementation. Bock and Guderian were steadfastly critical, Guderian almost to the point of dismissing Hitler's orders as impossible. The Panzer General stated that his divisions, after 9 weeks of uninterrupted fighting, required a respite before undertaking any big operation. Guderian then stated that, in the best-case scenario, only 4 divisions could be made available for the operation, and that, because of the long lengths of atrocious roads, the ability of the divisions to reach Starodub, Guderian's southernmost position, in good time and with sufficient strength was completely impossible. Guderian even went so far as to add that, under the best conditions, 30% of the fighting strength would reach Starodub. A second suggestion to conduct a sweeping movement through Bryansk and then strike deep into the Ukraine was also condemned as requiring too much strength. Finally, it was decided to move the mobile divisions behind the front, all the way to Gommel, a distance of 200 kilometres. Although the new southern operation was being taken seriously by the army, and planning was in full swing, there were still deep reservations about where this was leading the whole campaign. Time remained for just one more major offensive, and none were optimistic that Hitler's drive to seize the Ukraine and isolate Leningrad would be sufficient to force an end to the war. Bock also expressed concern that the morale of the troops should not be forgotten. According to him, they asked only one question: when will we march to Moscow? We don't want to get stuck here in winter. As things now stood, there could be only one answer to this question. The whole war in the East was being improvised on an almost daily basis, which was the consequence of a fragmented command and competing strategic conceptions. The generals themselves did not know if or when Moscow would be attacked, just as they did not know whether Hitler's thrust south could be carried out with the available strength, and what risk this would entail for the security of Bock's weakened army group. One thing, however, was certain, although scarcely understood at the time. The fears the men held of spending the winter deep in the Soviet Union were now assured. The army simply did not have the resources to avoid it, and the grinding daily attrition slowly but steadily made this eventuality ever clearer. For the time being, the mass of German troops still believed in the ultimate victory of their Wehrmacht, although none were of any doubt that the Red Army demonstrated an incredible resilience, and that the war still had much hard fighting left in it. Yet the men of Army Group Center recognized that Moscow was their objective, and its capture, it was widely assumed, would bring about an end to the fighting. Many soldiers reasoned that with 2/3 of the distance covered from the German border to the Soviet capital, only 1/3 of the war remained. As Heinrich Harper wrote, "Our marching column wanted to get to Moscow. It was their only objective. They had been told it would be taken soon, and to each man it meant the end of the march, rest, an organized life again, excitement, civilization, women, relaxation of discipline, perhaps. We measured it out on the map. 180 miles, 290 kilometers, across country to Moscow. We had marched 600 miles, 965 kilometers from East Prussia. We could do it in a fortnight at the most, even with resistance stiffening as we approached the capital. Signs were commonly hung by the men, reading, 'To Moscow,' and hope was sustained by the idea that heavy losses were local rather than general. Thus, when orders finally arrived directing forces to the north and south, there was a sudden feeling of bewilderment and confusion, with some men even sensing that the campaign was now in trouble. An artilleryman, Werner Adamczyk, wrote, "I had a chance to look at a map of Russia. It showed the distance between Smolensk and Leningrad to be about 600 kilometers. On the other hand, the distance from where we were to Moscow was less than 400 kilometers. Definitely the Russians confronting us on our way to Moscow had been beaten, and now it seemed we were to turn away from our greatest chance to get to Moscow and bring the war to an end. My instinct told me that something was very wrong. Erich Mender noted how his troops were agitated and couldn't understand why there was not an immediate offensive towards Moscow. Moscow was only 280 kilometers away. The troops hoped that we would be in the Soviet capital in August or latest September, and then the resistance of the Red Army would probably be broken. We were very angry that the panzer divisions were pulled out and sent to the Ukraine to fight at Kiev. We saw this as a completely wrong strategy. Alexander Stahlberg recalled his shock when the order was given to discontinue the advance to Moscow and assume defensive positions. What strategy was intended, he asked himself. The word had gone around at once that it had come from the highest level, from Hitler himself. After a few days, the riddle was solved. Moscow was no longer the objective. Leningrad was to be taken first. As confusion over strategy pervaded the ranks of the German army, for many at the front, thoughts were quickly overtaken by day-to-day hardships and the suffering caused by harsh fighting. One man summed it up in a letter to his mother on August 28th. I passionately wanted to be part of the attack on Moscow, but now would be more pleased if I could get out of this hellish situation. With preliminary planning for Hitler's directive underway at Army Group Center, discussion switched to what was most likely Halder's real interest in visiting Bock's command, securing a way to subvert Hitler's order. Guderian noted that Halder seemed deeply upset, and in the lengthy discussion that followed, a new scheme emerged to challenge Hitler's unalterable will. Almost a month before, Halder had spoken to the chiefs of staff of the three army groups and emphasized the importance Hitler attached to the views of battlefield commanders. At this time, Halder was already considering the value of pressing the OKH's point of view, using such courier generals, which as Halder accurately assessed, were more trusted than us. Halder had just witnessed firsthand Guderian's rigid forcefulness, for which he was well known throughout the army. Halder was undoubtedly also impressed by the dire terms in which Guderian set out his current predicament, and the manifest difficulties of fulfilling Hitler's orders. Furthermore, Guderian's status as an heroic panzer general was firmly established, and he was one of the most celebrated military idols in Goebbels' propaganda machine, which constantly lauded his victories and heaped praise on his leadership. It also happened that Guderian's panzer army was at the centre of the strategic dispute over where the bulk of Bock's armour should strike. Thus, it did not take long for a new plan to form, a last-ditch throw of the dice, to gain what until now had eluded the army. Bock telephoned Hitler's headquarters and asked Schmundt to secure a meeting with Hitler that same evening for Guderian. Bock carefully explained the reason as giving Hitler an opportunity to form a picture of the situation for himself. According to one eyewitness, Colonel Rudolf Christoph Freiherr von Gersdorf, when Guderian took his leave of Bock, he did so with the words, "Only over my dead body will it come to another solution, other than Moscow." Guderian then accompanied Halder for the flight back to Lützen airfield in East Prussia, near to Hitler's Wolf's Lair headquarters. When Guderian arrived, he reported first to Brauchitsch, who categorically forbade him from raising the question of Moscow in Hitler's presence. "The operation to the south has been ordered," Brauchitsch insisted. "The problem now is how it is to be carried out. Discussion is pointless." Brauchitsch had never been a particularly strong character in his time as commander-in-chief of the army, and his resolve to push so vigorously for Moscow resulted partly from his own inner convictions, but mainly from two external factors. One was the dominance of Halder and his followers in the OKH, which bolstered Brauchitsch's nerve and instilled in him an artificial robustness. The other, however, was the absence of staunch opposition. Since the end of July, when the strategic issue became a crisis of two opposing and equally inflexible factions within the German command, Hitler did not end the dispute there and then with his customary intolerance for dissent. Rather, he himself was seized by indecision, which enabled Brauchitsch to go on actively supporting the Moscow alternative, although even in this period, the the commander-in-chief of the army at times experienced grave doubts and even spells of utter despair. Once Hitler had recovered his nerve and sought to impose his will with ardent determination, Brauchitsch predictably buckled, exposing the frail man that hid behind a facade of high rank and position. Now, as Guderian threatened to pursue the matter of Moscow further, Brauchitsch, who had already accepted defeat on the matter and was in damage control over the army's confrontation with Hitler, sought to prevent upsetting the Führer any further. Upon receiving such a stern command, Guderian claims that he threatened to turn around and fly straight back to his Panzer army, as his meeting with Hitler would now be a waste of time. Yet that too was unacceptable to Brauchitsch, and he ordered Guderian to make his report as expected, but without mentioning Moscow. Guderian was shown in to see Hitler, who was surrounded by the usual cast of OKW officers, including Keitel, Jodl and Schmundt. Guderian began to outline the state of his forces, and claims to have initially adhered to Brauchitsch's instructions by not raising the issue of Moscow. Finally, Hitler asked, "In view of their past performance, do you consider that your troops are capable of making another great effort?" To which Guderian responded, "If the troops are given a major objective, the importance of which is apparent to every soldier, yes." Hitler was under no illusions about what was meant by this, and raised the topic himself. "You mean, of course, Moscow," he rejoined. Guderian then seized his chance and began, "Yes, since you have broached the subject, let me give you the reasons for my opinions." Guderian then entered into a long exposition of all the evidence that counted in favour of an attack towards Moscow, recounting the many familiar arguments Hitler had no doubt heard in varying forms before. Probably in deference to his high standing, Guderian was not interrupted once and allowed to speak his mind freely to the end. Only then did Hitler begin to speak, and it was soon apparent that he remained wholly unconvinced. Keeping his composure, Hitler set about expounding the opposing arguments for a strike into the Ukraine. His focus was unmistakably fixed on economic objectives, claiming they were vitally necessary for the future prosecution of the war. This was backed by Hitler's insistence that "my generals know nothing about the economic aspects of war." Guderian's account leaves no doubt about Hitler's resolve, and it was clear that the strict orders for the attack to the south would proceed, and that all actions were to be carried out with that in mind. Guderian also observed how all those present nodded in agreement with everything that Hitler said, revealing the presiding dominance of the Führer myth, which quickly captivated Guderian as well. His memoir explains his sudden compliance by the hopelessness of his position in changing a decision that had clearly already been taken. As he explained, "I did not think it right to make an angry scene with the head of the German state when he was surrounded by his advisers." Yet Guderian also sought to blame Halder and Brauchitsch, stating he was extremely sorry that neither of them accompanied him to the meeting, on the outcome of which, according to them, so very much depended, perhaps even the result of the war as a whole. If this was true, and the fate of the whole war potentially rested on his success, it seems a distinctly half-hearted effort on his part to convince Hitler, especially when he had previously felt no aversion to bitterly contesting the orders of superiors over decidedly lesser matters. According to his leading biographer, he was also being unofficially discussed as an eventual replacement for Brauchitsch, and it was clear from his private correspondence that Guderian was well aware he was under consideration for the post. Thus, his placid behaviour and accommodating attitude towards Hitler appear suddenly less mysterious for a man who was usually extremely reluctant to compromise and exceedingly ambitious. Additionally, Guderian's explanation that he could not challenge Hitler in front of his entourage is difficult to accept when, in his later career as Chief of the Army General Staff, there were numerous occasions where he clashed openly with Hitler in fiery displays of temper. Guderian was not the dutiful soldier compelled to humbly follow orders as he suggests. There is enough evidence to show that he was, in fact, far closer to the regime its policies, and its leader than the general himself was prepared to admit. Furthermore, in criticising the absence of Halder and Brauchitsch, what Guderian did not acknowledge, or mistakenly undervalued, in his post-war account was the degree of antipathy that now existed between Hitler and the OKH. Halder was all too aware that his presence would not have advanced his cause or stayed Hitler's temper on the issue. The difference now in this 11th hour attempt to change Hitler's mind was not so much the nature of the message as the status of the man who was arguing for it. While Guderian counted greatly in that regard, Halder and Brauchitsch were clearly liabilities. Nevertheless, the fact remains that Guderian's mission was doomed from the very beginning, both because Hitler's mind was not to be changed on the issue, and because he was far too malleable to deal with Hitler. In adopting the Southern Operation, Guderian was not so much reluctantly abiding by Hitler's orders, as actively converted to carrying out Hitler's will. He was simply overawed in Hitler's company, and the result finally spelled defeat for Halder's cherished plans. On the following day, August 24th, when Guderian told Halder of his failure to convince Hitler and that the Southern Operation would have to be adopted, Halder, according to Guderian, suffered a complete nervous collapse. Halder unloaded all his pent-up frustrations onto Guderian in a tirade of resentful accusations. Guderian explained Halder's outburst as an unreasonable overreaction, resulting from overstrained nerves, to news which he should have known to expect. Halder, on the other hand, could not understand how Guderian could have presented such a blatantly critical critique of Hitler's plan, and now freely proposed to carry it out, with the same forces that only yesterday were regarded as incapable of doing so. Guderian defended his behaviour by saying that his previous comments were given to provide the OKH with arguments against Hitler's proposal, but he also alluded to the difficulties the coming operation would entail, by claiming that he was now duty-bound to make the impossible possible. Halder was disgusted by such a flagrant twisting of the facts to suit Guderian's own standpoint. Brauchitsch insisted that he would issue strict new orders on the drafting of reports. Halder, however, was dismissive of such an action, declaring, "You cannot change character through orders." The confrontation between Halder and Guderian ended on hostile terms, and without any form of agreement. Indeed, Guderian later claimed that Halder actively sought to hinder his operations by denying him adequate strength. The recriminations were also felt at Army Group Centre, whom Halder contacted immediately to report news of Guderian's duplicity and betrayal. When Bock heard the news, his bitter disappointment at the loss of the Moscow operation was mixed with resentment and confusion for Guderian's apparently inexplicable role in the final act of the long, drawn-out command crisis. Operations now shifted to the south and north, and with them a degree of strategic clarity emerged which had been absent for many weeks. Still, the gruelling effects of the long period of indecision and internal wrangling left their mark on the higher command, with frayed nerves and bitter personal animosity, reflective of an army that had suffered a major reversal. The daily business of directing the war went on, of course, but it was no longer a blitzkrieg campaign. Now it was a war of endurance, and in such a war the Soviet Union, backed by its allies in the West, was already in the favoured position. No one could yet predict the collapse of the Third Reich, nor a Soviet occupation of Berlin, but by forfeiting its only possibility of eliminating the Soviet Union, Germany was destined for a long war against an emerging superpower which it could not hope to overcome. Operation Barbarossa's failure was more than just a lost campaign. The scale and importance of the Eastern Theatre ensured that the summer of 1941 was the turning point of World War II. Throughout late August and September, operations on the flanks of Army Group Centre became the focus of German operations and led to more hard-won battlefield victories, but at an ever-increasing cost to their dwindling offensive strength. Even the Great Encirclement Battle at Kiev, which has in the past attracted attention for its supposed significance as the quintessential example of German operational perfectionism, is in need of careful revision. The same problems, so devastatingly prevalent in the summer campaign, worsened in the autumn, while the German command remained incurably divided and fatally blind to its growing weaknesses. The attritional drain that had begun from the first day of Operation Barbarossa had progressed so far by the end of 2 months that Germany no longer possessed the ability to defeat the Soviet Union in 1941. Future battles, whether centered on Moscow or the Ukraine, were simply not able to crush the Red Army and conquer the Soviet Union, undermining the persistent arguments favoring one strategic alternative over another. Failure to end the war in another blitzkrieg campaign entailed destructive consequences for Germany, and this was a foreseeable reality by the late summer of 1941. On August 23rd, Ribbentrop conceded to the Japanese ambassador in Berlin, General Oshima, that the war against the Soviet Union might last into 1942. Furthermore, an OKW memorandum dated August 27th stated, "The mandatory collapse of Russia is the next decisive objective, which must be reached by employing all the troops that can be spared on other fronts. If this aim is not achieved in 1941, the continuation of the Eastern Campaign will have first priority in 1942. 3 days later, on August 30th, von Hassel wrote in his diary, "Hitler is pressing hard for swift advances, but the Army High Command has certain misgivings. In any event, it is generally believed that there will be a Russian front through the winter." Even Halder now recognized the futility of seeking a knockout blow against the USSR, and on August 23rd, presumably after hearing the result of Guderian's fateful meeting with Hitler, he wrote to his wife, "The goal which I had set myself to achieve, namely to finish off the Russians in this year, will not be attained, and we will have a strength-draining Eastern Front over the winter." Yet Halder was still incapable of understanding the full implications of this for Germany's chances in the ongoing World War. It was only in late November 1941, long after the intended blitzkrieg had failed, that Halder belatedly observed,
"It is possible that the war is shifting from the level of military success to the level of moral and economic endurance."
To others in the German command, the decisive importance of the summer of 1941 became clear after the war. Although erroneously claiming that Hitler ruined the army's grand plan for assured victory by not striking towards Moscow, Heisinger and Hoth both identified the summer campaign as the turning point of the war. As Heisinger wrote, "The Army High Command's opposition to this decision, to send Guderian and Weichs south into the Ukraine, had been in vain. Hitler had brushed all their arguments aside. He left the ground of purely operational command, following basic military principles, in favour of other aspects. This was the decisive turning point of the Eastern Campaign." Likewise, Hoth described Hitler's plan to strike towards the north and south as the decision of the war. In the strategic crisis that dominated the German command for a month in July and August 1941, Hitler emerged the undisputed victor. He not only asserted his authority over the army and prevailed against almost unanimous opposition, but his strategic choice was certainly the wiser alternative, given both German logistical constraints and the dreadful Soviet strategic deployment in the south. Yet his triumph in taking control of the campaign from the OKH was never really in doubt once he had made up his mind to do so. And even if he did offer a better alternative for the next phase of the campaign, by the late summer of 1941, he could not change the fundamentally flawed undertaking that Barbarossa represented. If Hitler's victory over the army was any kind of victory at all, it was only a hollow success in a war that was doomed to be lost. Perhaps, therefore, the historical reference to a July and August crisis should be thought of not in reference to a somewhat trivial strategic debate fought out between the military commanders and Hitler, but rather as a reflection of the catastrophic predicament Germany now confronted in the East. Conclusion. Having focused in this study primarily on the problems of the German summer offensive, there might be those who would wish to point out that things were much worse on the Soviet side of the line, that the summer of 1941 represented a Soviet debacle of grand proportions, typified by mass confusion and an enormous wastage of men and material, is not in question here. The fact remains, however, that these losses, while dreadfully costly to the Soviet war effort, were bearable. Indeed, far from crumbling, the Red Army was in fact growing in size, fed by the huge pool of non-active reserves. Moreover, unlike the German army, the Red Army did not have to win the war in 1941. It only had to survive long enough for Germany's offensive strength to exhaust itself. The winter granted the Soviet Union a reprieve, which was sweetened by the entry of the United States into the war. Thus, whatever may be said of the Red Army's weaknesses in the summer of 1941, it was entirely successful in one fundamental respect. It confounded the German leadership's plan to conquer the Soviet Union in a Blitz-style campaign in the early weeks of the war. As Jacob Kipp concluded in his study on the Battle of Smolensk, at a horrible cost in losses, Russia gave up her sons and her land to bleed the Wehrmacht white, even if the losses were 10-1 in favour of the German invader. Nazi ideology and occupation policies in the end made such sacrifices seem justified and legitimised Soviet totalitarianism. After Smolensk, it was clear that this would be a long war, not a blitzkrieg. The Soviet state and society, which Lenin and Stalin had cast as a vast mechanism for mobilization and militarization, had begun that process in earnest. A further challenge to the conclusions of this study may arise from those seeking to showcase the results of the German battles at Kiev, Bryansk and Vyazma in September and October 1941. These battles collectively yielded well over 1 million additional Soviet prisoners of war, and on the surface seemed to suggest that German operational mobility was still capable of crushing Soviet resistance. Unfortunately, space does not permit a more detailed analysis of these battles, but one of the key aspects to understanding the extent of the German successes in the autumn is the complicity of Stalin himself. In the same way that Hitler's obstinate insistence on holding the line at all costs dogged German defensive operations from 1943 to 1945, by September 1941, Stalin grossly overestimated the success of his counterattacks on the German armies and refused to permit the abandonment of Kiev. In any case, the Soviet dictator was confident Bock would only strike towards Moscow and took no account of Zhukov's warning that Kerponos's southwestern front was in grave danger. Accordingly, Bock's path to the south was left dangerously open, inviting another Soviet calamity. The extent of Stalin's blunder was compounded by the fact that, once German intentions became clear, Stalin still refused to allow Kerponos to retreat with whatever he could save until it was much too late. Guderian's and Kleist's weary panzer groups were thus handed a victory far in excess of what their reduced forces could have achieved had Zhukov not been dismissed and his countermeasures ignored. Even with Stalin's spectacular mismanagement, it still took the Germans another month to exploit their good fortune and eliminate the huge Kiev pocket. By the time German armies were able to reassemble for their renewed drive on Moscow in Operation Typhoon, it was already September the 30th. The available combat strength and logistical support had fallen far below what would be required to seize the Soviet capital. Following the pattern of early offensives, the attack began well and again took advantage of the dreadful Soviet strategic direction to bag another huge haul of Soviet prisoners in two enormous pockets. As Halder recorded on October the 4th, Operation Typhoon is following an altogether classic course. The enemy is standing fast on all parts of the front not under attack, which gives hope for the creation of pockets. As in the past German offensives, however, the pace could not be sustained. Over vast distances, the spearheads weakened as their flanks grew and their supply lines became impossibly long. Soviet counterattacks became unrelenting. The road conditions worsened along with the weather, and soon German troops everywhere were finding themselves in freezing temperatures with little more than their worn-out summer uniforms. Deprived of the chance to win the war, or even to extract itself from the slogging battles of attrition, Germany's stalled Eastern Front underwent a rapid demodernization. This accentuated the bitter deprivations of life at the front, especially as the winter took hold. As one German soldier wrote in December 1941, "Technology no longer plays a role. The elemental power of nature broke the operations of our engines. What do we do?" As historians have been keen to show, the launch of the Soviet winter offensive before Moscow in December 1941 spelled the end of Operation Barbarossa, but it was really only the final nail in the coffin, a coffin which had already been built by the end of the summer. The German victories at Kiev, Bryansk and Vyazma in September and October 1941 did not change this fact, nor did they achieve what the battles at Minsk, Smolensk and Uman had not. Nazi Germany's last chance for a successful military outcome in World War II ended in the summer of 1941. Summing up the first 2 years of the war, Michael Geyer observed, "However successful the first 2 years of the war, the Third Reich never came close to escaping the dilemma posed by the fact that the political and military strategic costs of the expansion continuously outran the benefits of a newly gained hegemonic position. When the hoped-for lightning victory against the Soviet Union proved beyond the Wehrmacht's strength, a longer-term war-winning solution was all that remained open to Germany. But the prospects of success for this option can be immediately dismissed. As Omer Bartov has written, "Once Blitzkrieg failed, production, industrial capacity, material and manpower resources, organization and technical skill all became more important than tactics, training and courage. Of course, Blitzkrieg itself depended on technology. Indeed, it made a fetish of modern fighting machines. But now, technological innovation had to be paralleled by quantities produced, while the initial psychological impact of mass, but spatially and temporally limited use of modern weaponry lost much of its force. In this area, Germany had no chance of competing successfully with its enemies." Raw statistics make this clear. In 1941, German industry managed to produce a total of 5,200 tanks, 11,776 aircraft, and 7,000 artillery pieces, over 37 millimeters. In the first half of 1941, the Soviet Union produced 1,800 modern tanks, 3,950 aircraft, and 15,600 artillery pieces and mortars. What is extraordinary is that these figures rise considerably in the second half of 1941, in spite of the loss of important production centres and the massive industrial relocation to the east. In the midst of the war on its doorstep, Soviet factories turned out another 4,740 tanks, 8,000 aircraft, and 55,500 artillery pieces and mortars. Thus, the Soviet Union outperformed Germany in all the major armaments, even in the first year of the war, and thereafter production almost always exceeded losses in the main categories. The disparity becomes even clearer when one adds production figures from Britain and the United States, who were shipping considerable quantities of military aid to Europe, even before their direct entry into the war. In 1942, Germany significantly raised its armament output, but this was still hopelessly outperformed by Allied production. Even allowing for the fact that a sizable portion of British and American production would be sent to the Pacific theatre, the disparity between Allied and German industrial production was still staggering. In 1942, Germany produced 15,409 aircraft, while the combined Allied total reached 96,944, 25,436 USSR, 23,672 UK, 47,836 USA. In the same year, German tank production numbered 9,200 units, while the Allies turned out 58,054 units. 24,446 USSR, 8,611 UK, 24,997 USA. In November 1941, Stalin confidently exclaimed, "Modern war is a war of motors. The war will be won by the one who produces the most motors." The combined motor production of the USA, Britain, and the USSR is at least 3 times that of Germany. In fact, the combined motor production of the 3 Allied powers was far in excess of Stalin's threefold estimate. The remaining years of the war continued to see a commanding Allied lead in armament production, dooming Germany to eventual defeat by sheer weight of arms. The ebb and flow of battlefield successes affected only the length of the war, not its eventual outcome. In 1942, the Germans could only resume the offensive on the southern part of the front. This new offensive pushed all the way to the Volga, but here again the Germans fatally overextended themselves and met with disaster at the Battle of Stalingrad. In 1943, they lost the strategic initiative altogether when their third summer offensive was stopped cold after only a few days. From this point on until the end of the war, Germany's Eastern Front became an entirely defensive war. This study presents a revealing picture of the German generals at war. It is not a picture that will be familiar to many listeners, especially those in the English-speaking world, where military histories abound and the German generals of World War II are often portrayed, and even unfortunately admired, as consummate military professionals. In Germany, that picture is very different. The focus on the criminal legacy of the Nazi state has, in the last 25 years, shifted more and more attention towards the role of the army and its extensive activity in the War of Annihilation, particularly on the Eastern Front. As a result, unlike military histories in the Anglo-American world, the campaigns and battles fought by the German generals do not form the principal subject of interest for academics. The question more commonly asked in contemporary German debates is to what extent the German army and its commanders were complicit in issuing, or at least condoning, criminal orders. The weight of research supports the conclusion that this was very extensive indeed. Yet the all-too-common tendency among Anglo-American historians to separate the strictly military performance of the German generals from their wider political and ideological actions has, in this author's opinion, allowed too many favourable judgments to be passed. In doing so, many English-language publications have inadvertently set a worrying precedent. One would never conclude that Joseph Goebbels was an excellent propaganda minister without rendering a fuller and morally deserving judgment on the consequence of his actions. In the same vein, the German generals should not escape a fuller accounting of their actions in World War II. The men in control of Hitler's armies were not honourable men carrying out their orders as dutiful servants of the state. With resolute support for the regime, the generals unquestioningly waged one war of aggression after the other, and once Barbarossa began, willingly partook in the genocide of the Nazi regime. For historians to comment exclusively on military matters and render judgments about these men on those facts alone allows a distorted and potentially dangerous perception of the generals to arise. While the German generals cannot avoid a degree of guilt for the crimes committed during the war, from a strictly professional standpoint, one must also question their role in the military failure of the war against the Soviet Union. Far from the picture presented in many publications, which in the early years of World War II laud the German field marshals as grand operators and the panzer commanders as dashing innovators of a revolutionary military concept, this study presents a contrasting image. In addition to the complicity of the field commanders in the many planning and conceptual blunders inherent in Barbarossa, these same men compounded these initial oversights with an enduring blindness towards the difficulties encountered during the summer campaign. Even in August 1941, when the supply system was greatly overextended, the army group's offensive strength widely dispersed, and the refitting process incomplete, the generals argued for an offensive towards Moscow, which was, in practical terms, impossible to realise. The fatal inability to recognise the limitations of the forces under their command was inherent to the campaign itself, but what is more surprising is the slow learning curve among the generals at the front, who were confronted with the day-to-day problems of the advance. Surely these men could see the problem posed by the vast extent of the Soviet Union, and could calculate for themselves the logistical and military costs of continued operations. Even if future planning was too much of a distraction from the day-to-day operations, one wonders what they had learned from weeks of warfare over the Soviet Union's roads and against the Red Army's relentless counterattacks. Had these not weakened the all-important motorized formations to a critical point? How were the chronic supply problems going to be solved adequately to sustain the next big push before too much time elapsed? Where were the reserve units to help plug the gaps in the line and later fill the vacuum of space in the still-to-be-conquered territories? Positive answers simply didn't exist, and each of the field commanders prominently featured in this study retained a sufficiently large overview of the strategic situation to be able to identify this dire state of affairs. The fact that none of these men were pointing to Barbarossa's impending failure, to say nothing of urging some form of negotiated settlement before it was too late, is itself an indication that the German generals were unaware of how much trouble the campaign was in. To explain this extraordinary weakness, one must take a step back and see the German generals in a wider context than the immediate events of Operation Barbarossa. All of the generals had served in World War I, and some had direct experiences fighting on the Eastern Front: Halder, Rundstedt, Manstein, Kesselring, Kleist. Memories of Russia's poor performance in that war, exemplified most dramatically by the Battle of Tannenberg in 1914, undoubtedly coloured the perceptions of junior officers of the period. The ultimate defeat of Russia in 1917, despite the division of German forces between multiple fronts, gave weight to the view of Russia as a backward land, fielding a peasant army that was technically ill-equipped and badly led. By contrast, events in the same war on Germany's Western Front had encouraged the misleading conclusion that this was where the one real threat to German military ambitions stood. By 1941, with France defeated, England isolated, and the Soviet Union facing Germany essentially alone, the temptation to underestimate the Red Army, especially in the absence of an objective appraisal of Soviet power, was always going to be great. Once Barbarossa was underway, and the mounting difficulties of the campaign began to surface, memories of World War I again played a defining role. In September 1914, as the attacking German armies were compelled to assume defensive positions on the Western Front, which quickly transformed into the stalemate of trench warfare, the so-called Miracle of the Marne was proclaimed by the Allies, and German victory plans for 1914 were doomed. In the eyes of many later German commanders, including Guderian, who fought in the Battle of the Marne, the German failure was not a reflection of an overly ambitious campaign objective, or the prevailing battlefield conditions. It was the result of excessive caution, and a failure to press the attack on Paris with every possible means, in the hope of clinching the decisive success. The lesson seemed justified by the first campaigns of World War II, and formed a new cult of the offensive, which subsequently pushed the German armies well beyond their limits in Operation Barbarossa. While historical context may help explain why Halder and his generals acted as they did, it does not excuse the oversights these included. If the German generals are to be seen as efficient operators of the Blitzkrieg war method, one can say that even at the height of their wartime experience in offensive operations, they still failed to grasp the fundamental underpinnings of Blitzkrieg in strategic matters. This is no small oversight, and it raises the question of how well they really understood the formula of their success and its related limitations. Certainly, there was a great overconfidence going into Barbarossa, supported by an overarching ideological and racial bias, but these factors alone don't fully explain the phenomenon. At its root, the generals demonstrated a clear professional failing. They could lead their men well towards a limited operational objective, so long as they could maintain their dynamic movement, which in Poland, France, and the Balkans also sufficed to achieve the strategic objective. In the Soviet Union, however, this same concept produced an initial success, but not anywhere near enough to achieve the overall strategic objective. Even after the Battle of Smolensk and the changing relationship between German offensive and Soviet defensive strength, the generals could do no more than propose yet another grand offensive towards Moscow, entirely oblivious to the essential underpinning of such an operation. Operational thinking predominated within the Wehrmacht at the expense of a vigilant strategic overview. This forestalled an informed understanding of what was possible and not possible, and allowed the war to degenerate into strategically senseless battles without any clear appreciation of how it could eventually be won. The generals merely concentrated on the tasks at hand, the next city to conquer, the next Soviet army to defeat. This blinkered view endured not only throughout 1941, but into the summer of 1943. It was only after the disaster at Stalingrad, when the war was increasingly recognized as being lost, that the plots to kill Hitler, emanating from within the army, gathered pace. Even then, the decision to join the conspiracy was largely based on the deteriorating military situation, and not the well-known criminal activity of the regime. In the summer of 1941, there was hardly a murmur of recognition that the strategic outlook was dooming Germany's war effort. For this, the generals were far too short-sighted. Indeed, most believed in some form of victory until the Soviet winter offensive finally dispelled all remaining illusions. Professionally, therefore, it may be said that the men who led the German armies in Operation Barbarossa were functionally competent, but strategically inept. Accordingly, Hitler's generals, with very few exceptions, were both morally compromised in the war of annihilation behind the front and professionally incapable in the war against the Red Army. For Anglo-American listeners, there should be no military idols in the German High Command. In 1941, the top echelon of command were at one with their Führer over his erroneous military and ideological objectives. Not even when these reached their frightening conclusion in a strategic quagmire and mass murder did even a single general resign in disgust. From Brauchitsch down, this was indeed Hitler's army. A central problem for military historians in assessing Germany's victories on the Eastern Front in 1941 has been the occupational hazard of evaluating these battles in context of countless other historical conflicts. In almost any other war, a battle on the scale of Belostok, Minsk, Smolensk, or even Uman would constitute a crushing blow and, most likely, prove decisive. Barbarossa produced multiple battles of this magnitude, and in quick succession, which, together with the deep advance of the German armies, seemed to provide sufficient evidence that the Soviet Union must have been on the brink of defeat. Yet, the extraordinary robustness of the Soviet state is rarely taken into account. Likewise, the difficulties of completely eliminating such an enormous power in a short campaign, especially given the structural weaknesses of the German invasion force, are often overlooked. The resilience of the Soviet state, therefore, defies straightforward comparisons with previous empires and past wars. As Stalin himself remarked in November 1941, any other government which had suffered such losses of territory as we did would not have stood the test and would have collapsed. With this in mind, the benchmark for what constitutes a decisive battle is accordingly a good deal higher. The Soviet Union was nothing less than a militarized juggernaut, and, while deeply wounded in Germany's 1941 campaign, there is no evidence to suggest it was about to collapse, either politically or militarily. This is not to say that historical comparisons are inappropriate in evaluating the German-Soviet war, rather that a suitable appreciation of scale needs to be borne in mind. Reconciling the early German victories with the ultimate task at hand, the defeat of the Soviet Union, should in future forestall the ingratiating descriptions which have previously defined German operations in the summer of 1941. Historical comparisons reveal that many fundamental points that denote Hitler's failure in 1941 were actually foreshadowed in past campaigns. The most obvious example is Napoleon's ill-fated invasion of Russia in 1812. The German High Command's inability to grasp some of the essential hallmarks of this military calamity highlights another angle of their flawed conceptualization and planning in anticipation of Operation Barbarossa. Like Hitler, Napoleon was the conqueror of Europe and foresaw his war on Russia as the key to forcing England to make terms. Napoleon invaded with the intention of ending the war in a short campaign, centered on a decisive battle in western Russia. As the Russians withdrew, Napoleon's supply lines grew and his strength was in decline from week to week. The poor roads and harsh environment took a deadly toll on both horses and men, while politically, Russia's oppressed serfs remained, for the most part, loyal to the aristocracy. Worse still, while Napoleon defeated the Russian army at Smolensk and Borodino, it did not produce a decisive result for the French, and each time left Napoleon with the dilemma of either retreating or pushing deeper into Russia. Neither was really an acceptable option, the retreat politically and the advance militarily. But in each instance, Napoleon opted for the latter. In doing so, the French emperor outdid even Hitler, and successfully took the Russian capital in September 1812, but it counted for little when the Russians simply refused to acknowledge defeat and prepared to fight on through the winter. By the time Napoleon left Moscow to begin his infamous retreat, the Russian campaign was doomed. As Clausewitz observed, the Russia campaign of 1812 demonstrated in the first place that a country of such size could not be conquered, which might well have been foreseen, and in the second, that the prospect of eventual success does not always decrease in proportion to lost battles, captured capitals, and occupied provinces, which is something that diplomats used to regard as dogma, and made them always ready to conclude a peace, however bad. On the contrary, the Russians showed us that one often attains one's greatest strength in the heart of one's own country, when the enemy's offensive power is exhausted, and the defensive can then switch with enormous energy to the offensive. Despite the intervening 129 years, the parallels with Hitler's advance into the Soviet Union are unmistakable. A point almost entirely lost on the German generals, who, in spite of reading accounts of the 1812 campaign and other Russian wars, preferred to trust in their technological advancement and natural German superiority. The War of 1812 was certainly not the only invasion from which German generals could have learned instructive lessons. The German army's own failure to successfully implement the famous Schlieffen Plan in 1914 also merits strong comparisons with Barbarossa. Just as the defeat of France in 1940 had swelled the superiority myth to dangerous proportions within the German army, so too had the memory of 1870 seriously influenced planning and expectations on the eve of World War I. As the powerful right wing of the German Western Front wheeled through Belgium in the opening act of World War I, serious problems soon undermined the success of Schlieffen's planned strategic envelopment. The German railways proved magnificent at mobilizing and concentrating the great mass of the German army. But from here, the German field armies had to march to war, leaving supply railheads further behind with every day. Efforts to extend the railways suffered from poor planning and inadequate resources. Trucks were too few in number and too slow over the congested roads to bridge the gap. The constant demands also led to a high vehicle fallout rate, which by early September 1914, at the critical Battle of the Marne, left only 40% of the fleet serviceable. Horses were, of course, the main motor of the army's transportation system, but they were inadequately cared for, and almost no provision had been made to provide fodder for the horses on the march. The result was masses of sick and weakened horses, which soon succumbed in high numbers. Allied resistance also took its toll on German offensive strength, with casualties throughout the German field armies reaching some 265,000 men by September 6, 1914. The expansion of the front further exacerbated this weakness, while French losses were being made good by not having committed so many of their reserves from the outset and falling back on the country's interior. These were not the only factors that contributed to the German failure in 1914, but they all reflect essential problems later encountered, to a lesser or greater extent, in Operation Barbarossa. Summing up the failure of the Schlieffen Plan, historian Hugh Strachan's judgment could apply as much to 1941 as it did to 1914. Strachan wrote, Moltke's, the chief of the German General Staff, lines of communication were lengthening by the day. His front broadened as the movement through France developed. The combination of the detached corps, the heavy losses, and exhaustion through the march and its attendant supply problems meant that a stage would be reached when the Germans had too few men. Thus, in almost every key index of military strength, in command, in communications, in manpower, the balance was swinging from Germany to France. Much of the swing was inherent in the advance itself, and the plan which had given rise to it. Later, in his summary of the Battle of the Marne, which may be contrasted with the Battle of Smolensk, Strachan concluded, Germany had failed to secure the quick victory on which its war plan rested. From now on, it was committed to a war on two fronts. With hindsight, some would say that Germany had already lost the war. Operation Barbarossa's much-lauded success began as just another episode of Nazi propaganda. Yet this has been given amazing longevity, and even a guise of historical truth, by continual acceptance in stoutly uncritical military histories. In spite of some severe early blows to the Red Army, the German army never really came close to their definitive goal of conquering the Soviet Union. Indeed, it was these early successes which led to the Wehrmacht's own rapid exhaustion and insurmountable difficulties. By mid-August 1941, it was already abundantly clear that Barbarossa would fall well short of achieving its operational objectives, while the ongoing scale of attrition would paradoxically transform its legacy from the annihilation of the Red Army to the ceaseless destruction of the German Wehrmacht. While the precise path to an Allied victory was by no means clear in late August 1941, Germany's inability to win the war was at least assured. Accordingly, if, on June 22, 1941, Hitler was right, and the world did indeed collectively hold its breath, the course of operations ensured that, by the middle of August, the world